yes, you have the documents, but behind the documents is the intent.
Right.
And unfortunately, it doesn't all find its way into the documents. There's intent that has to be there. So I help the city bring that intent and make a lot of decisions based on that intent. Sure.
Mr. Mayor, it's 5 o'clock. Are we ready to begin?
We are ready.
Recording in progress.
And now we start. And good evening and welcome to all to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and the Petaluma Community Successor Agency, and a special meeting of the Petaluma joint meeting of the Petaluma Planning Commission tonight. If you wish to provide comments on anything this evening, there are cards in the back of the room which you can fill out and bring to our clerk in the front of the room. And at the appropriate time, we'll have you have public comment on certain items. Now, I'd like to invite Monica Galvez and Martin Rivola to provide information to those who wish to participate in Spanish tonight.
Thank you and good evening. Hola, me llamo María Galvez y estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación, Martín Rivarola. Estamos hoy aquí como intérpretes. Este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funciona la interpretación. Estaremos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después de que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted está conectado con su computadora, usted verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si está conectado con su tableta o teléfono, pulse en más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas. A continuación, elija su canal de idioma. Gracias. We are ready.
And thank you very much. And it must be quite the meeting to have such a full house, and so I'm flattered you're all here, and I'd like to ask our clerk to take roll for our joint committee meeting.
Absolutely. I'll start with Council. Barnacle?
Present.
Cater Thompson?
Here.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Here.
Thank you. DeCarly?
Here.
Now?
Here.
Quint?
Here.
Shribs?
Here.
And McDonald?
Here.
Great. We have a quorum for council, and now we'll move on to Planning Commission. Ebner? Here. Goldman?
Here.
Moses?
Here.
Newell?
Here.
Racuson?
Here.
And Schilt.
Here.
Great. We have a quorum for both bodies. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. And a moment of silence, please. First order of business tonight is to adopt the agenda, and since the agenda is the workshop and then all the council business, this element is just for the council. But I'd like to look up and down the dais and see if anybody has any revisions that need to be made to the agenda tonight. And looking at council, I'm not seeing any. I do want to note that our items 12 and 13, both having to do with the Danco development at the Corona Smart Station. We're going to push them together into one item about all the financing of that. So when we get to that item, we'll see them being handled as one item. And that leads us to one of the highlights of the evening, if you will. We'd like to offer a proclamation to the United States Coast Guard. And I'd like to invite Captain Joshua Birch, the commanding officer of the Training Center, Petaluma, to the podium while we read the proclamation. And any comments after would be welcome, Captain. Whereas the United States Coast Guard is one of America's 6 armed forces and traces its founding to August 4th, 1790, when the first Congress authorized construction of 10 vessels to enforce tariff and trade laws, prevent smuggling, and protect federal revenue. And whereas today's Coast Guard is the nation's oldest continuous maritime service, which during its 235-year history has been known as the United States Lighthouse Service, the Revenue Cutter Service, the Steamboat Inspection Service, and the Bureau of Navigation and the Bureau of Marine Inspection and Navigation. And whereas the United States Coast Guard Training Center, Trayson, Petaluma, located 10 miles from the city, stands as the largest Coast Guard training center on the West Coast and serves as a crucial pillar in the education, development, and readiness of Coast Guard personnel. Whereas on February 27th, 2025, the United States Coast Guard designated Petaluma as a Coast Guard city, and we proudly honor the service, sacrifice, and steadfast commitment of all who have served in the United States Coast Guard, especially those at the Trayson Petaluma. And whereas Trayson Petaluma embodies the U.S. Coast Guard core values of honor, respect, and devotion to duty, and not only plays a pivotal role in national defense and homeland security, but also significantly enriches the fabric of the Petaluma community through economic, civic, and social contribution. And whereas the city expresses gratitude and appreciation for the faithful and distinguished service of Captain Matthew Chong, who served as commanding officer at Trayson Petaluma from June 2022 until June 2025, and whose leadership, commitment, and integrity left a lasting impact on the Coast Guard community. Whereas the city congratulates and welcomes Captain Joshua Birch as the new commanding officer at Trayson and looks forward to continuing our special partnership that strengthens both the community and the Coast Guard mission. And now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby honor, celebrate, and recognize August 4th, 2025 as Coast Guard Day, and encourage all residents to join in expressing gratitude and appreciation to the United States Coast Guard and the entire Trayson Petaluma community. Thank you.
Good evening. On behalf of both myself, the Coast Guard, and Captain Chong, I want to thank you, Mayor McDonald, Vice Mayor Now, and the rest of the City Council and leadership. Thank you for having us here today and honoring us as we celebrate our 235th birthday. It was great to see Vice Mayor Now and the rest of the city members and their families join us last Friday for Coast Guard Day to celebrate that event. I look forward to hosting the rest of you when we have the opportunity. I've only been at the training center for a few weeks, but it is already evident that the beautiful city of Petaluma is the best host community that a commanding officer could hope for. Since taking over Two Rock Station from the U.S. Army in 1971, our training center has grown to become a center of excellence for technical competency and leadership training within the Coast Guard. We are one of the most highly desired assignment locations across our organization, and that is due in no small part to the outstanding community in which we are located. The city leadership, school districts, and residents have a well-known reputation for outstanding support to our Coast Guard staff, families, and students. I hope to continue building on our strong relationship as we celebrate our first year of Petaluma being an official Coast Guard city. Thank you again for the formal recognition this evening, and I look forward to our next visit, hopefully on Fish Fridays. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And now we're moving to a workshop. That's the joint session of City Council and the Planning Commission for something that most of us have been really anticipating and looking forward to. And it is a recommendation by these two bodies to receive a staff report and to provide feedback on design concepts and site development for the Petaluma Public Safety Facility. And with that, I'd like to turn the item over to our city manager, Peggy Flynn, to lead us into this great topic.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Planning Commissioner, community, staff. Tonight marks a historic and seminal moment in our city's future. Rarely do we have the opportunity to bring council and their advisory body together for a community conversation. It is a once in a multi-generational opportunity to be preparing for a new public safety facility for Petaluma in over 40 years. In 2020, we had such a moment when the council and ultimately our community approved Measure U, which took us from facing financial devastation to significantly contributing to our fiscal and organizational sustainability and allowing us to begin tackling $200 million worth of deferred maintenance of our streets, public spaces, and public facilities. While Measure U is not the panacea for all of the city's infrastructure needs, it, along with Measure H, the countywide fire revenue measure, will allow our city to honor our commitment to the voters and invest in supporting our public safety staff and the resiliency of our community for the first time in decades. We now have the staffing, the talent, the expertise, the centralized location on city property, the revenue capacity to make what was wishful thinking for many councils before us a reality. I'd like to thank Chair Moses and our recently seated planning commissioners and our mayor and city council for embracing this joint session, and our city team looks forward to discussing this exciting and essential community asset this evening. I'd like to introduce Jonathan Sangerlat, our Capital Improvement Program Manager, to kick us off.
Thank you, Peggy, Mayor, council members, commissioners, members of the public, and city staff. I am Jonathan Songlara, the Engineering and Capital Improvement Program Manager for the city, filling in this evening for Paul Gagan, our Project Manager for the Petaluma Public Safety Facility Project. We appreciate you all being here for this joint study session workshop focused on the Petaluma Public Safety Facility Project. As Peggy mentioned tonight, I am joined here with members of our broader project team who have been instrumental to getting us to this point. This project reflects a truly collaborative citywide effort with leadership and coordination across departments, public safety personnel, and expert consultants. First and foremost, this project has been a joint vision between the police and fire departments, and in many cities, these departments operate in silos. But here in Petaluma, we are fortunate to have a strong and coordinated partnership, and their close collaboration has driven the development of a co-located facility that strengthens joint response, improves efficiency, and anticipates our future service needs. We are joined here tonight by Chief Brian Miller and Chief Jeff Schock. We also have had support from a broader city team, including Public Works, Planning, Finance, Economic Development, and Open Government, and the City Manager's Office. And their contributions have helped us to steer this project through the technical planning, design, development, entitlement strategy, and funding coordination. We're also joined here tonight by Planning Manager Andrew Triple, Senior Planner Mike Janusek, and Assistant Finance Director Corey Garbarolio. We have brought in a team of experienced consultants as well, which includes LPA Design Studios, serving as the project's bridging architect. And with us tonight in person are Helen Pierce and Lancelot Hunter. And they have led the design effort and prepared the basis of design for the project, which establishes the standards and the performance expectations of the future design build team. Also, we have David Ross from Mac 5, who is an experienced project manager and who has worked on many similar projects and is here helping to oversee the project scope, schedule, budget, and to keep the process moving efficiently. And to help ensure that the project truly reflects Petaluma's civic identity, we've also engaged with MAD Architecture, a local architecture firm whose design advisory work has been helping us stay rooted in the community context and values. The goal of tonight's presentation is to bring everybody up to speed on where we are in the project and to walk through the key design considerations as we continue working with our bridging and local architects.
Here Jonathan, if I could just have you slow down a little bit for our translators. Thank you.
Yep. Here's what we will be covering tonight in the joint workshop. We will start with a brief welcome and recap of why we are here, to provide an update, share the current design concept, and to get your input before we move forward. From there, we will walk through the project background, including how we got here, the goals behind the Public Safety Strategic Master Plan, and council direction received to date. We will then share a snapshot of the community, council, and stakeholder feedback that has helped shape the current direction, and to talk through why Johnson and Kettleworth emerged as the preferred site for the project. We will then explore the design evolution, comparing the original test fit to the current footprint and approach, followed by a quick look at the overall project budget and how this project is truly a cost-constrained project. We will also break down for all of you the difference between what is fixed due to code, safety, and operational needs and what is flexible, where council input is especially helpful. After that, we will cover timeline and next steps, introduce the design, build, delivery model for the project, and hear a quick overview from the planning department on the entitlement process. Then we will hand it off to Helen and Lancelot with LPA to walk through the current schematic design. And finally, we will open the floor to your questions and feedback. With that, I turn it over to Chief Schock.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Schock. I'm your fire chief, and I've worked for the city for a little over 25 years. And I just want to say I appreciate the labor representation and community support we have out in the audience today. As Jonathan mentioned, the city obviously has a longstanding infrastructure needs that have been identified. The police chief and I were both here in the early 2000s when there were significant projects on the table to replace a fire headquarters at the old Casa Grande motel site and a full remodel with the second floor of the police station. Those plans went away in 2008, and here we are back today. Measure U, as Peggy mentioned, was passed in 2020. In 2021, the council named public safety facilities as a top 10 priority. With that, in 2022, the police and fire departments both did comprehensive analysis through the Center for Public Safety Management. And some of those recommendations that came back were the replacement of the current police station, the addition of a fourth fire station, and it to be centrally located, and move our ladder truck to that location to be permanently staffed. With that, in 2023, with council's direction, we developed a public safety facilities master plan. And with that master plan that we brought to council in November of 2023, the recommendation was for a joint police fire facility with an emergency operations center, and for that to be centrally located at the fairgrounds property. At that meeting in November, council provided significant input that we've been going over for the last year and a half. One of the recommendations was, how do we fund such a project? And in March of 2024, the fire department community in Sonoma County made a significant impact by passing Measure H, which is going to be bringing over $4.5 million per year in perpetuity to the city of Petaluma. So where we are today is a result of several years of technical planning, community investment, and focused council direction. Every slide won't be that long, I promise. It's my first one. And I forgot to hit the clicker, so there you go. That's what I just covered. So from the public safety facility assessment in 2023, you see the specific highlights. We're currently working on fire stations 1, 2, and 3 to make those improvements where we saw shortfalls: seismic safety, ADA compliance, gear and apparatus storage, gender inclusive accommodations, but also really the main focus is co-location of essential services and being centrally located. Our public safety facility comprehensive analysis showed that 10% of fire department emergency responses were not handled by your neighborhood fire station, but was handled by a fire station on the other side of the freeway. So by having a central location with a ladder truck and staffed paramedics will help with the infrastructure and the staffing that we need. Modern facilities also support health, wellness. They help with recruitment and help us retain experienced staff and recruit the next generation of first responders. This master plan gave us the data and direction that shaped the current design and scope of the project you'll be seeing today. Thank you.
Thank you. Evening, my name is Brian Miller. I'm your police chief. And so, as stated by the chief, this is not necessarily a new idea. It was a conversation being had 10 years before I started my career here over 20 years ago. And this is really the culmination of decades of planning long-standing facility needs and repeated attempts to find a viable solution that until now, those efforts have faced challenges related to funding, land availability, or scope. Today, we're in a really uniquely positioned opportunity to have rare alignment of all of those factors that make this project possible. And so the time really truly is now. We have stable funding mechanisms as referenced by Measure U and Measure H in place. We have a viable site that's centrally located, city-owned, and compatible with emergency response operations, which is imperative. We have developed a coordinated design concept that reflects both police and fire needs, shaped through extensive collaboration, which is unique amongst our two departments. And we've designed the site and supporting infrastructure with future fairgrounds master planning in mind, making this a forward-compatible, community-serving investment. Because of these factors, we're positioned to move forward in a way that's feasible, cost-conscious, and community-informed. And it's important to recognize that time is not unlimited. We've seen it before. Construction costs continue to rise. My operational pressures of a constrained building continue to grow. And if we delay too long, we risk losing the window of opportunity, and with it, the conditions that make this project truly deliverable within the budget and alignment with the broader civic vision. That's why tonight's check-in is so vitally important, and it's a moment for us to validate direction and help us move forward with confidence. So as mentioned, we kicked off this project with a master public safety facility planning project in years past, and staff and consultants evaluated multiple locations across the city, including 307 Petaluma Boulevard South, or formerly known as the Casa Grande Motel, Hopper Street, the lot next to City Hall over here by the Fire Prevention Office, including including other locations on the Fairgrounds property near where the old Fire Station 2 is located on Payran Street, Kenilworth Park, and other locations. Each had significant constraints, such as limited size, poor access, non-strategic location to minimize response times, negative impacts to the neighborhoods, high costs, and the negative impacts to the future community-guided fairgrounds use master planning process. So after our test fits and response time analysis, Johnson and Kenilworth Drive stood out as the best option. They're centrally located, providing quick access to the full city, which is key for fire, police, and our ladder truck emergency response. It's the only city-owned site large enough for us co-locating a police fire headquarters, EOC, that provides secure parking, all without land acquisition, and it minimizes the impacts to the fairgrounds uses and integrates well with long-term master planning. It has accessible equity to the entire city, supports phased growth, shared infrastructure, and our civic goals of efficiency, equity, and fiscal responsibility. This location is most viable, cost-effective, and future-ready location that's essential for this facility. And I'll now turn it back over to Jonathan.
At the November 2023 council meeting, council gave clear and consistent direction, building on feedback from earlier discussions. Here's a summary of what we heard during that meeting. Build up, not out. Council emphasized the need for a more compact and multi-story facility to reduce the overall footprint and reflect urban land values. Combine both fire and police now, not later. Several members stressed the importance of constructing both departments together to control costs and to deliver services more effectively. There was a resounding request for project cost and funding clarity, and council emphasized the need for a more realistic, well-supported funding plan. The initial estimate raised concerns about the feasibility, and members requested more clarity on cost assumptions and funding sources to ensure that the project was achievable. When we first presented a conceptual layout in 2023, it was clear that we needed to refine our approach. On the left in orange, we are showing the original 2023 test fit. Council and the public gave consistent feedback that the design was too spread out with a larger footprint that felt suburban and not space efficient. And there were concerns also about cost, urban character, and how it will fit in with the larger fairgrounds context. The updated design that LPA will be walking you through today shows a more compact two-story facility that utilizes vertical space and shared spaces between departments to help reduce the overall footprint. Key program elements were also relocated upstairs, like admin offices, the kitchen, and sleeping quarters. Improved site circulation, public access, and shared infrastructure planning. This revised layout, shown in green, responds directly to the previous council direction and reflects a more compact design.
And this is really just a summary of the transition we made and the effort we went through to reach every single one of the council directives. I think the key takeaway is by just doing standard concrete tilt-up construction, by changing the model, by reducing square footage, by sharing as much space as possible, drastically reduce the estimated construction costs. The big significant one, we came back in 2023, the recommendation from the master plan, because of the lack of funding, was that the police station was to be done at a later date, to be determined, and with funding to be determined at a later date as well. And council said that's not good enough. We need both of these done at the same time. So with that, we have a target delivery date of both stations, the Emergency Operations Center, within about 2.5 years versus the to be determined target delivery of 2035.
In the previous slide, we mentioned the construction costs specifically to share an apples-to-apples comparison. But as we all know, the full cost of delivering a capital project includes much more than just the building itself. This slide reflects the total estimated project budget, which includes all phases and supporting elements, not just construction. The total estimated cost is approximately $69.8 million, the largest portion of which, about $55.5 million, is allocated to construction contracts. That includes everything physically built on the site, including the structure, internal systems, finishes, and site improvements. $8.5 million is allocated to design, planning, environmental review, off-site improvements, and land-related work. This covers the initial assessments and master planning effort, architectural design, CEQA documentation, and design refinement. The construction management accounts for about $2.5 million, which supports quality control, schedule oversight, coordination between project teams, and ensuring the delivery meets our specifications. We have also included approximately $3 million in contingency, which is crucial for managing unforeseen cost and reducing future budget risks. And this slide shows the funding sources. The total estimated project budget is supported through a diverse mix of funding sources, including Measure U, which provided the initial foundation for the public safety infrastructure investment, Measure H, approved by voters in 2024 to enhance the emergency response capabilities, a secured Emergency Operations Center grant, traffic impact fees, as well as anticipated bond proceeds to close the remaining gap, which would come back to council for consideration at a later date. These sources are already integrated into our city's capital improvement long-term planning, and the project is being actively managed to stay within these defined resources. This is a fixed and tightly constrained budget, so every design and delivery decision is made with cost efficiency in mind, while still meeting the essential operational needs of both fire and police. The design and planning process has been a constant balancing act between scope, budget, and performance of the building. As the project advances, we continue to monitor cost alignment and return to council, and we will return to council for any necessary budget actions as we move forward through the design and the construction milestones.
Right. So this facility is at its core a public safety building, which I think is important to note. And that comes with a very specific set of requirements, many of which are dictated by essential service codes, 24/7 operations model, and a real-world need of fire and police personnel. When we talk about the design, it's important to start with that as the foundation. Operational functionality drives the layout and the structure of this building, and that includes secured access and circulation to support police and fire operations, appropriate separation of public and staff areas within the building, dedicated spaces for training, decontamination, and employee health, secured parking and staging for emergency response vehicles, and essential services compliance, including seismic and emergency powers standards, a central location with good response time coverage. And important as these are, it's imperative that we recognize that these aren't discretionary elements. They're the baseline for how this building must perform in emergency situations, and they're what allow our departments to respond quickly, operate safely, and serve the public effectively. Chief Schock.
Thanks, Brian. So with that, there are still design elements where input can add real value, especially on the civic-facing aspects of this building. We're looking forward to hearing your thoughts on exterior materials and finishes, defining site character and arrival experience, material finishes and public art opportunities, landscape treatments and pedestrian access, and the overall architectural presence. We've been fortunate to work with a strong technical design team. We've also brought in local architect Mary Dooley, specifically to guide current design ideas through a community lens. As we move forward, we want to make sure any refinements are intentional and grounded in purpose. Every design study we explore has cost and time implications. So the clearer the direction, the more effectively we can deliver a high-quality facility that balances public safety needs and civic identity. And I'd like to introduce David Ross with MAC 5.
Terrific. Thanks so much. Pleasure to be here tonight. I want to talk a little bit about the design build project delivery model that we're proposing for the project. I've got a lot of experience with that, and in talking with Paul Gahegan, project manager for the city, we share a lot of expertise with the design build, and want to just talk a little bit about its exceptional value specific to this project type and the delivery needs for this project. We understand that most of the most of the project's delivery for the city has been the traditional design bid build method. We understand how that has served you well, especially for projects with a little less complex design criteria and program requirements, and one where schedule is not the highest concern that we have here due to cost escalation and the desire to reduce the schedule dramatically to save money. Given that, the benefits of the design build approach for this project really center around our ability to control the project better for your interests, brings earlier and better cost certainty to the project because the entire project scope is known earlier, and the contractor design build entity is brought on in an earlier date to actually work with us and assist us in maintaining the construction costs and actually managing the design process in order to facilitate the economic advantages of a group delivery process involving the design team and the contractor. It also limits risk to the city. It's a model that puts some of the risks of site and issues such as constructability issues, errors and omissions by the design architect, and schedule delays under the responsibility of the contractor rather than at the responsibility of the city. And that model is going to additionally protect the city in terms of cost escalation and any unknown costs. So risk management is a huge factor as well. It also allows early coordination with utilities. One of the biggest factors we've had recently on projects of this scale is the time that it takes to get through the utility coordination and application process with PG&E, water service, waste management, all the various utilities for the project. This allows the design build entity go ahead and begin to make those applications and provide that coordination at a much earlier date during the design phase. So things like the application for the generator with Bay Area Air Quality Management can be expedited and pursued during the design phase rather than waiting for a construction phase application like you would have with a traditional design bid build project. It also allows for phased permitting where the contractor can come in and begin construction with demolition and grading while the design is still being finalized and permitted, saving additional time for the project, and saving time is saving money. It also brings the designer and builder onto the same team, and that's something that Paul and I both have found very beneficial, which helps with alignment and coordination of the project with the contractor at an earlier stage. I also want to just talk a little bit about the schedule. We've got a tight timeline for the project, very ambitious and aggressive timeline. We are, since the 2023 strategic master plan, the city's been moving forward and brought MAC 5 into the project in late 2024, and we subsequently brought LPA Design Studios on board as the bridging architect shortly after. So at this point, we're right in the design phase at a strategic point for input from City Council and planning. In order to maintain schedule, we really feel this is the best opportunity to bring you this update, where we've gotten to, where we've been, where we've gotten to, but knowing that our goal here is to keep moving and keep progressing with the design build process, and that our next phase would be to begin to talk about begin to finalize the design and put together the bridging document package, which serves us in two ways. So that serves us as a package that goes out to the design build entities to establish the project scope that they will be pricing for us, but it also is used for the entitlement process to be sure that we're going through the planning application and all of the CEQA and entitlement process for project deliveries at the planning phase. So we're anxious to continue that effort, but we wanted to pause and give you guys the opportunity to contribute, to check in on this, and we'll be moving through those phases and into an RFP for a design build entity and coming back to you with a design build proposal for project delivery. I think we've got that currently scheduled that would likely to come back to you in February of 2026 and be in construction in 2026 for project delivery in 2028. Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners and council members. My name is Mike Janisek, and I'm a senior planner consulting with M Group. I'll be serving as the project planner for the entitlement application. That'll eventually come before both review authorities in a public hearing format at a later date. It is a SPAR, a site plan and architectural review, and a conditional use permit application. It's file number PLPJ 2025-0041. And this afternoon, I'll be providing an overview of that entitlement application, some pertinent facts about the land use and zoning, the required approvals, the applicable standards of review, and an update on where we're at with the application. So as you can see, here is the general plan land use map. The site boundary shown in red, and there are 2 applicable general plan land use designations. The purple is the mixed use designation, and the light blue on the right-hand side of the site is public and semi-public land use. And as such, the corresponding zoning districts in the purple is the MU1B, or the mixed use 1B, and the civic facility zone. Those are the implementing zoning districts of those land uses. The hatching represents the fairgrounds overlay zone. And it's important to note 3 things. The first is that the public safety facility, that use is allowed in both of those zoning districts, both the mixed use zone and the civic facility zone. The second is the purpose of the fairgrounds overlay zone is to provide specifications for the establishment of new beneficial uses of the fairgrounds, consistent with the guiding principles adopted in City Council Resolution 2022-167. That's attachment 3 in your packet this afternoon. And ensure the ongoing operation of the site and its uses in the best interest of the public health, safety, and welfare, while a master plan and associated land use policies and zoning are prepared and adopted for the fairgrounds property.
Sorry, just another reminder for the translators. This is a lot of information tonight, so thank you.
Okay. And that can be found under Implementing Zoning Ordinance, Chapter 5, Section 080. And so the required entitlements for this project, it's major site plan and architectural review. That is required because a new public building is proposed, as well as so that's Section 2405A. A major SPAR is also required by Section 5080D6 for major site improvement within the fairgrounds overlay. And then major conditional use permit, that's required because there's a new use proposed in the fairgrounds overlay. This requirement is found under Section 5080D5. The fairgrounds overlay zone allows new uses that provide a beneficial use to the public and that are allowed either by right or conditionally within the base zones to be approved. And the final review authority is City Council upon recommendation of the Planning Commission. And that's found under IZO Section 5080D. So in other words, it'll require 2 public hearings, first with the Planning Commission and then a second with the City Council. The applicable standards of review. The 2 policy documents that will apply are the general plan as well as the bike and ped plan. And then also the fairgrounds guiding principles that I mentioned as well has some policy requirements. And then the approval criteria are the SPAR approval criteria, the CUP approval criteria, and then there's an additional set of approval criteria in the fairgrounds overlay for these new uses. And that is Section 5080 again. So planning staff noticed this study session on July 25th. There was a mailer, an on-site posting, and a newspaper notice. 21 comments were received as of 3 p.m. this afternoon. 13 of which were in support, and then 8 expressing various concerns, including traffic, architecture, walkability, the fairgrounds location, and public improvements. Additional outreach efforts included a webpage, social media post, and a email to the subscriber list for city updates. I will mention there's no action or decisions this evening, but ultimately this will require discretionary approval. That will be a project under CEQA. The environmental review is currently in progress, but again, nothing for tonight. And then I'd like to conclude planning staff's presentation with the 5 focus feedback items. You saw on previous slides that there's a request for some direction on the facade and the architectural, the overall style and aesthetic, and some of the features of the facade. Opportunities to integrate public art into both the site and the building. And then I'd like to go in a little bit more depth on the last 3, which have to do a little bit more with the zoning code and the SPAR appendices. So Planning Commission is typically accustomed to the prevailing urban design principle that the building should be directly fronting the street and interfacing with the public realm. In this case, it's a security risk to have the public street and the building directly abutting, and so there's the public parking lot is located in between the street and the building. There's no required front yard in either the civic facility zone or the mixed use 1 zone. So there's no regulation that says the parking can't be located there. However, just you're probably accustomed to seeing parking located towards the rear of the building. So that's not the case for this design because of the operational constraints. The next item, SPAR does require that landscape islands are included, 1 for every 6 spaces. The secured lot in the rear of the site does not have interior landscaping in the parking lot. That's to maximize maneuverability, enhance response times. There is the ability for the review authority to consider alternative designs for interior parking lot landscaping. So that's one thing we want to prime you guys on when it comes back. That's an exception to the SPAR standards that we'll be seeking your approval on. And then the last item, it's unclear whether the site can meet the tree requirement. The tree requirement for SPAR is 1 for every 4 uncovered parking stalls and 1 tree for every 500 square feet of open space. We've issued this comment in the first round of review, which just concluded last week. We issued this comment to the design team. We'll see if it can meet the requirement. We're not quite sure. There's a constraint of putting trees along the security fencing because that could defeat the purpose of the fence to provide security, because you would be able to climb the tree and get over the fence. So it's possible that a future condition of approval is drafted by staff to provide trees perhaps elsewhere on the fairgrounds property off-site, or there may also be opportunities as the next review rounds occur to be able to meet that standard. We'll just have to see ultimately what the requirement is. And with that, I'll turn it over to the architect.
Hi, everyone. I'm Helen Pierce. I'm with LPA Design Studios. I'm an architect. I'm with Lancelot Hunter, landscape architect with LPA. Nice to meet everyone. All right. And I apologize if we review some things that have already been said, so just bear with us. But this is the site, as been mentioned before, really centrally located within Petaluma. And the reason we kind of zoom out before we zoom in is kind of how we work as architects. We really have to understand a place before we design a building for a place. This is the location of the site within the fairgrounds and its sort of proximity to the freeway and the river and downtown. Zoom in a little closer. And this is the location of the site within the fairgrounds itself. Keep zooming in. This is a slide that just shows some of the context around the site. So from the upper left, that's the Aquatic Center at the sort of bend of Johnson Street. To the right is the shopping center that's across the street from Kennelsworth from our site and from the fairgrounds. Below is the fairgrounds grandstands that's pretty iconic in Petaluma. And then on the left is the library that sits on the corner adjacent to the fairgrounds. So that's kind of the most proximate context to the site of where we're proposing the facility. So these are just enlarged images of it so you can see them larger. But you know your community, you know these buildings. Just a little more context, and really I think we're showing these because these were somewhat inspirational for this project in terms of how we developed this project. We looked at a lot of context of Petaluma, and I think one thing that sort of rose above was sort of the authenticness of some of it's a river town, right? So a lot of these sheds that exists along the river have this sort of honesty, integrity to them. And these also occur in agrarian structures too, particularly at the fairgrounds. So it's a type that has a simplicity and an honesty to it that we thought we were really drawn to, and you're going to see that in the design, or you already have seen it a little bit. And just a little more context. That's the entry to the fairgrounds, and then below more sort of contextual images of Petaluma. Here's our site proper. That's the sort of perimeter of the site along Kenilworth and Johnson. This is sort of understanding the environment of the site. So it's really important when we look at design to understand where the sun is and where the sun's going to go, to understand how we can make the building as efficient in terms of how it uses energy as possible. It's really important to know how the site slopes so we can take care of water on the site in a really efficient way. It's not important to know where the wind comes as well. This is the pedestrian and vehicular circulation on the site. The yellow is the pedestrian or the multi-use trail, that is proposed around the site, connecting to that pedestrian multi-use trail that goes over the freeway and through the shopping center, sort of connects at that intersection along Kennelsworth. So we're tying into that, as well as all the sort of vehicular traffic around the site and primary intersections, for instance, at Kenilworth and Johnson, at the entry to the shopping center to the north, and then the entry to the fairgrounds that's right at the bend of Johnson. I'm going to hand it to Lance to speak to a few slides.
Great, thank you. So as we're looking here, we are positioned to where the structure is slightly further north towards Johnson Street. Along Killingworth is the multi-use path that Helen mentioned. South of the structure and facility itself is the majority of the parking. The three gray bars that you see there are actual shade structures over parking for this facility. We'll dive in a little bit closer here in regards to understanding the vehicular circulation on the west side, which allows for traffic to make its way into the vehicular parking there, or the secured parking on that west side there. Along the south portion, another entry off to the south of the portion to get into the secured parking. This would allow for the articulation of the larger engine and units that have requirements of larger turning radiuses, so we can take it off the main street and into the side street here off to the south. To the north there off of Johnson would be our entry for our visitor parking that is right in front of our facility. I know this is kind of small, so I'll go ahead and describe it as best as I can here. Number one is the main entry drive in terms of the exiting for the larger apparatuses off to Johnson Street there. Let me see, does the laser work on there? No, I don't think the laser works. Okay, great. Number two being the entry plaza, which also doubles as a community event space. The idea being that this wants to be a welcoming place to where that might even be an area where we can facilitate a lot of different events throughout the year where appropriate, and obviously it being a parking lot in itself. But the idea that, again, this is a place that can function as a gathering spot and being that bridge for the community to the public facilities center in itself. As I mentioned, the 3 gray bars south of the facility are the covered parking structures or the parking structures for both the fleet vehicle and for the service vehicles for that space, and then the parking stalls outside of that would be for general POV spaces as well too. Also within the space of the parking, the green rectangular space you see at the far south is for overflow future parking, and also doubles as a space for some of our stormwater management outside of the perimeter edge of that the area itself as well. On the far east side along Killingsworth is a support building that facilitates different types of support features, storage in that sense, our generator yard, and also our transformer area. So a lot of support elements within that east side of the site itself. Lastly, I would like to also kind of mention that the perimeter fencing makes its way from the edge of the building on the east side. This would be somewhere about an 8-foot tall perimeter fence that makes its way along that edge down to the south, back up onto the west. And the idea being that there's a lot of transparency so that we can keep a clear line of sight for security purposes in regards to how we provide that secured edge along the property.
I think all of that is to say, and has been said earlier, that the effort here has been really to minimize the size of the site. So all the parking that's behind the building is as tight and as compact as we can make it, and providing parking for the essential vehicles that need to be parked there for staff and for fleet. And then obviously the minimum amount of visitor parking to serve the facility along the street, as well as just making the building as sort of condensed and as efficient as possible to, again, minimize the site. So looking at the floor plan, this is the first floor plan of the facility. Everything you see in that red is strictly used by the fire department. Everything that you see in blue is strictly used by the police department, and then everything you see in gray, and this is another thing that was mentioned earlier in terms of efficiency, is a shared space between fire and police. So you see it's a pretty good percentage of this design. There's a lot of shared spaces, and just kudos to both the fire department and the police department on coming together to realize that vision of a truly shared facility. And then the second floor, again, everything you see in red is fire. These are mostly sleeping quarters and administrative.
I'm sorry to
spaces.
interrupt. Could I have you speak closer into the microphone?
Oh, sure, of course. Is that better?
That's better, thank
The
you.
second floor is, again, the red is fire, including the sleeping quarters and administrative space, and then the blue is police administrative space and other sort of police function space, and then the gray is more shared space. So between the first and second floor, a vast amount of shared space to make this as efficient and compact as possible. Just in terms of how we came to this floor plan, it's really important to know that everything has a relationship. All these relationships are really important. So first and foremost, just going from the left, the fire apparatus bay, that's a single-story portion that has a function in terms of how the fire trucks and emergency apparatuses come and go from that space. So they kind of need to come and go from both direction. They need to go out to the street immediately as well to get, to get to scenes as quick as possible. The police need access to a Sally court, which is where they bring in folks to be processed through their facility. That has a very distinct relationship to everything that happens on the interior of the building. So it can't be anywhere else on the site. It really needs to be at that specific location because all the processing happens immediately adjacent to that. That shared space of the fire and police, kind of on the lower left-hand corner of this plan where you see protected shared space, that's sort of the social space or the fitness and the day room for the fire and police and their outdoor space. And has a very a sort of centralized location to be adjacent to both fire and police. And then the public space obviously needs to front the public way is located at the north side there. So in general, fire on the left, police on the left, and then on the right, and then shared space in the middle. That public space where you see the yellow arrows, that's the lobby. That has a very specific relationship to the police records. That's where you would check in with police right there. That's their main desk. And then access to the emergency operations center is right off the lobby. And that has, again, is a very purposeful and important relationship to that lobby. That emergency operations center can also be used for other public functions when it's not being used as an emergency operations center. If you're really lucky, it never gets used as an emergency operations center, right? And then the other part of this plan that's super important is all the service. So in the upper right-hand corner, you can see we have a lot of service that has to come into this building: electrical, IDF, which is like technology, and fire service room, as well as trash on the left-hand corner. And then if you go up to the second floor, again, not to beat a dead horse, but the everything that happens on the second floor really has a direct relationship to what happens on the first floor and has a vertical connection. So the fire dorms that you see on the left have a very direct connection with how they relate to the space on the first floor, so they have quick access to the apparatus bay. The circulation that occurs on the second floor is stacked over all the circulation on the first floor, so it's very efficient to get the first floor to the second floor. And then all the sort of stacked services that you saw, that I just talked about, has to stack to be the most efficient on the second floor. So that is how we came up with the plan, a very efficient plan, a very collaborative plan in terms of fire and police. When we're looking at the design as a whole, not just the plan, we really focused on three things. We focused on people. That means the people that work there and the people that this facility will represent, civic identity, creating camaraderie amongst fire and police, and making this facility welcoming to the community, and making it very safe for the people that work there. Place, understanding Petaluma, and thanks to Mary for being our sort of, the person sort of standing over our shoulder, sort of giving us hints and tips about Petaluma. So really understanding how this could fit into the city of Petaluma, and specifically the fairgrounds, how it works with the climate of Petaluma, and how the building sits on the site and the angle to the sun and all that, and that starts to inform how we articulate the design. And then the program, finally the program, and that is all the things I just talked about, all the very specific requirements of one space to relate to another space, and how those spaces relate to outdoor space. And that is directly responsible for how this building performs. So that is kind of how we looked at it. Now we're going to march around the building. You're going to get some exterior. This is just setting the building in the context. So in the middle is the new facility. To the left is the shopping center. You can see the racetrack just to the north. You see this a little three-dimensionally. And then this is looking the other direction. So the racetrack is on the bottom. The aquatic center is just sort of to the north of the facility. And you're seeing so sort of dark boxes that Lance talked about earlier. Those are the proposed PV canopies over parking. PV being photovoltaic solar panels. And then this is looking back directly across from Johnson, kind of a bird's eye view. So you're looking directly at the main entry in the middle with so wood panels on either side. It has a canopy over top of it to protect the entry. And then to the right, you see the one-story apparatus bay. You see the fire truck in front of it. And to the left, you see, below the building, you see that the visitor parking lot that Lance talked about that can also, we're trying to design it in a way where it doesn't always feel like a parking lot, or it could be used for a public event when there's that kind of need. So just step back a little bit further. When we were starting to think about how to construct this building, really focusing on three things again: resiliency and economy, looking at a tilt wall system. The reason we focused on a tilt wall system is really threefold. One, cost, because you get structure, you get enclosure, and you get security out, sort of like three for one out of this tilt wall system, and it's fast to build. Connecting with the fairgrounds and the agrarian pass, and we showed you images of Petaluma that we really responded to, and then making sure we're creating a civicness to the building that a facility of this type warrants. So these are some of the materials we're looking at, just kind of going from clockwise from the upper left-hand corner. That is a custom concrete tilt wall system that has artwork incorporated into it. So we're looking at that. That center top is a wood entry canopy. So we're doing something similar to that, where we're bringing in the warmth of wood at the entry to make this really a welcoming facility. The image on the upper right-hand corner is a sort of a custom perforated artwork metal piece that we'll show you in another exterior view of this building, because we have a corner where it's really, there's a great place for another piece of artwork there. On the lower right is some of the material we're looking at for site walls to around the perimeter. And then we have the wood paneling, the vertical wood paneling, which we're using at the entry and places to sort of create a little bit of privacy at the EOC. And then sort of middle left at the bottom, that's the concrete tilt wall panel that's set into a form that has little undulations to it. So it sort of harkens to some of the agrarian corrugated metal buildings that you see around Petaluma. But to be clear, it's not made of metal. It's made of concrete that's poured into a form, and it gives it that sort of sinuous shape. It can be very beautiful. And then on the left are these sort of vertical sunshades that will shade the windows that we have against the low sun. Just due to our orientation of the building, the vertical shades will work very well to shade those windows. Because the worst thing you want to do, the worst thing you can do is build a beautiful building, have lots of windows, and then have everyone draw their shades the first day, because you get too much sun. And then this is just showing those materials overlaid on one of the renderings. So you can see kind of from the bottom right around, that's that sort of custom artwork is in that area between the apparatus bay and the two-story building. And then you can see the wood slats. That's providing that sense of privacy at the EOC. Then you can see the corrugated concrete tilt wall image, the wood soffit, and the vertical sunshades. And then finally, you'll get a closer look. That bottom left-hand image is that metal art piece at the corner of Johnson and Kelsworth. This is just a larger image of that view. And then we're just sort of zooming in here. So this is really focusing in on the entry. So from all the way to the right is the one-story apparatus bay. And just to the left of that, that sort of articulated piece, that's that custom art tilt wall panel. Then to the left of that is the entry and the EOC. You can see that sort of transparent wood panel that's in front of the EOC. And you can start to see the vertical shading on the windows because we're getting low west sun, so those will shade those windows really well. Zooming in a little bit closer. You see the underside of the canopy a little bit better here. And then this is looking back from, I guess you're west here, back towards the apparatus bay. You can see the fire truck there and the fire red apparatus bay doors. The chief loves those. Got to have those. And then looking straight on. And then this is looking back really kind of from the intersection of Kennelsworth and Johnson, looking back the other way. And this last image is looking across the street from Kennelsworth. At the first floor of this building, because of the way this building really needs to lay out, we have a lot of sort of solid rooms here that really can't have windows. We have like a SWAT armory and a electrical room and mechanical rooms and things like nothing that can have a window. So we really thought this corner was a great opportunity to create a big art piece that really anchors the corner there, since that's a really visible corner. So this is a little bit of a placeholder, because if by its nature art, you would bring in an artist and they would design it. So this is a little bit of a placeholder, but this thought that Mary coined it, armature at the corner, and then we renamed it an artiture at the corner. Could be a really great sort of civic element for Petaluma. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. Lots to see. Lots of high function, but a lot of aesthetic too. So bringing it back to the dais here, I'd like to chat about how we're going to proceed with the rest of the evening. And I'd like to quickly ask the panel if they have any particular questions. And when I say questions, that's 25 words or less and then in a question mark. This is not the time for that long discussion. That comes later. And when we do that, we'll do the Planning Commission first, just ask through the Planning Commissioners, and then we'll go to the council members. And then we'll go to public comment on our new public safety facility. And if you have a comment on the public safety facility, please fill out a card, bring it to our clerk. And when that moment arrives, we will have that public dialogue. Often people are disappointed in this forum that it's public comment and not public question and answer. But I'm sure that if a comment resonates with council or commission, we will ask that back to our experts, or it may be that we provide a moment for our experts to address a few things that they've had notes on from the public. So we are trying to have a public engagement on this. And then when we conclude public comment, we'll bring it back up for more of a deliberative here. And there were certain points. I appreciate the staff's identifying the particular points where clarification and feedback are critical. So with that, I want to turn it over to our Planning Commission Chair to call in her folks. Jessica.
All right. Anyone on the Planning Commission have specific questions at this point? Commissioner Rakusin.
Thank you, and I appreciate the presentation. I think I gave a lot of context that answers some kind of big picture questions with how we got here. But a big picture question here for all my commentary: how locked in are we on certain elements of this design? The example that popped into my head when it comes to certain exterior materials, like if someone up here says, I don't like corrugation, is that still in play? Or site footprint, or certain elements, how far are we down this track in terms of what we can recommend? Is kind of everything on the table when it comes to exterior, or?
Okay, yeah. I think we've gone through a great deal of analysis and working with Mary in looking at what kind of contextual suggestions might be, what aspects of Petaluma might be opportunistic for kind of capturing to kind of respond to the context for the design. Our architects can speak more to that, but I can tell you that the design you see right now has been through several iterations of different material approaches, different looks and feel, and this has resonated very well with the people that have been involved to date. Now, that's not to say that we can't go in other directions, and that's one of the reasons we want to hear from this group. Is exactly that, what your response to the work to date is. So nothing is locked in per se. We're certainly budget conscious. We're looking to create the greatest aesthetic we can. being cognizant of the budget requirements and goals for the city, and being conscious of the desire to reflect aspects of Petaluma that we felt were opportunities for design inspiration. So we can entertain comments, and then we will discuss with the broader project group what we hear.
Thank you for that. That gives some good direction on where to center our commentary. Another question about the fairgrounds master plan that is forthcoming. You know, in the LPA project design narrative on page 3, section 4B, it calls out specific plans or master plans, and it is not mentioned. Can you describe, will there be some kind of simpatico with the upcoming plan? Is it, you know, because of timing and costs and getting this project done, we need to have this first and that plan will come later, and this will be kind of a static part that plan will build around? Or is there any crosstalk between them, just to kind of understand how those two will sit together?
I can jump on that one. So my background is in architecture and planning, and I've done a lot of civic master planning for communities throughout the Bay Area, throughout Northern California. So we are not immune and not blind to what we would anticipate to see coming out of a master plan for the fairgrounds. But we can't wait for it. The project goals, the financial goals for the city did require that we move forward, but we are flagging opportunities. You can see in the site plan areas where we have allowed for common entries, thinking forward about, you know, where our overflow parking needs might be met in a shared agreement with the fairgrounds master plan. So we would love to engage with the master plan as soon as they're available, and then be able to communicate what we foresaw as opportunities for shared use within the fairgrounds site. But we did need to move forward to stay on track for the project.
Understand the balance you're trying to strike there, and that's good to hear. You know, I also had questions about during construction, making sure that, you know, obviously we got a lot of feedback about site access, street access. I have a feeling that comes a little bit later in the process. Can anyone speak to that when it comes to, like, during construction, managing both active transportation, vehicular transportation around the site? Will that come later?
Are you talking about construction access?
Yeah, like a construction plan. I think that's going to come later in the process.
Yeah, generally the contractor will put that together as an actual submittal, but we're thinking ahead, and we're identifying that the lanes that we're using for site access are very likely going to be utilized by the contractor. But they'll look closer at it and submit a proposed construction plan.
Thank you for that before I get lost in those questions. And then I just wanted to confirm on the project design plan that we got, page A3.03. There's only 2 shade structures, but it sounds like definitively there are 3 PV shade structures over that parking area. That's correct?
Yeah, there could be 2 or 3, to put it simply. Yeah.
Okay.
It could be 2 or 3.
That's good to know. I
Yeah.
love opportunities for tree coverage, but I'll save that. And then the final piece, more opportunities for public input, if any, are forthcoming. Obviously, we're having this meeting here today. There's future entitlements with planning and city council. Maybe this is a question for the city. Is there a plan for any kind of mailer, charrette, you know, all the usual tools we have to let people know and submit, you know, feedback, or at least let them know this is going on?
We have started that outreach, and we'll continue to do that throughout the entitlement process.
Okay. Fantastic. And then for us as commissioners, council members, where's the best place to submit more specific feedback, examples? Would that be going to Mike, or what's the best way to get that to the project team?
It can come through Mike.
I don't want to volunteer you, but I do want to have a place to...
Can you repeat the question, please, Commissioner Kusin?
Just a place to send, if we have more detailed feedback, examples of other sites that we've seen that might be, you know, inspiration for the team, anything like that. Would it be okay for us to forward that to you?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you can. My email is on the project webpage in the planning. There's multiple web pages, but the planning current entitlement projects webpage, it's my contacts on there, and that's available for members of the public, or if you want to, as a commissioner, route it through other city channels, it can find its way to the planning division.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll save everything else for comment. Thank you.
I just want to add that the project manager, Paul Gahagan from the city, is not here today, but he was the kind of primary contact for the project. It probably best to copy Paul, because Paul will keep all of us in the loop as well. So Paul's probably the center point. Thanks.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Newell and then Ebner.
I appreciate the tight timeline that we're operating under. Mike, could you please elaborate on the CEQA process and when a draft CEQA document will become available? And then how does that timeline play out?
Well, so there will be a CEQA determination prior to hearing. So that's when it'll be brought forward with the entitlement application, and they'll be brought to the hearing together. At this stage, it's too early to say whether that's going to be, a document as opposed to an exemption where you might not have, as much of a robust review and more procedure. But yeah, so just at this stage, we've been looking at the site. Our environmental planners have been working with the applicant team, who's engaged with some consultants to prepare a select list of technical studies, air quality report. They've been looking at VMT assessment, noise study. So right now it's a pretty short list. But we're just ongoing. But it'll be brought forward, and we'll have a determination that we would bring to Planning Commission with the SPAR and the CUP, and then ultimately that final review authority would be council.
Thank you. Commissioner Ebner.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there are any sustainability targets that have been established for the building or fire resiliency, like design priorities put into place.
Sorry about that. We don't have any specific LEED goals at this point. We are complying with the goals the city planning has, but there aren't any specific LEED silver or anything like that at this point. But as you can see, we certainly are working towards a sustainable facility. A lot of the decisions we made were sort of really based around sustainability.
I'll just add that there are several lead AP designers on the team, including myself. What's been discussed with Paul from the very beginning is that we would like to incorporate good common sense sustainable principles for the project, but not spend the extra money for certification or lead review. So certainly sustainability and resiliency is a factor in the design process, but it wouldn't be a formal, beyond CalGreen certification, it wouldn't be a formal submission to lead.
And I'm Patrick Carter, Assistant to the City Manager. I've been participating in these discussions. This is being designed as an all-electric building as well, so I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yep, Commissioner Schlitt.
Just really quick, I assume the design team has analyzed alternative finishes, and I realize cost is essential here to keep it down, but was there any type of life cycle cost comparison of different finishes and what durability and maintenance is going to look like for this particular one that's being proposed compared to others?
We haven't done a formal life cycle cost analysis, but the finish that we've landed on, which is concrete, is...
Right, and it has some durability issues. It also has staining issues that could lead to some environmental concerns too.
It's probably the most durable material we could think of, and we're not adding another material on top of that. So
Does that material get cleaned?
It can be cleaned, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are those chemicals? Who's going to choose those chemicals?
I can't answer that.
Okay, thank you.
There was a question posed prior to the meeting that was emailed around by staff, and the answer to the cleaning question was power washing. So water, I think, will be the main cleaning solution at high pressures. Any further questions from Planning Commission? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to you. Oh, under the wire. Yep, Commissioner Ebner.
Sorry, so question related to, I guess, budget, just doing the quick math. We're at about $1,225 a square foot for the construction cost. Do we feel pretty confident? I understand there's a contingency in place, but with the design build delivery model, like that's a feasible number for the amenities and what's been presented today?
Yeah, I mean, I think the goal of the project has been paramount in the design process to deliver the project for the numbers that you're seeing. We've been very careful to kind of adhere to what we think are, and we understand are ways of achieving that, including, at every turn, shortest schedule possible. The materiality that we can afford for that price, reductions in program paramount from the very beginning. We've taken every step and made every decision and take advantage of every shared use opportunity to bring the project within the parameters that we were given. We feel confident that this can be achieved, although I'll be honest, we just have to keep that approach and be absolutely rigorous about it, because there is no room. There's no fluff here. There is no room for going wrong. So we're confident of the numbers, given that we can stay on that course.
Okay, yep, Commissioner Goldman.
Regarding the all-electric proposal, does that include battery backup as well, or are there additional type of needs that emergency services have that require more robust or, I guess, usual versions of backup that you would be looking for?
When we say all electric, I have to throw in the caveat that this is an essential service facility in the state of California, and a backup generator is paramount to the success of this facility and meeting the criteria for essential facilities, backup power, and continued operation. So given that, we are planning on a non-electric generator as part of the design, but infrequently used, and other than that, an all-electric facility. There are code requirements for photovoltaic and battery, not backup, but battery assist to maximize the efficiency of the photovoltaic system that we're looking at right now. We're meeting with the building department and determining is it a mandatory or is it an optional code requirement. We're still working with the building official and trying to make that determination, but we've been planning for that to be included in the project in addition to being an all-electric facility, so we can have on-site electric generation and a battery assist.
Thank you. Any further questions on the Planning Commission side? Seeing none, take it away.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Council members, I'd like to start on this side and run across the dais. So Council Member Shribs.
Thank you. Thank you. There's excellent changes all made and progress made. So I have questions around two topics. One is security in general and several specific things, and then also future technology that might be coming down so that we can accommodate for future concepts. In the security area, having worked at a school that had almost bulletproof walls built into it as part of the plan, what type of securities for the glass frontage, the walls, especially around the armory area to prevent break-ins, and any other securities, and also technology. Someone that's trying to invade technically through the technology systems. What type of security systems are being put in place both physically and technically? Thank you.
Absolutely. And I appreciate the question because it's something centric, especially since this is a blended facility. It's something that you don't see necessarily at fire departments, but you see at a police department. And so we have a lot of security measures that are existing facility, and we're carrying those over, but we're also modernizing those things. So secured parking is a legitimate concern. We've seen some of our regional partners that haven't had secured parking having to secure their parking because staff have been assaulted, vehicles have been vandalized. We've had, surprisingly, even in our current location, we've had people break into our secured parking lot, try to access our building or secure areas. So that is super important. It also allows for us to maintain a barrier around our facility. So we have confidentiality, we have privacy concerns for people that may be in our custody or that are coming into secure detention. It also ensures that our vehicles that are in the fleet are maintained in operational readiness, ready to go. We can keep our safety equipment in there. And then as far as the security measures, one of the most robust measures is really the structure of the building. A tilt-up concrete wall is ballistically one of the best materials that we could provide. We're evaluating ballistic windows and paneling in our lobby areas. There's glazing options that we're considering. Many of those are things that we either have or have not had and have had security assessments of our existing facility and found to be deficient in those areas. And we're also finding areas where we can have certain materials and equipment stored outside in those accessory buildings rather than inside the building. We have a lot of certain special equipment and crisis response equipment that is inappropriate for storing inside of our facility. And then as far as technology solutions, some of the reason within the secure parking lot you heard about line of sight, highlighting, not necessarily as many trees as we'd like to see, but those visual, we call them those SEPTED concepts, those environmental design concepts of improving lighting, improving vision. It creates a security barrier. It creates areas for us to maintain observation. We're doing video surveillance on the perimeter of the building, some access control measures. We have access control in our current building, which is why I wear the lanyard so I can get into my own facility. And all those things as we look at upgrading our network and city infrastructure. We're working, one of our partners on the project that we'd introduce is our city IT team. So they are building the infrastructure and those secure mechanical workspaces that are those common areas. And I think that we're also finding the benefit of being a shared facility that we can provide some of the security improvements that the fire department hasn't seen at their other facilities in this common facility because we can accomplish it at the same time through mutual goals.
Okay, thank you. Pretty comprehensive there. It wasn't in the original documents I was reading. The other question is now on the future technology that may be coming. I know we've got a helicopter that's been shown off coming to the fairgrounds on events and things, but as we go more to EV vehicles on combinations of small pod type small vehicles, or pods is what they're called, and even now there's a huge amount of work technology I'm seeing happening in the flying car, and there's even designs for ambulances and police and medical and also surveillance of drone-like materials, but manned, people inside going very quickly for timing. And there's even planes now that can lift off and go somewhere and come back with a full medical facilities inside it, all electric.
I'm going to go to this over the 25-word limit.
Yes. So I
understand where you're going with that.
So where we're going. So what is the to incorporate this future technology? Where is it going to be, and how are we going to incorporate it into this facility?
Yes. And I'll ask that replies come in the form of 25 words so we can get to our audience here.
The community may have seen we're currently piloting 2 all-electric vehicles in our patrol fleet. Just in the last couple of weeks, we have the benefit of a recent grant from the council's approval. So that is our first real charging station. We have no charging stations that are hardwired in. So we will be making those infrastructure investments with the photovoltaic canopies at the new facility. We've talked about having roof access for a drone first responder future plan. That wouldn't be something that's feasible in our current location, isolated on one side of the city, but a central location provides a great opportunity for that. And I know that EVOTLs and some of those vendors that are in that market for the flying vehicles we're looking at just getting through the EV portion at this point in time. But I know the proximity to maybe a future resiliency center, having the emergency operations center, having a fire staff and company at the location, if we ever had to have a helicopter landing, the fairground seems like a really good location next door.
Good. Thank you for including that in the thoughts and the plans. So you did mention the like having an evacuation center as a future. So how is this building going to be coordinated with an evacuation center and planning out for that type of situation? Where are we going with that? Are we including those thoughts now?
Yeah, so right now, if you're familiar with our current facility, we've been historically operating an emergency operations center in the police headquarters, which is also my lunchroom, my briefing room, patrol division, training room, and it's our EOC. So really convoluted and complicated to do while maintaining operations, which when we've activated over the last 15 times the last 5 years, our EOC, maintaining operations is incredibly challenging and almost it's super impactful. So this building, as proposed, has a dedicated, isolated emergency operations center. I think what we envision and what we've heard through the Fair Future Master Planning is opportunities for a resiliency center that would work in conjunction with an emergency operations center, potentially at the fairgrounds. And then I think we look forward to the opportunity where the fairgrounds was invaluable during Tubbs fires and other recent disasters, where we want those operations to continue. We want to support them, but having proximity right there next to them is the best way that we can be supportive while also not stepping on top of each other by being inside the same building.
Thank you. That's all for now.
Wonderful. Councilmember Quint.
No questions at this time.
Councilmember DeCarli.
First off, thank you, Chiefs, for showing up and your enthusiasm in your reports, and for bringing all your guys and gals with you, and to LPA and staff for your presentations as well. My first question is, when was this site first identified as a potential location for the facility?
I know for the fire department, when we did our comprehensive analysis through Center for Public Safety Management in 2020, I gotta look at my notes, 21, 22, it was recognized that there should be a central location. So the fairgrounds property was one of several we looked at that would potentially be centrally located. I think when we did the Public Safety Facility Master Plan, that's when those different sites were evaluated, and the fairgrounds, somewhere in that fairgrounds property was identified as being not the exact location, but would be suitable and the best benefit for not only freeway access, crosstown access. So 2021, 2022, 2023, we've done so many studies.
Yeah, no, and the reason I ask is it lined up very closely to when the city assumed control of the property and that lease ended, and so I didn't know if there were conversations prior to or when it might have come about.
I'd say I don't think those two tie together, other than when the city, when the citizens of Petaluma regained really access and control of that site, it created new opportunities, whether it's a resiliency center, whether it's programming, but also the opportunities to increase public safety response potential, not only for the fairground site itself, which this will do, but also for a city central location.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to try and keep us focused on the points that staff is asking, concerns for the structure itself and that.
Well, this next one's somewhat related. How much do we anticipate annual maintenance be, and what this might add to the budget? Have there been any studies conducted yet to determine that?
I don't know if we have the exact analysis. We defer to LPA on that. What I can tell you from being in an aging facility this month alone, I've had HVAC systems go out. I have a server room that doesn't have proper climate control, and so all of our information and databases are failing. I have staff that are working out of closets, sinks that don't work, urinals that are breaking. The list is really endless. We're in a recommissioned building that was not built for a public safety purpose, and it's been hard used for 40 years. And the day that we moved into our facility, there were discussions that it was undersized and there was needed to be additional buildings built in that at that time for additional growth. But the cost right now is we're looking at not having to do daily maintenance that is really adding up, and it's not budgeted currently.
Yeah. No, I can appreciate that, and I'm sympathetic to it, and I know you guys are in a shoebox over there. I just wonder how that will change the budget going forward. How many staff will be staffed at the facility?
So the police department is going to be completely relocating all of operations and all of our 103 employees to that facility. As soon as it's being built, we forewent a short-term remodel and have invested those fundings into this project, both because it was going to be expensive and kind of, just to your point, throwing good money at bad money, as well as highly disruptive towards our operations. Additionally, I think I'll let the fire chief answer his specific question, but we're looking at adding some staff.
Great, thanks for the question. This is an opportunity. Currently, our ladder truck, which is used for reaching taller buildings, it's for deploying water from a higher elevation. It's got our auto extrication equipment, et cetera. It's currently cross-staffed with the fire engine at Station 2 on North McDowell, because that's the only place it fits. So the same company or the same crew goes to whichever apparatus is needed at the time, which creates challenges, as you can imagine. So Measure H is also going to be giving us funding for personnel to staff that ladder truck permanently at that fairground site. So day one, the ladder truck will be staffed there with 4 personnel. And then our on-duty battalion chief, who's currently at the D Street station, will be reassigned to there. We have a basic life support part-time ambulance with 2 EMTs that's staffed during the day. They'll be run out of that facility. Currently, they're staging there or at our D Street station. And then we have about 8 administrative personnel who are currently in leased office space next to the D Street station. Next to the D Street station, and a couple of us in the D Street station. But during its remodel, that'll be coming soon, that office space is getting used for other essential items. So administrative personnel, the staff ladder truck, the battalion chief, and a few ambulance personnel. And then also we've built in capacity for during red flag warnings and winter storm upstaffing to be able to upstaff and have surge capacity when the time's necessary from that central location. Thanks.
Thank you. So both chiefs, you kind of answered it a little bit, but do we anticipate decommissioning or phasing out any existing facilities or anything as you move into this new one?
Yeah, the police department will be completely abandoning the current police headquarters and moving into this location.
And that's city-owned, correct?
It is.
Okay. What has there been any discussion as to what may happen next at those sites?
So, Councilmember DeCarly, the city has to go through the surplus lands process through HCD when you sell a city property, and the first offer would be to affordable housing developers, as required by law.
Okay. I didn't realize we were going to sell them. I didn't know if we were going to repurpose them somehow or. Okay.
No, that building is past its useful life. So.
And then, I would like to talk about aesthetics with the building. I appreciate LPA's work on it. But I did look through your site a little bit, some of your other projects. They're very nice. But this building is very modern. There's nothing that screams Petaluma about it to me. And, it looks very similar to a lot of other projects that you've done. And so I wonder if we could look at maybe, adding something like some more brick to the exterior or, wood or faux wood if it can't be combustible. Doing more of a, pitched roof, at least, to the center. I know there's going to be a lot of accessories and units up top. But, something to, because, I want a building that the community is going to be very proud of. It's likely it's going to be around for a very, very long time. And so I would like a building that everyone can be proud of and look at and be like, wow, that looks great, you know. And so I think, you know, adding things like brick, though it's probably going to be more expensive, in the long run, it's a warmer feel. It gives it more color.
I'm going to ask you to maybe save that for the comment dialogue period.
Yeah.
So that we can get these quick questions and get out to the public again quick.
Yeah.
So good comment. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So can we consider more design adding elements like that into it? Is that something that would be possible that we can receive in a
I think that
later
goes to the
version or
question of whether we're
iteration?
locked in now, and I think the answer to that question was we're not locked in. There's some room to have that dialogue about what the aesthetic feel from all the body is. So next question.
I have some stuff that could be combined into comments, so I'll save it.
Perfect. Great. Thank you. Councilmember now.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I have to say I'm feeling like I'm back to the future, because I was sitting up here 20 years ago as a council member, and we were contemplating what we were going to do and how we were going to build this new, and we even had I think a groundbreaking. But now here we are, and it's the future, looking towards the future. I have some practical questions about the roadway behind the facility that's going to be going to the fairgrounds. It's not listed as a public roadway, and it looks like it might be 2 lanes. I'm not sure. I would like someone to explain that roadway behind the facility before you get to the Speedway parking lot.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think being sensitive to the ongoing fairgrounds master planning, we didn't want to design any roadways that go continuously. So both on the sides, those are initially access roads. The one on the exits towards the pool swim center is going to be strictly for emergency vehicle response, because that's where our staff will be primarily going out. The rear one, that both of which will dead end temporarily. The one to the rear by the Speedway, I think, is envisioned both, it's bi-directional for staff coming in that gate or leaving that gate, as well as there's still a gate for the Speedway there, so there's access to go into the Speedway off there. But we're not encouraging or seeking the public to drive down it or park down it. It's envisioned to be really an emergency response route for those vehicles. And then should down the road through the future master planning process it align with other opportunities there, we would want to tie into that and build off of those. And I think that's part of that investments of the infrastructure, the planning, the utilities. These are all investments into that future master planning process.
The reason I ask is currently during the Speedway, when the Speedway event is over and everybody's trying to exit at 9:45, it's quite packed with traffic. And also parks now have gates and they close, and the fairground is considered a park, and so it closes, I think, at 10 o'clock and opens at 7 in the morning. And so I didn't see a gate in the design. So if
I'll let that be good feedback.
Okay.
That sounds like feedback.
Okay. Also, being practical, how is the construction in 2026? Is it going to be before or after June's fair? And the Speedway goes through, I want to say, October. So I want a construction timeline thinking about our community events next summer.
Yeah, working with the design build entity contractor when they get on board, we'll be looking at phased construction. So there may be an opportunity beforehand to get in and do the demolition and maybe do some grading, but we want to be respectful of whatever events that the fairgrounds needs to facilitate, and all of that will have to be worked into the construction scheduling with the design build entity. But generally, we're looking at a construction start in June, and
I'd be happy if we were out there by June. That would be a goal.
I'll save my rest for later. Thank you.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Thank you. So one thing is there, right now that we're renting space for equipment, So will that equipment now be on this site?
Yes, it's planned for to be on the site.
Okay, thank you very much. And the other thing is, for me, mobility is really important. And I talked with Chief Schock today, and I think you shared what I said. And I just really want to make sure that the mobility is really looked at, even though it's separate from the project impacts this area. And the way that curve is at Johnson, you have kids from the little skateboard park and from the pool crossing over. And I just want to make sure that this area is safe as can be. And I know, like, sometimes the word roundabout is scary for people, but there are, like, safe islands on roundabouts, especially when you have a lot of different type of pedestrians there as kids, people going into the Target Center. And then that goes back to this lane on the south side of the building. That'll be opened. It's not gates to get through, so there will be pedestrian access, correct?
Yeah, that's 100% correct. And as you saw with the one graph in the LPA slides, we've done a really good work with our active transportation team and safe mobility to try to align the multi-use paths and bike trails and pedestrian access into part of the broader active transportation plan. And then I would say to some of the traffic safety concerns, you know, the Live Oak School is relocating, so we've reduced the number of youth that are in that area on a daily volume, as well as we coincidentally see when police are present, reductions in speed and better behaviors. And so what better solution than
That's a really good
being
point.
right there and visible?
I like that answer. Thank you very much. And then I do want to talk about, it seems like in the parking area, there are not a lot of trees, or I'm not sure if there's trees back there, but, we're always looking at heat islands and how to reduce that. And I know the photovoltaics will do that, but there's still going to be, that's 124 parking spaces. So I just want to make sure that that's looked at to see how it could be done and work. And I understand where they can't be and where they possibly could be. And I think that's it for now, but I do want to say I've been waiting a long time for this, and I'm going to be alive to see it actually built. And that is very exciting, so thank you very much.
Great. Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, just a few questions. The $5 million from land sale, is that from the existing police station, or are there other sites in that as well?
It's the police station and the property. Yeah.
Okay. On the overflow parking out there at the back, there was mention as like overflow parking and then also stormwater retention. Can we just talk a little bit more about that? Because it's a fairly sizable chunk of property that currently seems like it's just not programmed. Can you say a little bit more about what exactly that's going to look like? And yeah.
I'll start maybe highlighting the need, and then I'll turn it over to Lance to explain maybe how it's being envisioned. But one of the things, and really being fiscally responsible in this project, as you recall, when the prior master planning, it was a much larger facility. We have really shaved and reduced and gone to, 105 employees from my building are moving in there. All of our operations, it's lean, and we're hearing and we're learning from other partners that have built facilities recently. You don't have an opportunity to add space inside the building once it's designed. So they're talking about projecting increased property storage. We have the oversized vehicle storage. We have potential needs there. And so we're envisioning if we have to add an additional accessory building onto that, we can also design it so it's not needed to be to the level of an essential service level, which is 10 times to code and really, really expensive. And we can maybe move some of those services that are currently in the building if we have future growth, and move that into an accessory building that is more affordable, that's not necessary to the same standard, and allow this to be a project that we're not moving into day one or year 10 that is no longer viable. It has some growth there. And so we shaved that initial site plan down from 5 acres to just over 3, if I'm remembering correctly, trying to be sensitive to that. And we're also envisioning opportunities there on the site development to do some of those water retention. And I'll turn it over to Lance to comment further on that.
So some of the measures that the chief had just mentioned, it's great in the sense in terms of being able to reduce costs and reduce the amount of footprint but then it becomes a challenge in regards to manage that stormwater that's necessary. Typically, there's a particular ratio of site that you have to set aside to be able to facilitate the stormwater on a particular area or on a particular site. And so with that overflow parking being in the south portion of the site, it also is a lower portion of the site, which makes sense in terms of how we would actually direct the water to that space. And so while it be a great space for overflow parking, it doubles for that stormwater. It would be great if we were to be able to utilize that overall zone, but we've broken it down within the overall site systematically to where the majority of it can be outside of the footprint of future growth and expansion, and still allow for that site to be developed later in the future and still maintain that stormwater element within the site.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Can I do one quick add?
Of course.
Barnacle? One other thing is, as we laid it out, there's the egress or ingress from the Target shopping center that enters or that exits onto Kenilworth. And as originally planned, it wasn't right in a line with that Target shopping center road. That's also the active transportation bike route over the pedestrian freeway access. And so to make it a cleaner four-way intersection and to have that multi-use path, bicycle route, to go right from that overpass through the shopping center right directly into the fairgrounds property. Now, as mentioned, we just terminated, and that's for future planning on where that goes, but it created a good gateway for the racetrack access, for pedestrian access, and allowed us that little bit of capability for the other things you heard about today.
Thank you. I see that now that I'm looking at it. So on the materials, I'm going to form this as a question. What are some of the alternative materials that were considered but weren't selected? Just because I'm not an architect and I don't know if I like concrete, but I don't know what other materials might even be on the table.
We looked at brick.
Okay.
And we looked at metal siding. In concrete, those were the three primary. We landed on concrete, and specifically the sort of formed concrete to give it sort of a rich texture because of, number one, the resiliency, sort of long-term durability of it, and because we wouldn't have to add additional materials. The concrete we're going to have regardless because that's the structure of the building. So anything we put on top of that is additive in terms of cost, less resilient.
So just to rephrase what I think I heard there, don't step away yet, pretty much any additional materials would be in a notable increase in cost.
Correct.
Okay. Do you get cost savings if you don't have the wavy concrete?
Some.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then I'm going to phrase this as a question as well. Can someone after the meeting send us a list of facilities in the nearby region where some of these materials have been used, just so we can go check them out?
We can show you tilt wall structures all day. I don't think there's probably a facility in the area that has the exact sort of shape and form of the tilt wall that we're proposing.
Okay.
It'll be pretty unique.
Awesome.
I don't know how far you'd have to go to see that.
Yeah, that's all right. It's
You
just
have to
hard
get on
see.
the airplane.
Yeah, it's hard to see with some of this, but yeah, maybe just some more imagery of
Sure.
it actually in the wild or something like that. Thanks. Those are all my questions.
Yep.
Thank you. I would just like to ask, will there be any fueling on the property for the staff vehicles, service vehicles, and where's the diesel tank? So 2 questions. Fueling.
Yeah. So I think we'd be using what our existing model is, which is we don't keep any fuel on site. We don't have any fuel services on site. And in the events of an emergency operation, we work with our public works partners to bring fuel for the generation services needed.
Thank you. And then the Emergency Operations Center room, EOC, I'm wondering how large it is. I know the fire department now uses regional training at Lucchese Center, and is it big enough so that the fire trucks aren't there at the farmer's market anymore?
Yeah, we are really bad about that timing when we do that training. So yes, the Emergency Operations Center, it's just over 1,000 square feet. And it could accommodate a room set up as an emergency operations center, but also as a classroom to accommodate about 40 students. So yes, it'll be that emergency operations center. Hopefully, primarily will be used for department training, events where the fire department or the police department are engaging the public with the citizen academy or other such things. So yes, it'll be used for many other things, and including, and that's the beauty of it, it's right in the center of town, so it helps with response times when we do need to get together in one place.
When you have, if you have regional trainings there, would you allow all the regional vehicles into your yard? Does the yard kind of allow for that kind of overflow capacity?
It's pretty tight, but we'll make anything work that we need to.
You've been doing it so far.
Yeah.
Councilmember DeCarli.
I just had one question about where are attendees of the racetrack, when there's races, when, during the fair, people use the front parking lot, and then there's equipment that's stored there from the carnival operators. Where will that parking now be diverted or go with the loss of that?
I know that our community, Ingrid, I forgot Ingrid's title. Ingrid's met with Rick at the racetrack and talked about some of the plans and what we're looking to do to seek his feedback and input on how to best accommodate all parties. And it wasn't really easy to see on some of the slides, but with the new raceway entrance, it's also a public safety facility entrance off of Kenilworth. That road can go down, and we have schematics of parking that essentially would go between the public safety facility and where the fair concourse operates. There's land in between there that can be used as parking and still access the raceway. So I don't have all the details, hard to explain it without the drawing, but we can share that, what's been imagined, and get better detail on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Let's get to our public comment period on this item. And I'd like to ask the clerk if we received any online emails ahead of time about this.
We have. I believe we received 21. Those were posted to the website. And I have also received several cards. There's a rush. Okay. Oh. Thank you. Members attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their respectful in their comments, and a reminder that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
So we have 15 people who would like to speak on this subject, and I'm going to ask the clerk to set the clock at 2 minutes for each person who wishes to speak. If you're just excited that we're finally getting to this point, you can say "Go team" and not take the whole 2 minutes. And if someone has made the point and you want to reiterate it, you can say "Me too" and maybe not use the whole 2 minutes. But if you have content you want in there for the 2 minutes, it's there for you to speak. And so I would like to start with Luke Maselli, and this should be followed by John Hanania.
Yeah, my name is Luke Maselli. I feel like I'm a stakeholder in this thing because it's been a couple-year journey, I think, of the whole fairground. I want to say circus, but all the planning that's gone through kind of seems to me like it's a little bit blurry, and I'm a little bit concerned, not that we don't need the infrastructure, and not that they don't need a new house, the police and fire department, but that we're doing all this before we have an idea, a better scope of what's going on at the fairgrounds. So I think I'm just commenting on it. I think it's a little bit hasty to start this project and then kind of figure out where we're going afterwards, as opposed to kind of coming up with finishing the master plan for the fairgrounds and then working on this project. I know that's going to push timelines and possibly budget, but I think it's worthwhile, and I think that's responsible design. Other than that, I mean, yeah, I'm all for it, but there's a little bit of site concern there. I think, like I said, being a neighbor, I want it to be very accessible to the community, and this could change things over there. Thank you.
Thank you. John Hananiad should be followed by Catherine Wells and Mary Briscoe.
Good evening. I don't see no bottle of champagne. This is actually, it's taken a long, long time in the making. It's long overdue, but I do have concern. And I don't want to mix my concern with the progress. My concern is, if you recall, Kevin, when you became a mayor, the question I asked, and I echo what the gentlemen have said, the master plan. And you, your exact words said, we need a master plan. And the question I said back then, okay, are you going to carve the fairground? And the response was no. And if all of you were paying attention to what the fire chief just said, when the citizen took back the fairground, but it doesn't seem like the citizen took the fairground. Okay, it seemed that you guys are trying to do the same thing over and over. The cart before the horse, and trying to shove progress down the community's throat. And I do echo what the gentlemen before me have said. Where's all the information about the input from the community? Okay, and why aren't we putting the police department and the fire department, the safety center, where the parking lot in the front? Okay, and keeping the fairground a park-like has been designated for since 1910. Why isn't it moved next to the library where the park is, and moving the park back there? So the location is the issue. And also, you know, I know this is not answering question. Chief, is the traffic unit, is it going to still be at Peyran, or is it going to be moving to the facility? So anybody knows if that traffic unit is going to be still at Peyran, or is it going to be moved to the facility? Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Wells and Mary Brusco, to be followed by Kevin Foster.
Good evening, Mayor McDonnell, City Council members, Planning Commission members, and City Manager Flynn. This letter was entered into the record. I think you have it, but I'd like to read it here tonight as well. So we are here on behalf of the Petaluma Policing Foundation. And in order to read, I have to put my glasses on. The Petaluma Policing Foundation wholeheartedly supports the plan to construct a new public safety facility at the fairgrounds. There are multiple reasons our board supports this, including but not limited to the long-standing need for modernization of our public safety facilities. The new facility will provide adequate space for current and future needs and will also allow for more efficient operations, as this facility will be specifically designed with the intent to serve a public safety role. Some of the specific benefits that will come from this project include a central location for the EOC to respond to wildfires, evacuations, earthquakes, and flooding, ADA and OSHA compliant public safety facilities, modernization of police dispatch, and faster response times due to a more central location for the police department, as has been noted. The police department is currently housed in a former mortuary, which the department has been in since 1989. Former jail cells are used for storage. There's no restroom in dispatch, and the police department has long outgrown the space. Additionally, the police department is located in the northwest portion of Petaluma. A more central location will result in faster response times to the southern parts of the town. Finally, the new facility will provide appropriate and modern amenities for a diverse workforce for public safety professionals that supports their wellness and operational needs. We encourage you to move forward with this project. It will benefit the entire community, and we believe the proposed location on the fairgrounds property will have a very little impact to the existing use and any future use of the property.
Thank you very much.
Last sentence, sorry.
Way to go. Kevin Foster, to be followed by Rick Garth.
All right, good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and members of our commissioning plan. My name is Kevin Foster, and I'm here not just as a member of community, but also a graduate of the 2024 Community Police Academy. Now, as a business owner in our wonderful city, I've been able to see actually the transparency of our police department over the last several years. And I strongly support the relocation of both the police and fire headquarters. This will improve our response times for myself as a community member and everyone here. This will also enhance the fairgrounds by being a huge part of our community. And again, as I say, as a graduate of the Community Police Academy, I urge everyone here, if possible, to be a member and join the community so you can actually see this transparency of the growth of our department and truly the care that they put into our community as community leadership. I believe this project will benefit all of us, putting public safety services at a central point in the fairgrounds, and by connecting and continuing to improve and protect, but also celebrate the land that's there. And that's the key factor that I see, to celebrate the fairgrounds for what it can be and to protect that for our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Rick Garth, to be followed by Mac Thompson. Thompson. That'd be name.
Rick Faith, Petaluma Speedway. Mr. Mayor, council members, planning commission members, city staff. So I guess I'm the guy that puts the people in that famous grandstand slide every Saturday night. Also, I just want to, if we still want to have a speedway, obviously that's about I don't have the bandwidth for the fancy slides and everything, but there's about 7/8 of the existing parking lot that, according to that overlay for the new safety center, would take away about 300 parking spots. So there definitely needs to be an alternative parking plan if we still want to have. Forget about Speedway for a second. If you want to have events at the fairgrounds, at any scale, probably above the quinceañera level, you're going to need 300 parking spots. The sustainability and viability of the Speedway come into play, just so we all understand that, with that amount, that few of parking spots. So the good news is that there is land available if it's about repurposing the fairgrounds. The carnival lot, if we looked over there the last couple of weekends, is being parked with vehicles. So I'm confident by using NOS Concourse, by repurposing with the loss of Live Oak, certain parking structures and parking, the ability to relocate parking and reimagine the facility, that the Speedway will maintain its viability and sustainability. But as of right now, with that overlay and those 52 spots, that's not the case. So I look forward to continuing to work with the city staff, with Ingrid's department, Parks and Rec, for that parking plan, alternative parking plan, so that the Speedway can still survive and thrive. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Mac Thompson, to be followed by Tom Saragusa.
Good evening. My name is Mac Thompson. I'm the union president for the Petaluma Firefighters, Local 1415. This is Reed Dott with the Peace Officers Association of Petaluma. So we're here representing your employees of Unit 6 and Unit 7. And we first want to just take a moment of our time to just thank the city leadership working right here, the holding public office, and the time that you spend to get the gears turning. I know this is an exciting project, but we understand the long hours that are, and the thankless hours that are put into this. So really, to Mayor McDonald, Vice Mayor Now, the entire city council, and the Planning Commission, as well as City Manager Flynn, entire city staff, Chief Schock and Chief Miller, and all those that I can't think to recognize at the moment. Just thank you for your tireless efforts to this. Even though it's a rewarding experience and exciting times, it's a lot of work, and we really appreciate it. We're here right now, the two of us, is to really just enthusiastically support this project. We are excited about the collaboration between police and fire, and the countless calls that we go on together, and the critical, simple calls, but also the disasters that are coming ahead of us. The ability to be together in a facility and working closely together just makes our service to the community that much stronger. Putting a facility right in the center of town, even though our 3 stations are in sort of perfect locations, having a 4th station, which is critical, is putting that right in the middle of town is ideal. And then the ladder truck itself, very well that we are here diligently fighting for the city as a labor group, as your employees, to help with Measure U, Measure H, and continuing to help the revenue to make these projects happen. So thank you. And just with that, I also want to invite you all, please come to the fire station, to the police station, and visit us anytime. See the facilities that we have. Thank you.
Thanks, Mac. And Tom Saragusa to be followed by Rebecca Carpenter.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Chiefs. Tom Saragusa, I've been a resident of Petaluma since 1984. I was in the fire service from 1976 through 2017. I've been intimately involved in many ways with the Petaluma Fire Department. I was also a member of the Citizens Committee for their master plan focused on public safety back in 1996 when, if you remember going back into the 80s, 3 stations, still have 3 stations, benchmarks for getting a ladder truck, adding medic units. The synergy that exists right now for where you're at to accomplish this goal, the firefighters won't say it, but the frustration of their current facilities, their current staffing, underwhelming. And for them to get to this with your help and your guidance to be able to accomplish this for the citizens of Petaluma, remarkable. So don't give up, don't get stalled, keep your eye on the prize. When it came to the question, I heard of sustainability and construction features. I'll say bluntly, you can't go cheap on the fit and finish. This is a facility that you want to last. I saw 44 stations in the San Francisco Fire Department rebuilt by various contractors. Some lasted 3 or 4 years before repairs were needed, and some were built with quality workmanship. So keep your eye on the fit, finishes, and sustainability of what you're building. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Carpenter to be followed by Reed David.
Hello. I was a panelist with the Healthy Democracy Fairground Group, and we definitely talked about having police and fire on the fairgrounds. It wasn't maybe the top idea in the final report, but if you go to it online, you'll find it. It's definitely in there, that we did talk about it, so I'm not shocked to see that you guys are doing this. Also, we want it to be very park-like, so I get it about the fence and safety and all of that, but we really want to see a lot of trees. We want it to be park-like, and that's what we're rooting for. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Reed Dott, are you, okay, did you good? Thank you. And then Jeff Veliket to be followed by Karis Florid. Charles. Should let you.
I think Charles Flores, yeah.
Yeah.
Let me look at him. I got that handwriting, so I can.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Jeff Veliquet. I'm the Fire Chief of Rancho Adobe Fire District, and I'm here tonight as a member of the board of the Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association and representing our president, Steve Aker. This is a letter that was penned by our president I'd like to read to the board. On behalf of the Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association, I write to express our strong support for the proposed Police Fire Emergency Operations Center, public safety building in the city of Petaluma. This project represents significant and necessary investment in public safety infrastructure for one of Sonoma County's largest and most strategically located cities. As public safety leaders throughout the county, we understand the demands placed on fire, EMS, and law enforcement agencies, demands that require modern, resilient facilities capable of supporting coordinated responses and daily emergencies and large-scale disasters. The proposed facility will enhance Petaluma's ability to deliver emergency services, coordinate multi-agency response, and ensure continuity of government during crisis. Furthermore, we support the City of Petaluma's position that funding from Sonoma County's Measure H sales tax is appropriate and intended use. The language and intent of Measure H are clear: to support and enhance the fire and emergency services across the county. Investing in Measure H funds in a critical public safety capital project such as this particular one improves operational capacity, regional coordination, disaster resilience, and is consistent with both the letter and spirit of the measure. The Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association views this facility not only as a benefit to the Petaluma residents, but as a regional asset that will enhance mutual aid capacity and improve outcomes across jurisdictional boundaries. And we urge your continued support and prioritization of this project and respectfully advocate for the allocation of Measure H funds.
Thank you very much.
As part of the financing strategy.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Charles, is it Flores? Charles, thank you. To be followed by Kathleen Funk Spickner.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Carlos Flores. I am here representing my Local 83, painters and drywall finishers here in Petaluma. We have over 300 plus members, and what I'm asking for is consideration for this project to go under a project labor agreement for the following reasons. Project labor agreements help to get to that goal that you're asking of predictable costs and speedy completions. We're going to be able to keep the money here in Petaluma because you can set the language where we can focus on local hires. We're going to project labor agreements contribute to safety because a lot of folks that go through these programs are 5-year apprenticeship programs like our own. So we have training on safety measures and all kinds of things. And sometimes, you know, we'll say that it's a project, it's a public works project, so there's a DIR, there's all kinds of different protections, but those aren't enough. And I want to give you an example of what occurred when, as an organizer at the San Rafael Safety Center as it was being constructed. I came across a company, a paint company, that was exploiting their workers just outright because what would happen was it's prevailing wage, workers are getting paid prevailing wage, but every Monday they had to go to the bank, cash their check, and give back half the check to the owner in his companies. I have records from the payroll department. I have, you know, and the only reason they weren't convicted or followed up was because these workers were undocumented workers and they were scared to come forward. So what project labor's agreements do is help protect that, because especially in this day and age when we have workplace raids occurring for documented and undocumented workers, we can put language in PLAs that help protect all our workers. So I just ask that we consider a project labor agreement. I'll reach out to you all and put you in contact with the building trades president, Mr. John Medina. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathleen Fung Spickner, and to be followed by Tim Porteous.
Good evening. That was pretty darn close. I'm Kathleen Funky Spiker, and I'm here tonight representing, well, myself, but also volunteer auxiliary radio communications for Sonoma County. I'm a certified disaster service worker. I volunteer through the county as an emergency radio operator, and I would just request that our need for infrastructure in the new EOC be considered in the design process. Certain things such as antennas and mesh nodes for for emergency data communications are necessary to be considered in that design process. That infrastructure needs to be built in at the beginning. And so I would ask that that those needs be considered for a location close to the EOC. Currently, we operate out of the police chief's cabinet in his office. So anyways, yeah, we all know that that building is outdated. But anyways, and also on a personal note, I would also like to see, would like to echo one of the previous speakers in that I do feel like we're maybe moving a little bit fast, and understand the need for that. Costs go up the longer that we wait. However, I would also like to see a general plan for the fairgrounds before we get too much further into this. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tim Porteous, to be followed by Chantel Rogers.
Greetings, city leaders. Thank you for listening. For myself, I am 100% yes. We need this fire department. We need this police department. We need this combination. This facility is more important to every individual in this city than anything else at the fairgrounds. Nothing rates as high as this. And their buildings, to retrofit them, add it all up, it's a ridiculous amount of money compared to this one time. Maintenance. Cement is minimal. It's really not bad. Finishes can be done. But it's something that I know we need. I live in a mobile home park, which some of you know. They come to us. But I look at places up behind the bowling alley where we may need that ladder truck, which is a long ways away. It's important to have it easily distributed. Where it is now is tough. Please do vote for it. Let us have the protections we need, because we all deserve it. And I'll say this one last time. For now, each one of us truly needs each one of us, and we all need this protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Chantel Rogers, to be followed by Stephanie Sanchez.
Good evening. What I'm hoping to find out a little bit more is the flow of the actual emergency vehicles out of this area. So I'm didn't follow exactly with the back thing or whatever. So like a call comes in, there's a big fire, trucks got to go out, the fire chief, an ambulance, and they all come tearing out. And where do they go? Do they go down Kenilworth? You can't get onto Washington from there. Do they go down Washington? Do they come out of the back, go on Kenilworth, turn on Johnson, hit Washington? Depending on the time of day, Washington is completely blocked and both lanes, both ways. So are there going to be some additional route, or, because, having a clicker that takes care of the lights isn't going to do you any good on Washington after school let out or during traffic time or whatever. So I'm just sort of curious, like what's the plan for getting these vehicles out? Because it's important if you're talking about response time, like they got to go someplace. There has to be a way for them to get where they need to go. The other thing I was going to say is that, we're redoing significantly the fire station downtown. And if we're only talking about a couple of years, now we're talking about 2.5 years for this new process. But in order to do the fire station, we have to create a whole new fire station. You guys allotted like $3 million, I think, last time to relocate that. But first you have to pave significantly. So if we start to get down to less than 2 years of actual use, maybe we don't really need to relocate that fire station, and we can wait and just relocate that when they have a brand new building available. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Sanchez is our last speaker on the public comment tonight.
Chantel, I'm so glad that you preceded me, because you brought up the issue of the traffic issue in that area. I mean, I live in Midtown, and I just can't understand how centralizing the fire department and the police department is going to do anything but truly complicate that congestion in that area. So that was one huge question that I had that I'm glad she brought up. And then there's so much information to take in tonight, but the only person up here, council person DeCarly, asked a question about how the decision was made to do that there, to locate those two entities there. And so I'm confused. I don't know whether it's a fait accompli, whether everybody here is agreeing that that's a good idea or what. And I don't mean to diss all the wonderful firefighters and policemen that are here that I am sure deserve and need some modernized facilities, but I don't understand why it isn't good that the police department right now is right on Petaluma Boulevard North. It seems to me that there's plenty of room for them. No, I know that the facility isn't good enough, but it seems like the access there is almost better than being crammed in the middle of Petaluma. And the other thing that I have to say is I've been here 20 years, and I was here when the Target Center was presenting itself as being a mixed-use community that you would want to stroll down the tree-lined avenues and shop and live there. And we all know what happened to that. And I feel like this design for the police, for this facility, it's actually just one giant monolith. It's just a big rectangular building, which now we're being told needs to have security around it. So there's a fence with no trees, and there's already not enough trees on the fairgrounds. And to me, a kind of park-like atmosphere is what I think we deserve in this community anyway. So I have some questions that I'm sure we'll all get to, but I just want to say that I appreciate all of you. I know a lot of you. You're great people, but I know we all want the same thing, but I just wonder whether this is really
so thank
really
you very
happen.
much for speaking tonight. And we have one late entry, Paul Francis, who wishes to speak on this.
Hello, Paul Francis here. I live in the East D Street neighborhood, represent a small neighborhood group there, and I really feel like this is deja vu all over again. I mean, you're dropping another big project on our neighborhood again. And I want to preface this by saying, I support the police, I support the firemen. I send in my checks, my donations every year. The primary issues I want to address, because I have very limited time here. The traffic, East Washington is already a traffic nightmare. In the afternoons, we're having traffic stacking 4 blocks down the corridor. This is not a good location for this police and fire headquarters. Caught between the SMART train crossing and this cacophony of traffic in this corridor, I mean, I'm not really sure how the emergency vehicles are going to thread that needle. Seriously. In the middle of the afternoon at peak season. The funding, as I understand it, this project is going to be roughly $85 million when all's said and done, including the retrofits. And I feel like, you know, the funding from Measure U, this sort of undermines the initial intent of what that tax measure was initially sold on the public for. And I feel like there's a little bit of a manipulation going on with that funding. And I mean, I do have more to say about this issue, but as I can see, my clock's running out. And I just want to say one more thing. No matter where this project gets built or how it gets built, there's a public art element to it. Please, no more bathtubs. Okay?
Okay. Well, with that closes public comment on the subject for the night. And I'd like to thank everybody who participated in that. And I think I heard a couple of comments about location, and I want to kind of push on that just a little bit. I know tonight's meeting is really where we are tonight, which is the building and the property that we have there, and not the siting, which is what was reviewed in the Novembers and past meetings that we've had, and the fact and the need for the facilities was so much involved in the Healthy Democracy Fairgrounds participation, where every group, no matter what they wanted to see, recognized the need for public safety. And so with that, I think we've covered previously, and I'd like the chiefs to address, what do you see as typical response? Does everybody rush out of the station at the same time? We do mutual aid? What's a fire look like, or what's a police response look like?
Yeah, thank you for the question and the opportunity for clarification. So out of that facility, responding code 3 to an incident would be the ladder truck and a battalion chief, so an SUV. We currently respond. I know we all have our challenges with East Washington and traffic congestion. We're not immune or blind to that. But we, as I mentioned earlier, 10% of our calls are traversing East Washington to get to the other side of the freeway on day-to-day operations today. So we have professional drivers. We do things that normal people can't. And hopefully people are pulling to the right and stopping. And even on a 2-lane road, if cars all pull to the right, there's oftentimes enough space for us to get by. We go opposite direction, which seems scary, but when we're coming head on with traffic, they definitely see us, sometimes better than when in their rearview mirror. So we do it every day in heavily congested areas. They have fire engines in San Francisco and Los Angeles as well. I mean, those are more congested. So it's doable. But I understand the potential challenges. For that station, we probably have a code 3 or lights and siren response, probably in a 24-hour period, 6 to 12 times in a 24-hour period that would happen. And then in a major incident, the other fire engines will be coming from the other fire stations that are strategically placed in other parts of the community. I think that kind of answers that from the fire side, and I'll let Chief Miller with the police.
Yeah, so fundamentally, we have a very different response model than the fire department. We are proactive. We are in the field. So our officers, when they complete their briefing, they go out, and they're actively patrolling in the 4 quadrants of the city. And so we really hope to have them spending less time responding from the station. And then I would add that, as we are currently positioned, we're isolated in the northern portion of the community. And so my home on the east side was not built when we occupied and moved into the current police department. So Brody Ranch has been added, the whole Sonoma Mountain Parkway, Southgate, the commercial districts off of Lakeville Corridor. And we spend a considerable amount of time right now going through the Washington corridor to the opposite side of town to then come back through the corridor. And so we have the benefit of if we still have to navigate some of those areas, we've at least reduced the distance that we're traveling by 50% for 50% of our calls, which is about 30,000 calls per year. So it's not a small number.
And I would just add, Mayor, that recently Live Oak vacated the fairgrounds property, and the traffic generated from Live Oak, I can't remember the number, was much more significant than what we're expecting for public safety.
Yeah, and our Deputy Director of Safe Mobility and Active Transportation, Jeff Stutzman's on the call, and maybe can answer that more specifically from an engineering perspective if there's questions about traffic.
Is there comments from Mr. Stutzman? Or are we good?
No, we're good. I can follow up on any of the traffic questions, but I mean, to Peggy's comment with Live Oak leaving, it was a significant reduction with the traffic produced from the school compared to the new facility proposed.
I do encourage everybody to check the website for this project, and I'm hoping that some of tonight's workshop turns into frequently asked questions where we can, catch people up who maybe haven't been into all the meetings all along. That's a chronic public issue is, towards the end, new questions are being asked, and they need to be answered, but probably the website's the best place for that. So bringing it back to the dais and our joint meeting, we were tasked to look at this existing building and layout, and can I ask for that slide to be brought up brought back up about where we're going to focus tonight? And I know it involves the architectural direction and civic presence, public art integration, public parking, the interior parking lot landscaping, and the tree requirements, because some of these need specific feedback. And when we get that slide up there, I think what I'll do is ask for each of these to be discussed by the whole dais. Maybe we'll start with Planning Commissioner comment on each of them, and then follow right away with Council comment integrating this. There we go. All right, so turning over to our Planning Commission Chair.
All right, so diving into this first discussion topic here on architectural direction and civic presence, looking to Planning Commissioners for their feedback and commentary on that subject matter. Commissioner Rackison.
Thank you, Chair, and I will answer these questions and any table setting we can do on addressing any of the public comments. I was going to say, I don't know if it's an FAQ, but some of these items, especially about the master planning process, I wondered, can we accelerate it? Can we demonstrate how vehicles would exit the site visually? But I'll skip that and stick to the program here. So I think for the architectural direction, civic presence, my notes here say we have an underdeveloped design language in Petaluma. And that this building right now kind of hits one note with the vertical articulation. There's no roofline articulation per se. And I think because we have an underdeveloped design language, we often see, not just with this project, but a lot of projects revert to like a corrugated design. Usually it's corrugated metal. And I was about, a lot of my stuff was about let's get away from corrugated metal for everything. And it's not, so I appreciate that. But, and I understand we're constrained by costs. So it's easy to go look at other facilities, other police and fire, and combined facilities in other municipalities and other areas. I was looking up at Sierra Nevada at a new facility that had like a parapet area above where the fire trucks are, had some other design features, had exposed beamwork. This current design, and part of my initial question is like, what is locked in here? And part of that was, this design style is very distinct. And it's hard to add some other elements, craftsman elements, other kind of agricultural elements that we see when I think traditional roof lines, when I think exposed beamwork. There's a little bit of that on one of the sides. But it's hard to know exactly where to move with it. So I would just give the feedback that I would love to see a difference in the materiality in terms of the vertical articulation. I did see some fire departments that they actually did have corrugated metal, but below that, they had like a beam form or a wood form concrete, breaking up some of that articulation. In this case, we're using concrete already. Don't know if something like that would be possible to break up that pattern a little bit. I also think roof articulation, if anything could be done there, the flat roof, obviously a big flat roof looks more monolithic. Any design features we can add, any articulation on that roof line, I think would be interesting. Again, with this style, it's hard to envision design features that we see in like downtown Petaluma, right? It's hard to make some of that fit. But I think we need to find develop our design language a little bit, find some other elements of Petaluma we can incorporate that break up this one note of vertical articulation that I'm seeing. And actually, I saw that metal work with the perforation. I think things like that we can do to break this up. And I would say, yeah, along with that layered massing, breaking up bulky volumes. But again, we're constrained with the operational needs of the site, right? And some of the other particulars about this site that are not your traditional project that we see. So I want to appreciate that. And that's why I don't have a silver bullet on what will fix it. But I think there can be some ideas tested out there. And then I think I will save my comments on trees because we're going to have a big area about that. I have a lot to say about that. So yeah, I think when it comes to architectural direction and civic presence, that kind of hits it. Are we going around on one and then going to two?
That's right.
Okay. Well then, yeah, that's my comments on number one.
All right. Additional commission thoughts on architectural direction. Commissioner Ebner.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity to kind of use this as an example for innovative building materials, innovative building technologies. I know that comes with a price tag. I appreciate that it's largely non-combustible, but seeing the wood there, whether it's natural wood or some sort of aluminum wood look, I'm not sure yet, but I'd encourage us to think about non-combustible materials given the programming of the building and that we are in a wildfire area and it's an increasing risk to all of us. I think I appreciate the tilt-up technology or the application of that building structural system. Every tilt-up I've seen has really conspicuous vertical joints between panels, and that's not really illustrated in the renderings as I could see. So I think the precedents or other examples of tilt-up structures would be really helpful for us to understand what that'll actually look like. Maybe it's even sample boards during SPAR review. And then I think I'd build on the articulation, maybe articulating at the entry or further noting the public entry, using that as a moment to build more public space on the ground level, and also just making it a more obvious kind of public-facing access point, because it looked pretty nondescript, or that wall of glass is kind of hard to wayfind towards the entry. So I think that's all I would add.
Thank you. Additional commissioner comments? Yep, Commissioner Schultz.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, this is definitely a needed facility in the community for all the reasons the chiefs brought to our attention. I think the council and the commission have an urgent responsibility to bring this to fruition. I also think we need to keep in mind that we have one opportunity to get it right, and that we're changing a vacant space into a civic place. And I think we need to pause a little bit and realize how much architecture sort of plays a central role in that placemaking. And, in this case, civic placemaking. So, I'd urge staff and the design team to bring forth ideas on how we might soften or replace the corrugated, concrete. I think it sends the wrong signal about civic life. It sends a signal about harsh industrial and impersonal. And I don't think in our national scene right now, we want to have a government structure that signals that. That's all.
Thank you. Just a couple quick comments from me. I totally understand the justification around the tilt-up and the concrete. Obviously, significant budgetary constraints, and the longer construction takes, the worse that gets. So I think materiality makes sense to me, but the finishing, I'd be interested in exploration beyond the corrugated look, to the extent that there's a different way to treat the concrete that doesn't look quite as harsh, and that feels like an easy sort of sampling of potential finishes to consider in the review phase. But again, totally understand why the tilt up in the concrete is the choice here. Any other architectural direction, civic presence? Oh, yep, go ahead, Commissioner Newell.
I really appreciated the design that was presented, and I just want to emphasize that that let's not let perfection become the enemy of good. You know, I truly appreciate how the project has been reduced in its footprint, and the overall size of the structure has been reduced, and the cost has come down from $120 million to $69 million. The more, you know, trim and frill that we put on the building, the more public dollars we're spending on this building. You know, if we're going to start redesigning things, I don't want to slow down the construction either. I appreciate the comments from my fellow commissioners who are asking for better architectural design and better appearances, but you know, form is function, and this is a public safety facility that needs to do certain things that most buildings aren't supposed to do. So let's, you know, recognize that that's an element of what's going on here, and let's get this thing built and not let perfection become the enemy of good. Thank you.
Thank you for that sentiment. Agree. Commissioner Goldman.
Yeah, once again, thank you for all the thought that has obviously gone into this. It's clear that developing something that requires cooperation between two very distinct and different departments is not easy. This sort of cooperation does not happen often in other places, so I really want to just thank you for the thought that has gone into it so far. Thinking about that just generally, the way that I've always thought of police versus fire, especially in terms of inviting and purpose, you want to go to the firehouse, you want to stay away from the police station, generally speaking. Is there a way, and again, this is more thinking broadly, to kind of bring that a little bit more together, maybe in terms of like color palette, maybe in terms of bring the lighter elements that generally are focused around firehouses with more open structure, with you know, bright reds, with inviting sort of, we're here to help when you need emergency services because we're here to protect you, versus the idea that, you know, we're here to protect you from crime or violence, generally has more of a darker theme to it. Is there a way to kind of brighten that all together? In the current design, it looks like a darker building. I don't know if that's really necessary or baked in because of the wood color panels that were chosen, or the way that even the shading works with everything. So maybe just some lighter design elements would really help alleviate some of those other concerns while still saving on the overall cost parameters that we're trying to stay within.
Thank you. Any further commissioner comments on point 1 here? Seeing none, if you'd like to take it away, Mayor.
Let's have the council weigh in, and I'll go right to left this time, my right. And for architectural directions and civic presence, Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, it was really exciting to see it come back as a dual facility. That was the piece of direction we gave that I literally didn't think was going to happen. So thank you very much for working together on that. Also really appreciate having this meeting at this point in the process. So then I have a couple of questions from the public that I'd like to get answered to. But the first one is, I guess, the corrugated concrete, it doesn't scream to me. I'd be interested in an exploration of getting a little bit of cost savings from regular concrete and introducing new materials if that's of interest. I don't know how others feel, but that was just sort of like what jumped out to me. In terms of I think the front of the building, I mean, I have a lot of thoughts about how it interfaces with the public space. I really appreciated Commissioner Schilt's comment that we're creating a civic space, not just a civic place, or whatever it was. But it feels to me like it's what I'm missing a little bit is the integration with the surroundings. Like across the street is the pool. Agree, Live Oak is not there right now, but I mean, we want to have thousands of people going to the center of our city, in the heart of our city every day. You know, to replace Live Oak being there and new experiences. And so I do think that there's going to be a lot of activity there, and I'd like to, I think so civic presence circulation plan with, you talk to our active transportation team, but it doesn't really show here, right? And I know that we're just getting started on the master planning process, but it would be nice to have more thoughts about how it might play out into the bigger picture as we get into the master planning, because for right now I'm left to my imagination, and that doesn't feel like I'm able to fully weigh in on this. The public parking lot location and the civic presence, I feel like go hand in hand, so I'm just going to say it, that like I don't know too many great buildings that have parking in the front of them. And I think that creates, it's part of the civic presence. And I really have an issue with like the Princess parking in the front while we're pushing backwards. And I'd like to be thinking more about how to bring the grand entrance that we have actually to the public and not to the 14 visitor parking spaces that are in the front. I really take issue with that. I think that there's a huge opportunity to celebrate the front of it, create more attraction in the front of the building, but it's going to have to come at the expense of having Princess parking. And the parking that's all the way over toward Kenilworth is like almost the same distance as the parking that would be on the other side of the street. So it's not like we're creating this, you know, massive inconvenience to bring that thing up to the property line. And then we didn't really talk much about sort of the architectural and the civic space behind it, like in the parking lot. And I'm not sure if that's like, because that's like for y'all the program and how that works, but maybe it's around trees, but it feels like there's an opportunity with landscaping and placemaking in the back to really sort of create some good intersections. And then the one area where I did hear circulation was when Chief Schock, I didn't know you were such a transportation guy, but I should, brought up the sort of like existing Target entry and exit point there. And I'm just wondering, you know, what that's going to actually look like in terms of like not having people going straight there, and the employee like integration and how they work through the sort of back end of that facility, and hopefully it's not just a retention basin that turns into sheds, but we actually think about what it like make it beautiful, because to the public commenter who is here, absolutely the number one thing that we heard was make it into a park, right? So beautify it. And I, you know, maybe that's like shrinking the fences in so we can put trees and beautify outside the fences and people can't climb them. I'm not exactly sure, but it just feels to me like more open space that we can, you know, like the more that we can create an interactive experience, because right now it feels like it's, you know, I'm being asked to talk about the architectural direction, which is basically the front facade, as I can understand it from what we heard, and then the civic presence is almost non-existent, because it feels like there's three walls around the side. I'm saying this because I'm supposed to give constructive feedback, but I'm like ecstatic to have this project here, and I really appreciate everybody's focus on budget, timeline, and delivery. So with all that, I'm really ecstatic about the project. So thank you.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I don't have a lot of comments, except that I just feel like there is not enough green space in there. And I just feel as though it's just, it's a big building and it's a little cold. And I really think the landscaping is really going to help that. And so I'd really like to figure out how to enhance the landscaping and how we can make it so it works for safety at the same time. But it just feels like it's pretty stark, and I think that's, for me, the biggest problem is just the landscaping around there. Because we keep talking about the fairgrounds as a park, and it's going to be this, and it's going to be that, and then you have this kind of a gray, dark building. And I don't actually, I don't mind the design, so that's not really my issue, but I just feel as though if you have really good landscaping around and greenery, that it's going to soften that building a lot. And I just want to move on it.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I could mention that our existing firehouses, I think the Smithsonian would like the living spaces in their exhibits because they are so outdated. And the one downtown is circa 1858, and we need to move forward to a modern facility. But we also, the public doesn't just normally go to a firehouse. The firefighters come to them if there's an emergency. If you are a victim or you want to report a crime or you need to submit a report or you need to access the police department, you're going to go to the front door. And that front door needs to be welcoming. I'm thinking of our city emblem that is on the Crosstown Connect, or, the old red, it's named after a police officer. Anyway, that has our city seal in the concrete. And it's very nice. And it's been there 20 years and it looks lovely still. So we have to think about who is going to be coming, and Councilmember Barnacle was concerned about parking in front, but if you're a victim, you don't want to walk a long ways from your car to the front door of that police station to talk to an officer. And if you are a senior citizen, which our population is more than 50% seniors, or if you're special needs or handicap, you're not going to want to walk a long distance to go to the police station. To go to the police station is very emotional anyway, and we want to make it easier and welcoming, and something on the surface like our emblem or the other end of town, the freeway entrance has, I think it has wildlife. So just something that, welcome to our community's civic center, and report whatever it is, because it's probably a traumatic thing that you're having to do at the police station. The firemen, everybody wants to go see those firefighters, but they usually come to the schools, or they usually come to your home or wherever they're needed. The outside, it needs to, whatever is the low maintenance, and I don't know, but I know I asked for a red tile roof for my house, and it's a lifetime roof. So I would want to see something that's going to last a long time and not need constant maintenance and looks nice to the community's presence. So those are about the first item.
Thank you very much. Councilmember DeCarli.
Well, just to be clear, besides these 5 different questions, we will be having kind of an open comment ourselves too, right?
There'll be a closing opportunity to editorialize.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So, looking at this, there's a couple things. It's, with the fairgrounds supposed to be being a park and a place for the community. There's that, but then to mix in a public facility, you don't really want that public facility with police and fire to be a park. So I think there's kind of a bit of a contradiction there. You don't want playgrounds out front or things for children. It's police and fire. There's a whole rest of the fairgrounds property for that, and I think that's what we should keep it and use it for. I'm looking too at things like, in the very back against the racetrack, there's a huge grass strip. I don't know if that's purposeful for any sort of training or what it is, or if that's part of this park element. But that seems unnecessary to me. It seems too like that could be some spaces given back to the racetrack or to the fairgrounds when they need it. You know, and I think the parking up front is, I think that's absolutely necessary. And you know what some other councilman said about, you know, people want to feel safe. They want to be close to the door in certain situations. Like, I don't think you can really change that much. I do wonder why in a couple different spaces there are bollards there. Taking those spaces away, I don't know if that's to prevent accidents or for what reason it's there. I would like to go back and talk about Mr. Saragusa's comments. You know, I grew up with his son, and he was fireman in the city since I was a little kid. And he has a tremendous amount of experience with these buildings and facilities. And I think it's very important that, you know, I know while we're trying to be cost effective and save money, we look at the long term and say we need a building that's going to go the distance. I've seen a lot of buildings in town that have been built, and some aren't even 15, 20 years old, and the entire exteriors are getting redone on them, and they have lots of problems. So I do think we really need to go the extra mile and build something that's bulletproof and that is going to last for police and fire. At the same time, you know, you know, there's been a lot of comments about, you know, the building matching with green space and making that look more inviting. I think if you gave the facade a warmer feel, if you use something like brick, if you gave it pitched roofs, open steel beams, all the things that some of the commissioners and councilmen have all said, if you give it more of that, and yeah, it's going to cost more, but again, this is something we're giving to our community that people are going to be seeing for generations probably, you won't need as much of that feel of the park around it, because you'll have a building that's warmer looking and more aesthetically pleasing. And let's see what else I think. Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of it. You know, I would like to see staff and the architect come back with a building that looks more like that, and looking at, you know, reducing this footprint in some places if it's not needed, like this back green lot. And yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Quinn.
Actually, too,
okay.
I will say you should look at the Burdell building if you want to look at a mix of that metal and brick look. That's a very iconic building in Petaluma. There's lots of them around, iconic buildings. But that would be a good example of how you could maybe incorporate brick into this project.
Thank you. Councilmember Quint.
Thank you. I have a fair number of thoughts on this, but I'm going to keep it really brief and just commend the city and the project team for bringing forth a project thus far that balances aesthetics, functionality, and cost. I feel like the city team and the project team are doing their absolute level best to really get the biggest bang for the buck for the Petaluma taxpayers. And so I really appreciate that. I'd also like to say these projects oftentimes can move at a glacier pace, and I appreciate the team's approach in trying to move this along and have it not succumb to that. So there we go.
Thank you. Councilmember Shribs.
Yes, thank you for all the efforts so far. Most of the police and fire buildings that I've seen, I've lived in many, many cities across the U.S., and they're all pretty much flat and utilitarian. So this building is 10 times more interesting looking than most of the ones I've ever seen across the whole U.S. So thank you for that. But always little improvements can be made. In the back area to getting a little bit more for employees, they need to be able to take a break and get out of the building and get into a picnic area, at least for lunchtime, a 5-minute break that's fully green, I think you have a Scully Court back there, which I didn't think it yet described, but I think that's like a lunch area back there or whatever it is. But there needs to be a small area, maybe in the back court that's quiet, private, that folks can go to and take a breath, because there's a lot of stress I know that you guys go through every day. So you need to have a stress-free area. I know at the schools they have a special playroom to reduce stress that has all sorts of things for kids to go play in balls and things inside, whatever. So think about this. You need to create an area that is reduce stress in some ways, either physically or mentally or both in that areas. And you've seen schools have little rooms for this, or picnic areas in the back. So something like that. Then on the building, the facade in the front, the comments is it's a little bit on the dark side throughout, even the dark blues, the dark browns, pretty much throughout, and to add some more color. I think it's pretty. So the complexity is there. It's almost too many things, too many lines, too many complexities things. A little more simplified, a little more flat, maybe there, and you can create flatness either in nice bright colors, whether it be a metallic, nice blue. It could be one of the ideas I've seen before is marble tiles or even mosaics with lots of color in it, trim going up the front of the sides and round, so like playful colors. So you're walking into, hey, it looks more like a school almost that you're walking into that's actually been designed by kids. So something like that is make that friendlier color. And even we have lots of sculptures from our art department that's in storage, over 100 pieces of sculpture of cement ceramics that would fit perfectly in the front area somewhere. So adding in these features, so when you walk in, it feels like a little fun area for that going down. Then on the long walks, as being getting older and realizing that walking gets a little bit more difficult, that we really need to be able to get from our car to the front door and inside in about 15 steps with that handicap zone in the front. So we definitely need to make sure that the first few spaces are for the handicap and light are in there, and the number of publics with 14 spaces for both police and fire. Is 14 spaces really going to be enough for both? I don't know what the volume is, but maybe look at the volume that you have at both. It may increase. You're going to be more welcoming, more traffic going to the target. They want to stop by. You're going to have increased front door activity, I believe, in your position, because you're going to be right there, friendly and welcoming. It's going to be double what you have now. Don't base it on past, base it on future for a number of spaces you need of contact time, and make sure you have a bench in front that when folks go in, because I think it's going to be double what you have now of folks walking in your door. So just adding in your art, a little more color, not so dark throughout the whole building, and maybe a little bit of more flatness here and there to break up, because it looks like it's all up and down straight and very complex. Both the shading and the corrugation are all up and down, and looking at a building that's like it's lines up and down. So crisscross. Anyway, those are the things that I would like to see a little bit different.
Wonderful, thank you. I just want to lead off with I'm incredibly happy that we've incorporated the police into this project, and that was a huge thing for the council, and that the footprint reduction and cost reduction are keeping it right on the edge of what we can achieve. So I'm really happy that we're going to achieve all of that. I do concur that the architecture's it's a little flat. All buildings are of their era, and I'm not sure this one, this one it seems of budget rather than of a civic structure. It doesn't say this is the core of a city, but that's the place we're at with our budget. We're kind of certain kinds of limits. So how do we do that? How do we do both with no money? And I didn't notice that the building was elevated from the surface area. Usually there's a step up or a staircase up or something like that. And there's no vertical to the building versus the exterior area. There's probably a good reason for that, but I am sensitive to the idea of the parking in front, and I look, and all the parking is to street side, and I'm wondering why, it's not double-sided. Why isn't it building side? Does that do a different thing to the aesthetic of it? And I'm thinking, well, if we can't structurally pay more money for the building, what can we do with landscaping? And I'm thinking, if we have a berm street side that elevates the plantings, and that obscures the vision of the cars from the street. So what you see is not a parking lot. You see the building. So maybe that's an idea to put into the having a street side berm there, or even a softening of the tilt-up concrete, which I've seen plenty of as a civil engineer and retrofitted many for earthquake. But any sort of living wall type element to it, any shrubbery that attaches, and this is the front public side, not, of course, the secure area side. And lastly, I would say you probably got an earful on architecture. Everybody's got an idea. And I've often found that if we compare several storyboards, if we compare several views of it, it helps us refine what we actually want. If we see one, we nitpick the one, but if we see several, we go, well, this is obviously the better side here. So my suggestion is at SPAR, please bring multiple renderings. And with that, that brings us to our second element, public art integration. And I'm not sure how deep anyone wants to get into that, but I think, or what staff needs, but I think we want to say, yes, it's a great idea. My personal thing is perhaps the entryway could have more of, a combined structural to artistic entry, more than is. I mean, there's an element there, but I'm thinking more. And now I'll pass it to our chair.
No, I just want to note that it is 8:15 and these people have been waiting for a
Yes,
long
they
time,
have.
and we just need to at least acknowledge, when do we think we're going to get to the council meeting?
Well, first, we do appreciate you all, and we appreciate that your item is after the consent calendar. It's going to be another, we're going to be better part of an hour. I'm hoping we're council wrap before we get to 9 o'clock. Then we get to consent calendar. Then we move to the next item is the mobile home park ordinance. So I'm sorry that this is such a consuming element, but you can see a once in a 100-year project takes us a minute. So regarding art, I pass it back to Planning Commission.
I think I'll just say for our part, and if anyone has anything to add, please do. But the sentiment here is, yes, public art, please. Make it look nice, incorporate art. I see here the desire for feedback on the location. The justification for that prominent corner made a lot of sense to me. So if anyone has anything objecting, but if you agree, I'd say let's motor through this one.
Yeah, if in the interest of time, if we could skip this one and submit it by email to staff, much as we invite the public to submit ideas to staff. And taking a deep breath and seeing, we'll move to item 3, which is the public parking location. Back to. We already had this one about that. And does anybody have anything to add to the public parking location? I think we've had some fixed comments that. Go ahead, weigh in, Brian.
So can we just go through all of our comments, just 2 through 4? Because I have a lot of things and they kind of fit into multiple pieces of it. I'm just wondering.
Well, I think the interior parking and the tree requirements are kind of linked, so yes. But the public parking location, I think we've already hit on that somewhat, and staff's heard some feedback on that. So
yeah,
I think we're down
we
to.
may be a little more efficient if, what Brian's saying is if we just hammer out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 each person.
I could literally make all my comments in 1.5 minutes on all of this. That's my thought.
All right, so we're at 3, which I think we've covered, and so 4 and 5 is what's left. And then also whatever you need to add as your closing comments and, what's not through 1 through 5, we'll add in at this time. And we'll go back to Planning Commission now.
Okay, so Planning Commission thoughts on points 4 and 5, interior parking lot landscaping, tree requirements, and any overarching feedback at this time. Commissioner Rackison.
Always happy to kick it off. Yeah, so when it comes to trees, I asked that question about the PV shade structures. I worried we did our objective design standards as a group, and there was kind of this desire to develop standards around how we're going to cover asphalt-like parking areas and make sure there's a certain coverage requirement. And we kind of made the decision to split that between it could be a shade structure or a tree, which I worried would mean we would see PV shade structures crowd trees out. So when I asked, is it 2 or 3 shade structures, and you said, well, could be 2, could be 3, I would love to see the idea of keeping 2 and using that back lot or the back row of parking that would not be covered by a PV shade structure. if we could use the islands there for 2 large shade trees. And I'm thinking, you know, there's the western sycamore. You can't go wrong with London plane. You know, we have big goals around native plantings, but London plane sycamores are, if you plant them, get the roots going down and all that, a phenomenal shade tree, proven street tree. They last a long time. They look great. And I think that could be a way to get a really high bang for the buck when it comes to incorporating more trees on this site. We've kind of heard that feedback from the public, from up here.
We're on board.
What's that?
Good.
Okay. I've got it, Kevin. I'm in complete control. So I would advocate that for trees. And then I would also say when it comes to the oak, I know we put Quercus lobata on there. You know, it's not a ton of them, but we don't want to get too monodominant with our oak plantings.
If you could email in your tree species requests, I think that would be
Well,
great.
it's going to be a broader point because I don't want to tell the landscape professional what trees to plant. I would just say to break it up a little bit, we find that successful so we don't get some of the oak diseases in this area to wipe out a whole stretch of oaks. If there's even one barrier tree, that can help. And then other items, I think just feedback to staff from what we heard from the public. You know, I had one big question, this whole sequencing of the master plan, and I asked about opportunities to integrate, and it sounds like our project manager is looking where possible to integrate with the ongoing master plan process. I wonder if that could at least go in the project narrative, and I think it's that section 4F or something like that. All right, I swear I'm finishing. We don't have to turn the lights on. I get it. So if we can think about, like, is it possible to accelerate the master plan, or at least in our communication to the public, make it very clear what that process is and how many opportunities are still available in the presentation to the public. I also think making it very clear for meetings like this that the site location is already kind of established. I think that people want to talk about where to move it on the property, but we're kind of already locked into that site. So making that clear. And then I think if there's visuals, I think there might have been a visual showing the flow out of the site, but making it very explicit how vehicles, police, and fire are going to leave the site and circulate out under Washington would be excellent. And I also just want to elevate this question about project labor agreements, wherever that fits into the mix, to see what cost that adds and what's possible. That was something I didn't think of. So thank you. Those are all my comments. We don't have to shut the lights off.
Thank you. Commissioner comments on 4, 5, and overall. Commissioner Ebner?
I guess I would start with just giving perhaps like a portion of the front public parking, maybe at the corner, over to landscaping. So I know we already kind of covered that, but, you know. Sure, I'll lean in. Giving a corner of the public parking over to landscaping, whether it's a berm or it's an amenity space, I think that would tie in really well with the shopping center kitty corner that has just like a little cutaway, little seating area and ramp. I think like the idea of landscape porosity, avoiding hard lines, continuous hard lines between fence lines and the building, but creating maybe more nodes to just occupy different greenery at different densities and make it a little bit more of an interesting sidewalk and pedestrian experience along the Kenilworth side would be maybe a landscape comment I would share. And then, echoing more trees, creating more opportunities for clusters of trees if the standard parking distribution of trees isn't feasible. I would add maybe I have concerns about the schedule, the mid-June start date, and just if that means a fast-tracked permit and entitlements process and what that means for public comment opportunities.
Thank you. Further commissioners? All right, I'll just say, as it pertains to the interior parking lot landscaping, I understand the justification for the emergency vehicles, to have as much access as they can, why it doesn't make sense to have a lot of landscaping in that secured parking lot. And frankly, I don't find trees in parking lots ever to be all that compelling. So to the extent that we have more greenery and trees on the edges to try and sort of block out those cars and parking, I find that a lot more helpful and am content with shade being provided by the solar panels. And for tree requirements, I think everyone wants more trees, but given the function of this facility, it's not surprising that we've got constraints there. So I think holding for last call on Commissioner comment? Commissioner Noel.
I may have missed this point, but is the parking surface, will that be asphalt, or what's the plan on the parking surface?
It's asphalt.
Well, you know, given the sort of need to not have trees in that parking area, and if it doesn't increase cost significantly, or hopefully not at all, could you please consider permeable concrete or concrete to have instead of asphalt, because that lighter color concrete will reflect sunlight and not contribute to sort of the heat island effect, since you won't have trees there. Maybe concrete is more durable and over the long term is more cost effective than having an asphalt parking lot. Having a permeable surface, you know, permeable concrete can help water infiltration and reduce runoff as well. So, you know, please consider an alternative parking surface than just asphalt.
Okay, I think that's it from the Planning Commission.
Great. Back to Council. Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I want to echo the comments about trees and landscaping from the two commissioners. Big, nice trees can help to bring it together. I did have comments about public art. I'm not exactly clear whether the public art was going to be at the corner of the building or at the corner of the property. But in general, I'm a fan of having it throughout if we can. I'm interested to see if there's opportunities for public art to. I don't know what the mirror or what the fence materials was going to be. Can someone just tell me that? That's actually a question that came up when I was listening to this. Okay. And so I said my piece about public parking. I think it's a mistake to have it currently how it is. I think the existing parking at the police station with sort of a drop-off area and some parking in there creates a little bit more of a flow. This feels just parking like that in the front of it makes it feel like a 7-Eleven. And that's all for me. Final things, definitely support project labor agreements. I would like to have someone talk about why we can't have this over where the Elroy's is. Mr. Hanania brought that up, and I think we've covered that before, but maybe one of the chiefs can talk about that. And then there was another comment about the current plan to sort of vacate the D Street and move into where Casa Grande Hotel is versus like waiting on D Street and moving down to this when it's done. I think those were both comments that warranted follow-up. So that's all for me.
I think we are then inviting Chief Schock to respond to.
Perfect. Keep me from writing all my notes. So the first one, the location, it was extensive research on why we picked the location we did, and a couple reasons. One, where we were sensitive to the future master planning for the fairgrounds. We wanted to purposefully, one was response times, and I'll go over that, but we also wanted to purposefully stay out of the way of any future public input on what they wanted that space to be and how they wanted to activate the fairground space. We felt we were using a space that was not used very often. Granted, it's used for the racetrack and for overflow parking, but we felt there were other options versus rebuilding together where there used to be a fire station, or replacing Live Oak Charter School when it was still in effect. So we were very specific on trying to stay out of the way. Additionally, we felt, because we looked at the very front of East Washington where Elroy's is, and really we didn't want to take the public, we didn't want to be the gateway to this active community space. We felt it was a community's decision to what they wanted to be the gateway to the fairgrounds to be, and it wasn't our place to do that. Operationally, the site we've chosen, East Washington is where probably 75% of where the responses will go, but you can also go through the parking lot or whatever it ends up being to Payran and out D Street. To get to the south and southwest side, or even to cross over to the east side on the southern part of town. We take Kenilworth down to Lindbergh and Caulfield. So East Washington isn't the only access. If we did put the fire station exit onto East Washington, there's high likelihood that space would be blocked. And two, it means every response would be onto East Washington. So we purposely have it set up to enter a controlled intersection that we can control the lighting. We can now go opposite directions if we need to, because we're activating an intersection there at Johnson and Ellis where it hits Washington. So those are some of them, the majority. And I can answer any follow-up if you like. And then the D Street station, I understand that that concern. The concern is that we're spending money to put in a temporary fire station at the Casa Grande Motel site while we do a major remodel and seismic upgrade to our 1938 historic fire station to keep it a fire station, which is probably saving, it's going to be about a $5 million project versus a $20 million rebuild. And we need a fire station in the downtown, on the west side of the river, and over there. When we add this site at the fairgrounds property, it's too far to get to Grevillea, out Sunny Slope. So even if we built the station first at the fairgrounds is a great augmentation with the city infill we've had, but it can't replace any one of the 3 fire stations, even on a temporary basis. So.
Thanks. Just for the public, those have all been, like, we've had multiple meetings to pour over this. We've talked about it on the public safety facilities assessment. We talked about it on crosstown connectors. Public safety response times and helping is like always a part of our decision making. But I think for all of our like lessons learned here is let's just continue to reiterate why this is the spot every time that we do a presentation, every time we talk to the public, because there's been a ton of analysis and thought that's gone into it. And thank you for sharing that.
That's a great point. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. I think that's key to, getting communication out there. So, Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Just quickly, I would like to look at a project labor agreement, but I think we need to look at benches because these are long blocks. And if we're trying to make this a more walkable community, then we need to have benches because it's a problem. I know when Kmart closed down, those benches are gone, and the senior citizens really need those benches to get from one place to another so they can rest. And the rest of the comments have been made.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Along that line, Councilmember Cater Thompson brought up about benches. Must be a bus route that's going to go that way, and we'll need benches for the bus route too. So I'm not sure how the traffic and bus routes will be using that area, but that's very important. I am not picky about the landscaping, but I do want to acknowledge that the fire station usually has some sort of banner that says what we're, like whether it's Slow the Fast Down or Fire Safety Week, or the police station has little flags for domestic violence out in front. So the landscaping also is a community bulletin board, but it's friendly and educational. Also, thank you for bringing up about the D Street Payran. There was a fire station there. I remember it as a little girl, and the one downtown had a fire pole, and we were really thrilled to see that fire pole. So I don't know how they get up and down a modern building, but I'm looking forward to not only a groundbreaking again, but a ribbon cutting. So I applaud the staff and council members and the planning commissioners for going forward with this project, and I really look forward to seeing it finished.
Hooray. Councilmember DeCarli.
For public art, I think if you design the building right, it becomes the art. That's what everybody will be looking at. I don't always like the idea or some of the public art that we've seen where it really gets squished in and doesn't make sense. I mean, I think we have a beautiful town, and the buildings are a lot of what make that beautiful. For parking, I've touched on some of that already. I don't think I need to talk about it again. And then as far as tree requirements, I have to think that as this was designed, there were a couple factors here about, this is a major center. You don't want to compromise it. You don't want combustibles around it where you could lead to fire and losing the resource of that building. And at the same time, too, for the police specifically, I think that creates safety concerns if you surround them with a forest. So, I think that there should be some trees there, and, talk to tree committee maybe about which types. But I don't think we should get too overboard with trees in that location.
Home stretch. Councilmember Quinn?
Sure. Most of my comments have already been surfaced. I would like to echo the comments about a permeable surface as opposed to asphalt, if that's within budgetary means.
Thank you. Councilmember Shribs?
Okay, on the tree part, everyone I think knows I plant lots of trees here in town, and I love trees. However, for this particular facility, that it turns out when I did my solar panels on my roofs, I had to cut down the tops of a couple of trees because they're going to be interfering with shading of the solar panels. Solar panels in this parking lot will be shaded by any trees in that same parking lot if they're tall. So there's going to be a conflict there. So preferably, I would rather see the third PV panel go in that spot that's secure. The shading of 100% shade from a solar panel, after my research I've done, the shading of the solar panel actually provides more cooling than a tree because it's 100% shade versus 50% shade. So for shading and cooling, actually solar panels above parking is actually an excellent idea for that part. But for mitigation, I would like to see us designate, if we can do it as soon as possible, as part of the master plan, a minimum 10, 15, 20 acres of a park with over 100, maybe 200 trees in it, designated, mitigated, paid for funding from this project so that we actually create the park that we have been always wanting and asking for, that it gets created on this site. And just pick its location through a master plan process as soon as possible. But by the time this gets constructed, master plan may be done. We may have the place designated, and let's have that as our cooling for the entire site. And that cooling will spread throughout the entire site as well. So the PVC panels in the parking lot, I do agree with the permeable cement. There's new techniques now for permeable cement that's not that much more expensive than regular cement for permeability long-term, especially big, heavy fire trucks. You want that over asphalt in your backyard, I think, so for the parking. So I would go with that, permeable cement and trees, put in as it was designated areas throughout the entire fairgrounds, particularly concentrated in a minimum 10-acre area park, would meet my requirements. Thank you.
Councilmember DeCarli, other thoughts?
I do, as part of what would be my closing comments on this. So I remember years ago hearing council members talk about, the fairgrounds itself could be reduced to a 20-acre footprint and survive. And, I'm concerned that mindset still exists out there. We've seen Parks and Rec just took over the back of the property. Now this facility up front, which nobody's arguing that police and fire don't need more to be able to protect and serve us. But, we see a takeover up front. And, the city all along has been promising that we keep this property for the community, and now it's getting carved up for city government. So, and then I heard two conflicting things about in regard to the racetrack, where I talked about the parking spaces, and I was told staff had spoken with the racetrack director. But then the racetrack director came up and he said, I don't know where my people are going to park. So I think we all need to get on the same page here. And part of the common theme is that we don't have a master plan for the fairgrounds. It's been talked about, and somehow in the time since the city's taken over, we haven't been able to develop that, but we've come up with an entire facility that's going to take up a corner of the property. So I really think we need to develop this master plan. I think, too, we need to look back at what the actual original bond agreement says and make sure that we're keeping in line with that. Now, that said, that bond agreement, I've never seen it. I'd like to request from our city attorney that I can see that, the rest of council if they'd like to as well. And really make sure that what we're doing is within the guidelines of that.
Right. Okay. There's been quite a history to this project and the fairgrounds effort itself, and things that we did 2 years ago, 3 years ago aren't as fresh in our mind, or we don't realize. But an awful lot of this we've archived on the fairgrounds page for the city, and certainly within the items that have come before council at one point or another. So I'm sure that original documents are available to you, and we're part of conversations at an earlier date to give us all the confidence we needed to get to where we are today. So we can get you that. That's something that probably a lot of people would like to see. So,
Mr. Mayor, but I can provide a pretty quick response to that,
okay,
if that will help. The debt that was issued to purchase the land has long since been retired. There were no restrictive covenants. The law that restricts some parkland to park uses applies to parkland that's deeded to public agencies, typically by private donors, with restrictive covenants to ensure its continued use as a park. None of that applies in this case. So we'll be happy to provide
right,
the historic documents we have, but there are no restrictions.
Right, and we're at a different place today, so that's not germane today, but it's a good point that public needs. Many of these things, the public would like a little refresher as we go.
I think it would be helpful to clear things up. And then
so we will, like you said, give you the document and make sure it's posted. But and council indicates that it's not a problem for what our pathway is forward. And tonight's document and tonight's decision making and feedback is about the building, and so we'll stay focused on that. And I wanted to drop in on the trees issue, where Caltrans still owes us quite a bit of tree from their highway project, and I think they're coming up with that in the next year. Certainly, we have to stay after them for all that tree content that they're bringing back into the community. And I agree with you that more solar in the back will help the heat issue, and in the permeable concrete's great. I love it. I'm built with it, but in these soils, it's probably going to take an underdrain system, so that does add an added cost. And concrete, obviously, it's not the first choice because asphalt is so much cheaper, and so all these things will contribute. I'd love to see a number for what you think the cost difference would be, but I'm pretty sure we'll blanch when we see what the number is. Though it's a good product in such a light trafficked area, there's probably suitable parts of the back lot. I'd love to see the back fence line come in. If that's future area that's not included in today, I'd like to see the back fence line come in. So it looks like maybe we're not just putting our stamp on it. The road can go there, and that sets limitations, parameters, constraints. But let's just not have that inside, or at least I'd like that considered. And then there's no monument sign shown yet for the project, and I think I agree that we'd like some sort of advertising at the front, something considered. Great SPAR conversation. And then I love what the library's done with art from Mary McChesney, is that, or McChesney, where we bought several of her pieces and put them around the library property. That's a great way to do public art there with new artists. And that was, and I do like that the design build system of going to design build, it does allow a little bit of flexibility and integration with the master plan, because I think the master plan is going to be, if that's a year process and doesn't start at end of year, we'll be into construction, but design build allows that perimeter to still have an integration. So I'm liking everything I've seen in this. And Councilmember Shribs?
Just add one more comment from before, and that is the current book, There's Abundance, is out there and recommending that we really need to get out of the way and make it happen sooner than later. Find out what the roadblocks are, get rid of those roadblocks that's happening. So instead of going through process and never get it done, getting that compacted down, because we know inflation, according to everyone's prediction so far I'm hearing, there's going to be inflation coming up. It's going to cost more down the line. So the sooner we get it done, the faster we get this in place, it's going to cost us less in the long term. So if we have to give up, in my opinion, a little bit of the give and take and just make it happen.
No better comment
No
better comment to close this on than let's get it done. I love that. Thank you. So with that, we're closing this workshop and this piece of our meeting. We'll be dismissing our joint panelists, our Planning Commission. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody in the audience. We're going to take a 5-minute break while we change the chairs around, and we'll be right back in 5 minutes. Okay, let's bring everybody back into their seats and reconvene this meeting. And at this point, the next item on our agenda is general public comment, and I apologize that we're so far off schedule, but such important work tonight, and you've stayed, so I really appreciate you all staying and taking turns to speak tonight. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person, and depending on the number of persons wishing to address the Council, time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 20 minutes. If we have more than 20 people wishing to speak, that would be at 1 minute each. Then the additional comments will be heard after the last business item on the agenda. So I'd like to ask the clerk if we've received any emails and then to proceed into the message.
We received 9 general public comments, which are all posted on the website. At this time, I will start a 30-second clock for general public comment. During these 30 seconds, members of the public should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
So we have 11 speaker cards tonight, and so we will run at 2 minutes per speaker. Again, if you want to reiterate what someone ahead of you has said, it's okay to go less than 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Our first speaker is Christopher Brown, to be followed by Catherine Babowski. Did Chris leave? I apologize to everyone, and I hope everyone realizes you can email us, and those emails go direct to council, who reads every email. Catherine Babowski.
Yes, my name is Captain Bobrowski. Chris, you spoke over 2.5 hours on the same subject. That's why Chris Brown left, because he got tired of waiting. I live at the Little Woods Villa Mobile Home Park. I did some investigating. I found that Harmony is lying through their teeth, saying they're going to close the park. For one reason, they're selling a mobile home in there, and they're going to be renting that space at that mobile home for $1,195, and they brought in a new mobile home. So Harmony has been terrorizing us, harassing us. They're doing this statewide, and they said they can't afford to keep up the mobile home parks. They're liars. They go around buying mobile home parks. They're wealthy and they're money hungry, and it has to stop now because we're sick and tired of it right now. And the city needs to file a lawsuit against Harmony right now, immediately, because enough is enough. They've been doing this for decades. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Shan, to be followed by Chantel Rogers.
I want to applaud the City Council's stand in favor of the Constitution and human rights for all of the members of our community. As we see masked, unidentified ICE people kidnapping folks off the streets and terrorizing, that is just, to me, a first step. First, they came for the immigrants here. And it's a terrible thing to see happening. It's so awful. And I think it is connected to a generally more lawless world where human rights that were international human rights that were won at such an unspeakably high price after the Holocaust. For international human rights that are being trampled by country after country, including our own, including folks coming into our community who are unidentified. The police here tonight, you can see who they are. They're members of our community. They're identified. They're not masked brown shirt people who are ashamed of what they are doing or who are worried that it is against the law. So I would encourage you to stay strong and to keep in mind that lawlessness on the international level comes down to the microcosm, and to stand up for peace and for meaningful ceasefire and to provide aid to the people of Gaza by taking a stand against genocide and for human rights in general. Let us truly stand against hate, because the microcosm does reflect the big picture.
Thank you. Chantel Rogers, to be followed by Ravel Mast.
Good evening. I understand and applaud the city's efforts to reduce speeds on roads around town to ensure bicycle and pedestrian safety, but I think viewing straight streets as the enemy is short-sighted. Creating obstacles for vehicles to navigate around and adding curves to straight streets may slow cars down some. However, this also requires a driver's full attention, leaving them with little bandwidth to take in cyclists and walkers in the area. When you approach an intersection or section of road with obstacles in the road, curb outs, colored or not, signs and cement blocks in the road, and multiple colors of paint, you are necessarily focused solely on driving through that area and not on who else is around you. I believe that this inadvertently creates distracted driving and is actually more dangerous for other users of the road. Straight, unobstructed roads are the simplest for vehicles to drive safely, especially with our aging populations. So what to do about the streets where cars are driving too fast? One solution I've seen work that we have not tried here yet is speed tables. Speed tables are like long speed bumps. They're usually 3 or so inches high and about 22 feet long. This allows cars and trucks to come up on the elevation but have our four wheels at that level before descending the other side. This slows traffic down, but without the jarring effect of speed bumps or humps, and they cover the entire width of the street, so cannot be avoided. Emergency vehicles can safely use them with minimal delay in response times and possibly even less than navigation circles or median islands. Speed tables in conjunction with speed limit reminder signage may slow speeds in some areas without the need for distracting obstacles. Their cost is minimal and they do not need constant maintenance like all of the painted pavement does. The recently added median islands on I Street will not actually slow traffic. People will just pull into the bike lanes and not slow down. I hope the city might consider speed tables as an alternative when speed reduction is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Ravel Mast, to be followed by Janice Barker.
I have 2 comments. One, I meant to make comment on the previous issue, the workshop. I didn't hear anything about incorporation of the SAFE team into this project. And given this is a once-in-a-generation project, I'd like those with decision-making power to consider if there are any ways that they can be involved in this centralized emergency responder center. And then secondly, I just want to speak up in support of the Youngstown's residents and their battle with, their battle. Thank you.
Thank you. Janice Barker, to be followed by Kay Poland.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff. Tonight we wish to speak to the push for a potential recall election against Janice Cater Thompson. Why did we get involved? It's simple. Janice was voted into office in 2022. Janice started listening to our residents well before she was elected. There is an election next year where the residents of District 1 will vote for who takes the City Council seat in January 2027. It was not a close vote in 2022. This push for a recall from a resident who has not lived in District 1, in our opinion, seems directed against Janice for personality, words, and votes. This push is, ironically, not directed at any other city council member for their personality, their words, their votes. The process to even push forward a recall election is not quick. In fact, it requires a District 1 resident to take the lead and required number of verified signatures to move to get 25% signatures, leading to a special election. At the earliest, this could potentially only take place next year when the regular election is to take place. This type of election would require an estimated $300,000 be used by taxpayer money to fund it. More importantly, we know that there has been no ethical substantiated violations, no misuse of fiduciary or legal city information, and nothing legal to suggest that Janice should be removed. One of the opinions we hear is that she votes for all, and all should be able to push this recall forward. But the residents do not get to vote in the... Oh.
Thank you very much. Kay Paulin, to be followed by Jody Johnson.
But all residents do not get to vote in either a District 1 recall election or the regular election. In both cases, it's only District 1 allowed to cast their vote. So a lot of our residents went out into the community in a civilized manner to educate our fellow District 1 residents about Janice Cater Thompson's results in concert with the rest of the City Council. We knew a lot of residents juggling careers. We know a lot. Families or life would not have had the factual data of what has happened unless it was a hot button issued, reported in the newspaper. Our intent was pure, to provide information so that each resident could make their own choice whether to sign or not. We offered just one way for the residents in support of no recall to sign their name. We feel the intent of this potential recall is at the least suspect. We realize this is not a legal document, but the intent to show there are many residents feeling that a recall unnecessary and unwanted. We are not ready to turn to in the signatures because at 6:04, we are still taking our time as seniors getting to all of our residents. We also are cognizant that there are some residents that do not feel the same way. So this past Thursday, we were able to view the front page of the resident who was leading the District 1 recall effort after it was served publicly. Ironic as it turns out, one of our residents' acquaintances was related to this young woman. We asked if we could understand what had taken place to warrant her seeking this recall. Our intent always was to understand and learn what might have been missing. Her relative guided us to Harbor Freight, where she works, and we were introduced to this young woman. We simply started with asking if she knew the part Janice had played in supporting not just mobile park residents, but immigrants. She said she had no idea. We asked if something had happened between her and Janice that we should know. She answered that she did not know Janice. We asked if she knew a man named John. She answered that she did know a frequent customer named John.
Thank you very much. Jody Johnson, to be followed by Jennifer Boyle.
We asked if she knew she was the lead District 1 resident in the potential recall of Janice Cater Thompson, and that papers had been served attesting to that. She said she had no idea about that. She then went on to say that John had entered Harbor Freight, liked to talk with the employees, and asked her what her address was. She said he entered into his phone and then said, "You live in District 1, could you do me a simple favor?" She went on to say that he said he was trying to make sure a person did not get reelected and that he had gone up against her on policing issues and had won. He said if she just signed, he would do all that stuff, and he stated he would do things undercover and that if anyone called, just listen, but to not say anything. She went on to say that he had just come back that morning and had her sign again, as he said he had made a mistake. We as residents felt tears coming to our eyes for this 24-year-old Hispanic woman who had absolutely no idea what her name and signature was being used for. Immediately, She went into the office of Harbor Freight, creating a note saying she wanted her name and the recall paperwork she had just learned about withdrawn. She asked if we would deliver it for her. Our thoughts were with this unassuming young woman who had absolutely no idea what she was being used for. Sinking feeling comes to mind. Concern, and most notably intent, comes to mind. We as residents did not go looking for this information. In fact, we were as stunned as anyone that this had happened. Our only intent was that all residents in District 1 understood factual results and could make their own informed choice. Please know that we have done this for any city, or would have done this for any city council member, as we just simply believe the circumstances for recall require greater issues or violations. No recall is necessary or warranted. Our election will be here before we know it.
Jennifer Boyle. If you're through, we can pass, right? Tim Porteous. To be followed by Richard Hubner.
We need this urgency notice. We need it.
I think that's an agenda item we'll get to in a minute.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm back on. Okay.
So let me pass to the next speaker.
No.
No. Okay.
I have a lot of faith in Janice Cater Thompson. I have had a lot of faith in her. I have seen her many times, not only at our parks, but at events. I like what she says. I don't like that anyone can think they can just sneak around the back and try to undermine someone. Now, a lot of power put Janice Cater Thompson into that seat, and it's going to take a lot more to take her out. And we're not stopping at just the few people and signatures we have. We're going to continue knocking doors on the real issue of District 1. And we have papers that state just what she's done, all on paper here, all provable. And that's how we're going to back her up. We're going to let District 1 know that that woman needs to be in that seat. And the ridiculous amount of money that this fella is asking the city to spend is such a waste of money. She's already going to be up next year. He's not going to get this if it went forward, which it's not, because they're going to be educated. It wouldn't come until next year. What's he thinking? Before he's even, he might even run. Before he's even on, he's trying to spend the money. I think it's wrong. Just so you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Hubner, our last speaker.
Thank you. Members of the council, I did just speak to Janice about some of us needing a reasonable accommodation. 2 minutes, wise to use the relay method. In any case, I'm here about housing issues and 911 services. And Janice pretty much said everything I would say. The reason why I am interested in putting this forward is I had trouble getting an ambulance to respond to my address in Petaluma. Yes, I had trouble getting an ambulance to respond to my apartment in Petaluma, California. I had to drive myself to the hospital when I had probably not enough blood in me. I had been having internal bleeding, probably not enough blood to see if I was drinking, and I hadn't been. I'm a former drug use and substance use disorder counselor, and I can't drink. It will kill me. Also, I can't take aspirin or NSAIDs. That will kill me. They all help the bleeding. So I'm stuck taking opioids. I probably had 6 years left to live. The liver is part of the issue and all others. But I'm going into palliative care soon. I tried to take this up with housing. The last time I got any help from the city of Petaluma was in 2010 from Bonnie Gabler. And some of you old timers may remember Bonnie. Anyway, my time is up, and I'll be back.
Thank you very much. That closes general public comment for the evening, and that takes us to council comment. Given the hour, I'm going to rush all the council members through their reports pretty quickly, and I'd like to start with our council member Shribs.
Okay, 3 items. I'm part of the Ag and Open Space, and we actually took a meeting over at Mark West Springs Park, which was completely burned out a few years back. They've obtained 4 different properties put together, probably over $30 million of effort has gone in, given over to the regional parks program. And so we were able to actually take, at the end of the meeting, we actually took a tour of the whole place, and there's like almost 100 miles, there's many, many miles of horse trails that was actually built by the prior residents, and it's going to be a beautiful park for all of us to go to. So I just want to let you know that it is, they said it may get open to the public within the year, but there is actually a monthly get on the list reservation type thing you can get out there. So anybody's interested in taking a nice walk through some beautiful land that are now in our possession through our Ag and Open Space, it's now available coming up. And it'll be open within the year. The fairgrounds, I did waste monitoring during the music festival for 4 hours, and a lot of folks were very thankful that they actually had to figure out what went where in which bin, and it was like a highlight for them that, hey, finally, thank you very much for monitoring that and helping out, making sure everything went in the right place. I also went to the Coast Guard with a couple other of the council members for their celebration this last Friday, and looks like we're on our way to even more cooperation and interaction with the team that's out there working both directions. And that's all I have for the moment.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Quinn.
Thank you. I have no liaison reports, and in the interest of time, I'll forego any other comments.
Thank you very much. Councilmember DeCarly.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for staying here for 4 hours. So last week, Sonoma Water gave me a tour of several of their facilities, being that I'm the representative member on the Water Advisory Committee for the City of Petaluma. We looked at Lake Sonoma. We looked at their facilities along the Russian River, how they actually get water to us, and a couple other things. It's pretty amazing when you look down in the casings where they actually pull water off the Russian River to see how clear and how great our water actually is. It's a pretty amazing facility, and it's very environmental at the same time. It's actually naturally filtered, and that water travels through over 100 feet of rock and silt to the point where it's extremely clean. Last weekend, the 4-H auction started. There's 4-H and FFA kids who have been raising animals for a long time now, learning showmanship, learning how to handle animals, how to raise them, and how to start a little bit of a business in a sense, because they have to find buyers for their animals. And so I went there to support them. I think it's a wonderful program that we do for agriculture and for kids to just learn about animals in general. That's at the Sonoma County Fair, which, if you didn't know, just started. So if you can go check that out, they've got the Hall of Flowers and all sorts of things. So if we go support our neighbors in Santa Rosa, that'd be great. And then this morning, the Water Advisory Committee, the highlight of our meeting there was Marin Water's contract got renewed. For those that don't know, Marin Water is a customer of Sonoma Water, and they purchase water from us through our aquifers. And so, aqueduct, excuse me. And so that, plus we got an update on the Potter Valley situation, which is incredibly important to our water supply. On July 25th, PG&E submitted their application to FERC, which is the federal agency that will then decide what happens with everything. And those are the updates I have. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My Public Safety Advisory Committee liaison report. At our July meeting, we had a presentation by the Petaluma Police Department staff in regards to how public receives information regarding the Petaluma Police Department, from social media to district newsletters. Tomorrow night is our National Night Out from 4 to 7 at the Petaluma Fairgrounds. City, county, and state law enforcement will be on hand to answer questions and demonstrate equipment. This event is open to the entire community and all ages, and it's free, and it's from 4 to 7, so don't forget tomorrow night. Families are encouraged. Tonight's agenda item number 11, the mayor and city council will receive, review, and approve and adopt the fiscal year 24-25 annual military equipment use report that was heard last month by the Public Safety Advisory Committee. And seniors, are you ready for an emergency? This is also all public, but Petaluma is hosting a 2-part workshop. The next one is September 13th and the 27th at the Community Center. For more information, the website is emergencyprephelp.org. And through being a cool Petaluma leader, we did this for a group of people yesterday, and my son Marshall helped out, who's also a cool Petaluma leader in my neighborhood, as well as a deputy fire marshal in Sausalito. So, do you know your evacuation zone? Do you have a personal emergency plan? And does your neighbor? So, these are important things, especially with last week's tsunami warning. So that's it. I did it real fast.
Thank you very much. Councilmember
Quickly,
Katie Thompson.
Last week I was also with Councilmember DeCarly on the water tour, and it was an all-day tour, and it was really interesting, and I think the entire council should go on the tour, and actually members of the public, which the water agency would be willing to set up times for these tours. And then I was at the WAC meeting this morning also, which is a water advisory meeting. And when I was up at the Eel River, Jerry and I were sitting there playing cards, and we decided to listen to the Planning Commission meeting because Sid Commons was on. And I just really want to thank the Payrang community for their great comments that they made, and also city staff for really listening about what the issues really were, which is traffic on Graylon and traffic on Jess, and how we're going to go ahead and mitigate some of that. And it was just really good to see a community coming together, because there were 2 litigations for this project, and they were lost. And so the community was kind of being fed that you could still change the project when you really couldn't. And then they came up with really good comments, and I contacted quite a few of them. I actually talked to some when I was on vacation, and I was just really proud of the community about how they pulled together, gave great comments, and those comments were actually implemented. There's about 147 mitigations for this project, and so it was really positive. And I want to thank my friends at Youngstown. It's really meaningful to hear your support, and I appreciate it very, very much. And I appreciate the many people in this community that have contacted me that don't support what's going on. And the bottom line is we need to get on with city business, and that's what our job is. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Barnacle.
Yes, Councilmember Kater Thompson stole my thunder. We had a planning commission meeting where we reviewed the Sid Commons project, and I think we actually climbed up over 150, maybe even over 160 different conditions of approval. But it was a great meeting. Our new planning commissioners hit the ground in stride and did some really conducted the business, and it was a great outcome. We're going to have, I think, 180 new homes coming online soon. So thank you.
That's like some sort of record for conditions of approval, right? I mean, that's
I think the Corey Heights, Mayor Barrett said there was like 800 or something like that conditions of approval for Corey Heights, she said.
Well, thank you. And to keep it brief, I just want to update folks on a couple things. One is the Keeping People Housed program, which is a way to fund people who could fall out of housing and into homelessness. So it's upstream investment, which is like, that saves you so much money if you can prevent a problem. And they've had over 100 people help this year. Many just needed referred to legal aid of Sonoma County. But on average, the subsidies they've been helping for some rents and things, averaging the $3,000 per person, and $156,000 has been spent in Petaluma, and it's an impactful program that we just really have to highlight. Also, and sadly, I'm getting more and more reports of the fear of ICE in the community. People are afraid to go to school. People are afraid to ride buses, even though they're free. But the one that's breaking my heart is now they're afraid to go to health care because all these places are risks in the community. So, I think that shows why this council has stood for entering into various suits that we have and other actions that we're taking. I think it's it's the imperative of the council to stand up for the people. Lastly, and on a highlight, and maybe the city manager will help me with this, but the library will be reopening at the end of August. I think August 25th is the date they're planning for a ribbon cutting after a year of super remodel, and so that's a good thing. And with that, I'd like to pass it over to the city manager for her report.
Actually, I'm going to pass tonight. So thank you, Mayor and Council.
Oh.
And actually, it was 144 conditions of approval, but now I got to check out Corey Heights to see if there was a record.
Wonderful. Okay. And that gets us to our consent calendar for the evening. And at this point, I always look up and down the dais and see if there's anyone who wishes to pull any individual item, or, we will do questions, but if their intention is not to vote for it, sometimes a council member will pull an item from it. And is it a question or a request to pull?
A request to pull.
Okay. Item?
Item number 6, the synthetic turf materials.
Okay.
Can we pull that item?
We may, upon request, do that.
Thank you.
Any others? Seeing no others, then we'll handle this all as one in terms of council questions and then in public comment questions. So I'd like to ask this council, have any questions or concerns about this? Let's do first any of the other items but 6. And then for item 6, did you have a specific questions or dialogue you want to initiate?
Well, I won't be supporting this. I voted no to bring it forward, and so I'm not going to vote for it again. So thank you.
We're following right protocols. I love it when that happens. And a question?
No, not a question, but a statement to make about 6. So, I'm still a little bit surprised that, back in February we couldn't all come together on this because this fake grass, it poisons kids and the environment. And I really thought that's something we come together on. And so I'm also not going to be supporting the funding for this.
So let's go to public comment for the consent calendar. Do we have a couple emails, don't we?
We did receive 2 emails on item number 6.
Okay.
And are we ready to open?
We are.
I have not received any cards yet, but if anyone would like to speak on any item on the consent calendar, now is the moment to bring your card to my desk. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
And seeing no one stepping forward and having no cards, we will close public comment on this for the evening. And I bring it back up to the council, and I think I'm going to be asking for a motion first for items 2 to 9, excluding 6, which will be handled separately.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. That was a motion by Cater Thompson with a second from Vice Mayor Now. Roll call vote, please.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Now, bringing it back to item number 6, do we have a motion for 6?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you very much. We have a motion from Cater Thompson.
A second.
A second from Quint. A roll call vote.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
No.
Now?
No.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries with Councilmember DeCarly and Vice Mayor Now voting no.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to our public hearings and matters for consideration. Item 10, which is introduction of an ordinance and adoption of an urgency ordinance for the council to amend specific provisions of the Petaluma Municipal Codes for mobile home park space rental stabilization program, and to maintain the effect of the remainder of that same section. And for this, I will turn this over to our attorney, Eric Danley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk, do you have the PowerPoint ready? So we've got a few PowerPoint slides to introduce this item, which Caitlin is kindly bringing up. And I'm Eric Danley, the city attorney, and I have the pleasure of introducing this item tonight. So these are what at this point I think qualifies the long-awaited latest updates, second round of updates to Petaluma's mobile home rent stabilization regulations. If we could have the next slide, please. So this provides a kind of a high-level overview of the features of the updates that we are providing for the council's consideration and action tonight. What will these updates do? Well, one of the most important things they do is streamline arbitrations that are brought under the city's regulations. The MNOI, or Maintenance of Net Operating Income Standard, is already one of the ways by which a park owner can present evidence to support that they need a rent increase in excess of what the city's regulations allow without an arbitration, to be able to make a reasonable return on their operations. So the fact that that is a method for doing that is not new in our regulations. What's new is it's now the required method, the sole method. And the reason that streamlines arbitrations is it provides for more predictable results for both park owners and residents, and greatly simplifies the proceedings so there aren't multiple arguments, different kinds of arguments being offered, different kinds of information and experts. That also is the method for assessing the ability of park owners in the city to realize a reasonable return on their operations that has been used in the most recent arbitrations by the arbitrators. The streamlining in the regulations before you tonight, Council, also include time limits to put on the arbitration cases. We looked at some other existing regulations and focused on the marina regulations and expanded those time limits a little bit, but again, shorter presentations that can result in concluding an arbitration in a day instead of it stretching over 3 days greatly reduces the costs of rent control arbitrations for both park owners and residents. We've also provided clarifications. It's always been the case that the city's regulations have not provided authority for arbitrators to grant attorney's fees awards, but now that's made expressly clear in the proposed updates. The recent writ proceedings on a prior Youngstown arbitration, the court agreed that the city's regulations did not provide for such awards, and in fact that they would work in injustice because it would add cost to the residents, and that the Gallon case is not really authority for such awards because that was a case where the city had abused and not complied with its own regulations, resulting in due process violations. So that's addressed in the regulations. Also, we've clarified some definitions, and some of those are to implement the focus on the MNOI standard. There are also some Some loopholes that are closed that have been used to avoid vacancy control. And the focus there has been on the fact that the mobile home residency law treats 60-day notice of a resident leaving their tenancy as creating a lawful vacancy, which under the city's regulations has allowed for resetting the rent. And that would no longer be the case under these regulations because what some parks had done, it's just include a 60-day notice provision in their leases, thus providing for a lack of vacancy control at the conclusion of those leases. There are also some added enforcement tools and really some efficiency tools whereby the clerk of the program, which is actually the city manager under our regulations, is able to require parks provide information annually that helps the housing team ensure that the city's regulations are being complied with and doing that, and to do that efficiently. And a newly added provision would make it clear that violations of the city's regulations constitute unlawful business practices under the Businesses and Professions Code and provides the remedies in that code. So that's the overview. Next slide, please. Okay, so a little bit on the maintenance of net operating income, or MNOI standard. So as proposed, that would be the method under the city's regulations for arbitrators and also park owners and residents to be able to determine whether they're able to operate in a financially sustainable way and make a reasonable return on their investment in the park. And as is the case now, it would continue to be the case that what's called the base year of rent control under the city's regulations, which was 1993, the year before they took effect. These updates provide that's presumed to provide a fair return, but provide also a mechanism for rebutting that if there were exceptional financial circumstances in the 93 base year. There's already been enough information presented in prior arbitrations that it doesn't seem to be that there were such exceptional circumstances, but nonetheless that mechanism exists in the regulations. So the way the focus of the MNOI method is to determine the net operating income, and that is the gross income minus operating expenses. And what the MNOI fair return formula does is it looks at the current year's net operating income, and it compares it to the net operating income of that park in the base year before rent control took effect, and then adds the CPI increase since the base year to make sure that the current net operating income equals the base year operating income, taking inflation into account, taking inflation since the base operating year into account. So there's, in the definition provisions, in the proposed updates, they're clear, they need to be clear about what counts as rental income and what counts as operating expenses, because that's what's being prepared. And income includes things like sub-meter charges, pass-through utilities, laundry services, et cetera. Operating expenses includes normal operations and maintenance, utilities, taxes, amortized capital improvements, owner-performed labor, but it's set at a reasonable percentage. Legal fees, but not those from arbitrations, except to the extent those are successful and are reasonable. And then the operating expenses do not include debt service, lobbying costs, depreciation, penalties, rebates, expenses attributable to unreasonable delays on maintenance, and expenses passed through to tenants, because those are not really expenses. Those costs are recovered. So next slide, please. Those are all features of the updates we prepared for your consideration tonight. So here's an example of how the MNOI works. So if in 1993, the base year, a park earned $300,000 in gross income and had $200,000 expenses, that would result in a net operating income of $100,000. And if a park owner in a current year is seeking a rent increase above what the city's regulations allow without an arbitration, the arbitration would look at applying the cumulative CPI increase since the base year, which the actual number since the base year right now, based on our review, is 142%. And so that adjusted NOI would be $242,000. And as long as the park was making that much or more, it wouldn't really have an argument that it needs an adjusted rent increase in excess of what the city's regulations provide. If it weren't, it would have such an argument, and the arbitrator could rule accordingly on the rent increase. If I could have the last slide, please. Thank you. So the other amendments that are included here, we actually already talked about the limits on the how long the arbitration cases take. And as I said, looking at other examples that have existed for a while and have operated successfully, we've provided a little more time than that, so I think it's ample. Also note, as we note on this slide, that the arbitrator can order some additional time based on good cause to make sure the parties' due process rights are recognized. It was already intended in the city's regulations, but these updates make it expressly clear that there can only be one arbitration in a 12-month period for a given park. We already mentioned the issue of the 60-day notice and vacancy control. What I didn't previously mention is that, like the marina regulations we looked at, these proposed updates treat reduction of park services without a reduction in rent as a rent increase to be factored into the net operating income calculation. I did mention about the attorney's fees issue. There's no fee awards that are permitted. However, some portion of reasonable attorney's fees in arbitration petitions, but only to the extent they're successful in obtaining a rent increase award, may be taken into account as an operating expense. And the other attorney's fees that can be treated, are treated as operating expenses, are the normal ones you'd expect, like attorney representation in unlawful detainer actions or other park business requiring an attorney's services. I mentioned about the expressly noting that violations of the regulations can be enforced as an unfair business practice under the Business Imperfections Code, and about the ability of the clerk to seek additional information, which will greatly help our very small but effective housing staff in administering this program. And I want to end with some important timing considerations of the council's actions tonight. So there's currently a pending arbitration tentatively scheduled for September 18th. And the council knows and has directed us to provide, and we've committed to provide these updated regulations so that they would be in effect for pending and future arbitrations, because we've seen a need for them in the past arbitrations which have been occurring every year and in multiple parks. So we have and we've committed to the residents to do the same. And what we've provided to the council tonight will allow us to follow through on that commitment. But to do so, it would be important to adopt the urgency ordinance, which must pass by a unanimous vote of the council for that to take effect. As I mentioned, we have provided for these ordinances to have retroactive effect because most of the changes they make are clarifying, such as, for example, it's not really a big change to limit the arbitrations to MNOI because that's what the arbitrators have been applying. The definitional clarifications are are arguably interpretive. But in terms of timing, again, the regular ordinance, if introduced tonight, won't be able to get a second reading until September 8th, and that means it won't have an effective date until October 8th, which potentially would be after the currently pending arbitration. There's still arguments that arbitrators should apply these regulations, but it would be absolutely clear that they must if the council adopts the urgency ordinance. So that concludes my remarks introducing this item, and I'd be happy to answer questions of the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. I just right there at the end, you had a point that caught me. So the urgency ordinance is so it takes effect now, or the other one, without the urgency, it would be in October or something. It would more or less be in October.
Yes, I mean, as a backup, because of the nature of these changes, many of which are interpretive or clarifying in nature, we've included legally required language that you'll see at the end of the ordinances about them being intended to have retroactive effect. But it would be there's some risk with respect to an arbitrator applying these updates in the currently pending arbitration if the council does not adopt the urgency ordinance. And as a reminder, under our charter, that requires a unanimous vote of the council members present.
Right. That's what I thought I was hearing you say. So the certainty comes with doing the urgency, and the urgency only comes if it's unanimous.
So right. Under our charter, for an urgency ordinance to take effect, it needs a unanimous vote. The regular ordinance does not need a unanimous vote, but it takes a second reading and then a 30-day period to run before it becomes effective. Right. So that's the timing issue. Those are the timing issues.
Understood. Thank you. Any council questions on this item? Vice Mayor?
Thank you. For the city attorney, was the stakeholders, aka the property owners, involved in this ordinance? Did they have an opportunity to speak on their behalf?
They have one tonight. So
prior to this?
Well, yes. I mean, we've had some fairly steady communications from the park owners, and we've had steady communications from the residents about their experiences in the parks, and these updates address what we've seen in terms of impacts on the residents and in terms of the frequency of arbitrations and their duration and the positions taken in those arbitrations. And they address lease provisions that seem intended to circumvent the purpose of the city's regulations. So these regulations have very much to do with the park owners and their management of the parks, at least some of the owners of the parks. And I think the council received communications from the Harmony Company as recently as today. And this is a very public process, and there will be a second hearing on the second reading of the ordinance, assuming it gets introduced tonight, and there will be more opportunities then for the council to receive input from the park owners.
Thank you. The reason I asked is because that letter mentions that they have not been involved in the whole issue of this ordinance, and they feel victimized themselves, which, it's hard for us to hear. But the city of Windsor, and I believe also Santa Rosa, just met in the middle with the park owners, the tenants, and the city to do no rent increases for 10 years, so no arbitrations and just a one-time catch-up. And so have we considered anything like that so we can avoid arbitrations and rent increases in the next, 10 years sounds like a long time, but for some of these seniors, that's their lifetime.
So in presenting this item tonight, I referred briefly to the direction that we've received from the City Council regarding upholding and strengthening the city's mobile home rent space stabilization regulations, because that is what has been guiding us and still is, unless and until the council changes that direction. I have heard of, we have seen ourselves proposals from Petaluma Park owners to eliminate vacancy control, which is, as I've explained, is over time eliminates rent control. We've seen other proposals in other communities, such as you described, agreements to, and some have been privately agreed upon with in Petaluma in some years past, to provide for agreed upon rent increases in lieu of arbitrations. That has not been our direction. If the council changes our direction, then we will of course follow that direction. But our focus has been on ensuring that the city's existing regulations continue to be effective, they have the intended effect, and we have been addressing recurring, unsuccessful, but very costly arbitration proceedings, and other practices that you've been hearing about in pretty much each council meeting over the past, better part of a year. So that's how I respond to that. We are in touch with our colleagues in other jurisdictions, like in Cotati, Santa Rosa, and there were at the latest at the last meeting of residents that I attended, there were a number of concerned Windsor residents there voicing some of the similar concerns that we've heard in council chambers. So again, if the council's direction for us has changed, then we will, we'll of course be implementing that direction.
Good.
Can I just add?
Sure.
So tonight's amendments are a mitigation of what the residents are experiencing, and we received direction from council to address those loopholes. So that's what these amendments do, is close those loopholes.
The only reason I'm asking is because I am worried the tone of Mr. Davies' letter was, they're going to retaliate. And I'm worried about my District 1 has Little Woods, and they're going to close it. And I'm really worried for the residents, and we have no protection. And if we push on this amendments and this ordinance, the property owners are going to push back. I'm just worried. So I'm just wondering what we can promise the tenants that we can protect them.
Well, I just described the protections that would result from this legislative action, which we have been directed by the council to provide, and which they've committed to have us provide, and we're providing. We have seen retaliation. We do have a pending closure application in Little Woods. We have very protective closure and conversion regulations in Petaluma. I think they're model regulations, and as the residents know, we are in a process of working with relocation impact report consultant team that we've retained in accordance with our regulations and the cost of which the Little Woods owners have provided a deposit to cover. The importance of that report being to provide sufficient information for the council so that they're able to ensure that impacts of a park closure are mitigated for the impacted residents. So we do have very significant protections with respect to that application. I mean, we are complying with our regulations. We're keeping the residents informed. And over the course of, I don't know, I'm guessing something like a 4 to 6 month process, that information will be prepared so the council is able to see and understand exactly what the potential impacts on the residents are and what mitigations would be necessary to protect their investment in their housing. So I don't know what I can add.
I think I hear you that we're trying to do the thing on the ordinance we have while still, I mean, it's a community or statewide crisis, and so other people are trying other tricks, and we should be open to listening to other tricks, but we should, bulwark our ordinance up so that what we have is the best thing we can have. That's why an amendment tonight.
Well, yes, and we're I think you're going to hear from affected residents tonight, and we'll get to gauge what their feedback is. These amendments are consistent with the council's direction to make sure the city's regulations operate as intended. Okay. The reason why the recent and ongoing arbitration petitions have not succeeded in obtaining a higher rent increase is because those petitions have not demonstrated to the satisfaction of a neutral arbitrator that additional rent is necessary to make a reasonable return. It seems like some of the park owners are not satisfied with a reasonable return. So we understand, and I think everybody understands, that to have mobile home communities as an affordable housing option, we need park owners and we need residents who are willing to invest in the homes they own so that they can be, basically enter land leases and reside in those communities. But those park owners rely on those residents' investments in their homes just as much as the residents rely on those parks in which to place those homes. And the courts have recognized that uniqueness of mobile home residency, which is different from apartment tenancy, is that the mobile home residents have spent a considerable amount investing in it and owning their homes. And that is why the mobile home residency law exists. That is why conversion regulations like ours exist. That is why our local regulations that are more protective than the state regulations exist, is because of the significance of the mobile home owners' investment in their homes and the vulnerability they have because they need a place for those homes to be. So that's what we're here presenting to the council tonight in accordance with its direction, and I believe the sentiments of our mobile home communities. But you'll be able to assess that for yourselves when
Good
we hear from them.
Good explanation. Thank you very much. Councilmember Shribs?
I've got two areas of questions for just get clarification, and then another area more toward comment. So do I want to do all three? Do one at a time?
I'm going to say save the comment.
Yes.
Okay,
good. Just checking. Anyways, so on the two areas of I'd like clarification on is MNOI and then vacancy rules. Those are the two areas. I think I put those in an email to you. I didn't quite get the answers I was looking for in the report back. So can you clarify, please, for MNOI, being we're going back to 1993, and the calculations seem to be stacking up since then. I understand the math of what you're saying and what you just presented on the slide, but did we do an actual case study applying it to the arbitrations that have just been happened, where are the actual rents, given this new calculation system, are the actual rents going up, down, staying the same? What's the actual outcome? Do we do case studies on this, given the arbitrations right now and how that changes the calculations?
So I kind of answered that already, in the sense that in the last, the most recent arbitrations that we've had, like, let's see, it's
I'm asking for the calculation from time. Does it get recalculated so that the rents may go down? They may go up, given what they are now, given the calculations. Are we saying recalculate all the rents?
The calculations won't result in rents going down. So the way the regulations work, the way they have worked and the way they would continue to work if the council adopts this legislation tonight, is park owners are entitled to raise rents without an arbitration up to the maximum CPI adjustments noted in the city's regulations. Currently, those are 4% or 70% of CPI, whichever is less. As you know, like a number of our neighboring jurisdictions, several years ago, when inflation was spiking, our council took action to reduce what was previously permitted, which allowed for 100% of CPI. So that's been and would still be a feature of our regulations. However, park owners are entitled to a reasonable return on their investment under the law, and there needs to be a mechanism so that they can address when that may not be the case, and they may be entitled to a greater increase. And so our regulations have been pretty open and really not even been limited in how a park owner could attempt to justify before an arbitrator an increase in excess of what the city's regulations allow without an arbitration. And that is something that has led to very lengthy and costly arbitrations with lots of expert testimony, because park owners have provided information based on what they feel they should be entitled to.
Okay, Eric, I think I understand everything you're saying.
Okay.
I'm not sure you understand my question or what I'm asking for. On MNOI, you gave the example of 100K to start and 243K now.
Mm-hmm.
Does that applies to every single park, or is every park different? And if
no, the CPI is the same. The CPI is the same across the parks. And what I was getting to,
not CPI, MNOI. You gave us two numbers, 100 and 243.
So what the parks?
Are those for every single park, or is that just for a theoretical number?
So the parks will each have a base year operating income.
Correct.
From the 93.
Did we go through every single park and ask what would be the MNOI today based on 1993 and all the numbers?
No, we didn't. But what I was getting ready to tell you is in each of the most recent arbitrations, the arbitrator has applied the MNOI method from amongst the other ones that the park owners tried to use to justify a greater increase. And in each of those, except for the first Youngstown one where there was a slight rent increase that was awarded, in each of those, the arbitrator determined that they were satisfying the MNOI standard and were not entitled to a rent increase in excess of what the city's regulations would permit with an arbitration. So what that means is that as to those parks, they're doing fine in terms of reasonable return using the MNOI standard. We have not gone out and studied what it would be under the parks that have not brought rent arbitration petitions, but it's already been the case, even if the council didn't approve these updates, that those other parks too could use the MNOI method to seek an increase beyond what our regulations allow. And, you know, it's a well accepted, probably the best accepted method for under a rent control system for making sure that the park owners are receiving the reasonable return to which they're entitled. So I don't know what else to say.
Well, you answered the question. The answer I was looking for is they're already using the MNOI now in the arbitrations. It's already been used, and this is not a real change. That's the answer I'm looking for.
Yes, I mentioned,
that's all I needed to know.
Okay.
I didn't know anything else.
Okay.
But that's what's in place, because that was not in any of the reports stating MNOI has been used and has been successful to this point.
Yeah,
that's the point.
Yeah, right.
Okay, next.
That's, as I mentioned in my initial remarks.
Let's get to the second question.
Yeah, second question. Okay, on the vacancy rules, again, it was not clear to me the way it was written, in which situations can the park owners raise or change it? And because we've got several situations where there's homeowners, there's renters using the homeowners, there's the park owners owning the actual building already, and then there's sales that happening with rebuilds where the actual park will buy the used thing, someone vacates or sells it, and the park owners buy it, and then they put a new one on, they remodel, they rebuild, and they're doing. In all these situations, is it very strict as this only one case where they can change it, and then all the other cases they have to go? So which cases does it apply?
When there's a lawful vacancy as defined in the mobile home residency law, which tends to be in the case of an eviction for misuse of the space, noncompliance with the lease terms, abandonment of the space, et cetera, when the lawful vacancy occurs as defined in the mobile home residency law, that there is not vacancy control in that circumstance. The reason that we prepared an amendment to make the 60-day notice not result in a lawful vacancy is that was being written into leases so that there would always be a lawful vacancy, which would basically, at least in the parks that were doing that, it would eliminate vacancy control.
Okay, so I'm trying to get the language correct here. So if it's a vacancy where someone did not make payments, then the rules apply and they can't change the rents.
No.
So I do have it opposite.
It's opposite of that.
Opposite.
If there's a lawful vacancy.
If lawful vacancy where the folks vacate because they can't pay, then.
Or abandon, or the other things there's a pretty long list in the mobile home residency law. And that was always the case.
Yeah.
The only thing we adjusted was that 60-day notice.
Okay, good. So as long as it's being legally vacated, whereas the folks are non-paying and leave, that's when they can reset the base rent. Everything.
Yes.
But not in the case of a resale, a remodel, anything like that.
Well, we'd have to look at those. Those are circumstances that have to be looked at individually. The key is, and our regulations were not ambiguous. They're not ambiguous. If there is a vacancy, what I'm trying to get to is
the park owners have the ability. So if they could be
in the case of a lawful vacancy, they can reset the base rent. A lawful vacancy under the mobile home residency law allows resetting the rent for that unit, and the typical circumstances under the mobile home residency law are evictions, abandonments, that kind of a quote unquote lawful vacancy as defined in the MRL.
Okay, so I'm trying to look at it from a park owner's perspective. So a park owner said, okay, it's up for sale. I'll go ahead and buy it. I'll put a whole new unit on it, and now I can charge whatever I want for it. Is that correct?
Yeah, in the case of the eviction, yeah.
Not an eviction. It's sold. The park owner buys the property, buys the unit, decides to tear it down, put on a whole new unit. Can they at that point charge whatever they want?
I don't know. I'd have to. In our regulations, it requires a lawful vacancy as defined in the MRL. So it would depend on that.
Okay, so I'm trying to give the park owners the the ability to say that, because arguing we can't make any money, we can't make any money. Park
Well,
owners
we
can
have
make
the
money.
arbitration process. So, Council Member, to go back to your earlier question, we have the arbitration First of all, our regulations have provided and would still provide for automatic increases every year without an arbitration.
Correct.
Okay?
Yes.
And the rent arbitration process is designed so that a park owner can petition for a greater rent increase than that because they can't make a reasonable return with just the automatic rent increase. And as long as the arbitration is correctly decided based on the evidence presented, and if the arbitrator determines that, in fact, notwithstanding the petition by the park owner, they are making a reasonable return, then it's just an issue of them not making as much of a return as they want.
Right. Okay. I'm trying to make a point here, which I want to make sure everyone gets, is that park owners can make money in those cases where it's sold, remodeled by the park owners. They have the ability to make money when they do these things, and that's not part of this process. This process is different. So that they're complaining they can't make money, I'm not agreeing with because they can.
Well, they can make money even subject to rent control.
Right, because they're complaining they can't make money. So I'm trying to make a point, yes, they can.
Right.
So stop arguing with us that they can't make money. They can.
That's a good point.
So, good point. So on that. And then just, and I'll leave it on, okay, I'll put it in a question. Given that they sent us an email, basically extremely hardball email, they've putting together millions and millions of dollars. They said they can get more. They said we are now the focal point of the whole nation for all this process, and they're going to play hardball legally with us. Are you prepared to play hardball back?
You're asking me that?
Yes, I was given.
Well, I don't think this is.
We're going to go for this.
I don't think this has been softball so far, Council Member. But I don't think that's the right question.
Yes. Okay.
I think, but I'm actually being serious. I think the question is.
Yeah, I
what
think
are
you're
you
looking over your
prepared to
shoulder,
do?
looking at
Because-
your peers and asking that question.
I don't make
we'll
these
be playing
policy choices, but let me.
The question's been asked. Okay.
And I think tonight's urgency vote will
Yes.
dictate that answer to the public.
Well, and recognizing that I don't make the policy choices, even though some of the park owners seem to think that I do, rephrasing the question, I will say, what I'm prepared to do is follow this council's direction. And that's what I've been doing. And while I serve in this seat, that's what I'll continue to do. If that direction changes, then I will have a duty to implement that direction because it's not my direction.
Okay, I think that's the answer you were looking for.
Well, not really.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it was because we may be the leaders, but this is the soldier, and it's the soldier ready to go out there and do battle. That's basically it. Yeah.
Thank you. And Councilmember Quint?
Thank you. So under the current ordinance, a mobile home park owner can raise rents one time a year. And if they, and they're allowed to raise that up to the standards that are set in the ordinance. And if they want to go past that, they can file a grievance or an arbitration. So it can go to arbitration. And if they lose that arbitration, can they still ask, under today's, the way it's written today, are they able to seek attorney's fees in that arbitration from the tenants?
So our regulations have never authorized an attorney's fee award. Attorney's fees have been sought under the Gallant case, but it's distinguishable because it really involved due process violations. And the reason why the court awarded attorney's fees and why courts award attorney's fees in civil rights cases is to punish the government for violating civil rights. So as Judge English got right away in the recent writ on the arbitration results from a prior Youngstown arbitration, it makes no sense to penalize mobile home residents for due process violations of the government in any way. Those considerations only make sense when there actually are due process violations by the government and they're not following their own regulations. So our regulations today, as they stand right now before considering these updates, do not provide for attorney's fees awards and arbitrations. And these updates would make it crystal and explicitly clear. They say the arbitrator does not have the authority to award, and they may not award attorney's fees. The way these updated regulations would take into account attorney's fees would be if a park owner successfully obtained a rent increase in excess of what our regulations will otherwise allow, and only to that extent they would be able to treat as an operating expense those attorney's fees. So, for example,
I got you. Sorry.
Okay, I'll stop.
Okay, so in arbitration, if the mobile home park owners, if the tenants prevail, mobile home park owners don't win in arbitration, 3 months later, 4 months later, 5 months later, they can file another arbitration?
No, it was always intended under our regulations that there is a one round annually of potential rent increases and one round annually of potential petitions. And in the past, the cost of that and the adequacy, frankly, of our rent increases that are allowed without arbitrations have provided for a stable system.
Okay.
But with these repeated arbitrations, we felt it was appropriate to provide in the updates an express prohibition against arbitrations being conducted more than once in a year for a given park.
Yeah, sorry. So my question was, I thought part of the issue here is that our residents are having to face multiple arbitrations in a year.
Right.
Right. So that does happen. Can you?
Well, there have been multiple ones noticed in a year.
Okay.
And there's for example, right now there's back-to-back pending arbitrations for the Little Woods Park.
But the update seeks to close that loophole and make it so that can't happen.
So I would maintain, even if the council doesn't take this action tonight, that the regulations already don't allow for there to be more than one grant of an increased rent in a single year. So if one of those gets approved, I think the arbitrator will be precluded from granting approval in the second one. But these regulations would make that expressly clear. So
Okay.
it clarifies that.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. That's it.
Good. And Councilmember DeCarli, questions?
Yes. First, I want to say that this is all about taking care of the residents, because I don't want to see any of you have to leave your homes or your lives change in that sort of a way, because each one of you is a Petalumen, and I think that these decisions tonight, we need to look at that. What's the long term for you guys, and that's keeping you there in your parks. With that said, I try to look ahead myself, and I greatly worry about what this ordinance will do, because it's beyond heavy-handed. It's a lot. And so what worries me most is that this is so bad that it forces more parks to close, because that's not far-fetched. One's already under notice. So what would happen with the land in a case like this? What could the park owners do? What would the city want to do with land like that if this was to happen?
Is that a question about what the ordinance provides?
It's
for
not
this,
about
or-
what the ordinance provides, but I mean, it's
The
what
closure
ordinance-
process.
It's what the ordinance could do. I mean,
Right.
it's.
So
you
we
know,
have closure, closure rules?
So, the proposed updates are important in terms of what have been the practices in some of our parks to ensure the regulations operate as intended. But they're really not very, they're not major changes in terms of how the regulations have been working and have been intended to work. That's one thing I would note. I mean, as I mentioned, the MNOI approach has been used in the most recent arbitrations. It's always been probably the favored approach and has always been permitted under our regulations, but having it be the required approach just makes it the results more predictable for everybody. So I think that's important to bear in mind. Another, I guess in response to the question, what happens if a park closes? Is that the question?
Yeah, I mean, because we see so much in Petaluma. You know, there's not many low income or lesser income opportunities, you know, in town like the parks. They're very special, but land is so valuable. I mean, you know, what would happen with the land in this case? Because it seems like that would be the next course of action if these parks were to close. You know, you'd never get another mobile home park. Nobody builds them anymore.
Well, it's I'm not so sure. So,
and I wouldn't want to see it developed into anything else. Is what I'm trying to emphasize. So
I understand. So we already have very significant safeguards regarding that issue. The city has, in effect, and has had in effect for a couple of decades, park closure and conversion regulations. We talked about that a little bit in relation to the pending closure application. Before the council can approve a closure application of a park, it's got to make findings with respect to whether the impacts on the residents will be mitigated as part of the closure plan. And under our regulations, if the council can't make those findings, it can't approve the closure. The other thing I will note is that in Petaluma, all 7 of the mobile home parks, the 5 senior parks and the 2 all-age parks, are on land that has a general plan land use designation and a zoning district in which mobile home park use is the only permitted use. So the only way that land is going to be used for anything else is if the council makes a discretionary action to approve a general plan amendment and a zoning amendment to allow another use to take place. And another important feature and safeguard of our conversion and closure regulations is that when a park owner submits a closure application or a conversion application and it intends to seek approval for a different use of that land, it must so state. And I will note that with respect to the current Littlewoods closure application, even though we've reminded the park owners at least 3 or 4 times about that requirement, they have noticed no intended change of use. So the council has control over change of use of the city's mobile home parks.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
You know, maybe you explained it and I didn't catch the whole thing, but why are we using 1993 as the base for it? You know, numbers that are over 30 years old now.
Well, but that was the year before the city's mobile home space rent stabilization regulations took effect. So it's like a control year. And the presumption is, and it's not just from the council when it adopted those, but it's all the cities that have those regulations, that the rents then, pre-rent control, affect reflect sustainable rents charged by the property owners to make a reasonable return in the absence of regulation. So that's why that's the control year. And the reason why it's compared against the cumulative CPI since then is to provide to ensure that the current rents still reflect a reasonable return, assuming that the return in 1993, before there was rent control in effect, was reasonable. And that is the relevancy of the process that's also in these updates, that's actually new, by which a park owner can introduce facts to demonstrate that actually they weren't making a reasonable return back in 1993 because of unusual expenses or unusual vacancies or unusual other conditions, and to seek an adjustment on that basis. So,
Okay.
so that's why.
Yeah,
That's why the structure works that way.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't want to see the parks making money hand over fist off of people who don't have it. But it still bewilders me using that as a base and some of the values that we have been. And I want to say too, I'm not sure how we can understand that the parks can sustain themselves without involving the owners. As was mentioned before, I don't see how we can make those determinations. So why didn't we have the owners there? It doesn't matter. It's not about whether you like them or not. It's the business has to survive for the residents to be able to live there.
Well, there's an issue of time and getting these regulations before the council.
Well, but this is supposed to be agendized back in, I think, February. It's been a lot of time.
It is, and it's been
before
time.
that, too.
It's been time that has been filled with a great deal of activity.
I know it's been years, yeah.
Right. Well, I think what we're doing tonight is modifying to close loopholes on our existing ordinance, while things we've observed, while not truly treating the whole of the crisis. This is bigger than this ordinance is. In one sense, I don't understand a business decision to invest in if you were going to invest in a business and they were capped at cost of living or 70% of cost of living, that's not a reason to buy up that business unless you thought you could revenue up to beyond that business. So there's more to this that I think will hit down the road from other parks and from other experiences. And our ordinances, while good at the time, I think tonight's proposal is, shall we make them stronger so that the suggested loopholes noted from owners, are not there anymore. I think that's what it comes to tonight.
I would add, I believe what we're presenting tonight is consistent with the council direction that we've received. If I'm wrong, then I'm here to hear that from the council. If a majority of the council wants us to have stakeholder meetings, we can have stakeholder meetings. We were in questions right now. We'll get back to deliberation. We're going to get to the public. Are we? Sure. But just to be clear, I believe we've been following the council's direction. I believe these updates do that. And if the council has, a majority of the council has different direction for us, then that'll be our
we've been
direction.
waiting for this to get in front. I think we all agree. We've been waiting for this, and there have been other things that have gotten in higher resource use. So now we're here, and now it's important that we make a vote tonight on whether this is the right action or not. And so if that's it for questions?
I'll save the rest for later.
Comment, yeah. I'd like to open public comment, and will you take it away?
We did receive 4 public comments ahead of time, and those are posted on the website. And anyone else who would like to speak, please bring your speaker cards to the clerk's desk. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
Oh, my goodness. 33 speakers. And you're here at 10:30 at night. How do I not say you get your opportunity to speak? Well, I think, how do I? So I think what I want to ask is that you self-regulate. And I think you'll be able to say your message very succinctly, and we'll get exactly what you're saying. So sometimes more words and more minutes, like me now, is not beneficial. So I'd like to start with Jody Johnson, and then move to Deborah Park, who is conceding time.
Okay, so I'm going to deviate. So I'm going to answer you, Councilwoman now, is Windsor did not accept going compromise. Actually, the residents Evergreen came to us. We helped them. They have legal counsel and they're fighting. So that's happening there. Council Member DeCarly, closure is AB 2782, huge law in the state. And they constantly, throughout the state, everywhere I go, they bounce around the fact that they're going to close. But in fact, they can't close because they have to go through a very lengthy process of which you all would vote on. But they want to strong arm you into thinking that they will continue to harm. The other thing to address is somebody said something about, well, they're playing hardball. They've been playing hardball for 2 years. This has been everything but the kitchen sink. Where do they go from other than closure, arbitration, trying to change park status, and abuse? There is nothing more. So I don't know what we would have to fear from there. So sorry I'm so passionate. We sought to always live within our means. We are not residents of wealth, but we are residents of value. Notably, in our city and almost every city in California, there's a new breed of mobile park owner. These are large investment groups. In Youngstown case, this new owner bought from a mom and pop in 2020 and immediately sought its first arbitration. In Little Woods, Harmony became the newer face of ownership. In Capri, Harmony bought last year in a secret deal after complaining that the city of Petaluma and the city's revisions were too severe. They are sophisticated investors, and like every investor they do their due diligence before they would spend millions of dollars to buy a park. And that's because they knew a lot of profit was coming their way. Since 2020, this new breed has weaponized the arbitration process, the potential closure process, the senior park overlay process, the 60-day termination of tenancy process, and of course, reduction of services. In 2023, after just the first reading of the revisions to the rent stabilization, stakeholder meetings, they all came. They all knew about all of this ordinance that had been in effect. They came and they tried to bully their way into submission for us. First, Youngstown attempted a retaliation to change the park from senior park to all age. No proper 6-month notice. Notably, all seniors bought their mobile home had been age verified and were to live in peace and quiet. The leases they signed were for a senior park. Residents began to ask the city for protection under a senior park overlay. We sought at that time protections for all 5 of our senior parks. Youngstown park owners answered that with sending auto temps to the door of residents to state they were closing the park. No legal notice. They just came to the door. One person went into cardiac issues over that. Less than 2 weeks later, they filed for their second rent stabilization fair market increase application. Then that included 5 days of pleadings, expert witnesses, and park owners trying over 7 different methods. And then in the 11th hour, they added an 8th. What does this do to senior citizens? It created thousands of pages of pleadings having to be reviewed by the attorneys, expert witness testimony that went on for days, and exploitive legal fees. And after that, they tried to get us awarded $500,000 in legal fees. To add insult to injury, we can't even count how many park owners or investors they brought on to testify, has expert witnesses to say what they should get in fair market value. Nonsense. They weaponized further the attorney expense without any boundaries. The ultimate goal without your urgency revision would be either submission by residents, which it sounds like that's the letter they sent you. They want us to submit. They want you to submit. Or to force the residents to the street. Take Littlewoods residents. Just shortly after Youngstown notice of arbitration, here comes Harmony with a whopping ask in arbitration of $1,500 more a month on an average ground rent of $500. The same strategy occurred with Littlewoods park owners. Throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. In fact, towards the end of the arbitration, they changed their tactic and said, hey, guess what? We'll accept 296. They threatened closure so many times during arbitration that the arbitrator asked Nick Ubaldi, their owner, what part of the $1,500 increase they were asking for would stop them from closing, and he said $1,500. Once that decision came down with a zero award, using the same tactics, they initiated a second arbitration using a loophole that they could put in a fair market increase at any time if they didn't receive an award. To add insult to injury, they started fencing off parking to residents that had had it since the beginning. They towed residents' cars right out of a parking spot they had been assigned to for years. Then they also sent audit temps around to a closure threat in Littlewoods without a legal application. Residents are threatened with loss of home, loss of property, loss of car, loss of a roof over their head. In the meantime, in a secret deal, Capri's purchased by Harmony, and they immediately go after an arbitration. Unfortunately, discovery happens that there's only 12 under the rent stabilization ordinance because guess what? Those residents never were even told that rent stabilization existed. The only reason 12 were under it was because advocates went at that first meeting and told them to not sign, and their leases, luckily, had expired. Residents were made to pay for legal representation and expert witnesses just to be led on by park owners' in-house counsel who spent hours trying to get the arbitrator to recuse herself and ultimately, upon failing that recusal, rested his case before presenting any evidence. All the while, the parking reduction is being further taken from Capri. Harmony made Capri an entire fire lane. Now in September and probably October, Capri and Littlewoods are hit with 2 more arbitrations. For Littlewoods, this is their 3rd in 2 years. For Capri, it's their 2nd in 1 year. This is all about preservation of affordable housing in a full-on attack of greed, intimidation, and outright threats. These residents own their mobile homes. They pay water, trash, sewer, PG&E, and property taxes or DMV registration. The more these residents are attacked, the more the reduction of services happened. Let's be clear. Under MRL law, the only 2 ways park owners can raise a ground rent is when an eviction occurs or they take out an old mobile home and they put in a new. Have they raised the ground rents unlawfully anyway? Of course they have. Why? Because there really was no enforcement and not enough teeth in the RSO. The new breed of park owners investment groups have one strategy in mind: remove rent stabilization, remove overlays, remove protections, and use any loophole they can find in any ordinance to manipulate the ordinance's very own intent. Tonight we ask for you to support the very intent of your rent stabilization ordinance. We need a method recognized by legal and financial experts to determine if adequate ground rent increases support the intent of the ordinance of fair return standard. MNOI is that way. It's been proven in every arbitration I've been involved with, and I've been involved with 7. You say in your ordinance, preventing the imposition of exploitive, excessive, and unreasonable mobile home park space rents. MNOI has been proven and taken all the way up to the Supreme Court, has the best alternative to understand whether there is a fair market standard that needs to be. Our own expert witness, Dr. Kenneth Barr, has taken it all the way up to the Supreme Court. MNOI is what you need to vote on. We need to define that time frame because we have spent 5 days in arbitration with everything imaginable just to bleed us dry in attorney's fees. You say in your ordinance, assisting in alleviating the unequal bargaining power that exists between mobile park residents and mobile park owners. That's the only difference, is that we're fighting back, but it's not easy. We need the proposed urgency revisions of legal fees, expert witnesses, and costs not being granted as an award in any arbitration. Because guess what? We can't ask for them. We've never been able to ask for them.
Thank you, Jody. That's 3 speaker cards. And so our next speaker is Jennifer Boyle, to be followed by Kay Poland.
Good evening, everyone. The city's original ordinance's intent was never to allow these outrageous, inflated attorney fees and costs. This would go against the imbalance that residents themselves cannot claim legal fees, expert witness fees, or costs. We need the proposed urgency revision as relates to the 60-day termination of tenancy form needing to be signed when a resident chooses to sell their house. Here lies a loophole that cost a resident in Littlewoods $800 more in ground rent after closing escrow. Angel, a resident at Littlewoods, wanted to move back into a Littlewoods mobile park so his children could go back to the school they had attended earlier. He was notified about a mobile home up for sale by the resident living there, and with the help of a realtor, put in an offer for this mobile home. The MLS listing was a ground rent of $477. Harmony Management decided to have him close escrow on a Friday, but not sign his lease until the following Monday. When he went in to sign the lease, the ground rent was changed to almost $1,300. When he tried to get out of this, they told him he was too late because he had closed escrow. When his name was used in pleadings for the first Littlewoods arbitration hearing as a willing resident to pay a higher amount of ground rent, he testified to the facts of this manipulated ground rent. What was the loophole Harmony used? The 60-day termination of tenancy form that the seller had signed. Clear that his urgency ordinance revision is paramount to other residents not falling prey to a manipulated excessive ground rent increase at time of purchase. We stand tonight having gone through or about to go through 7 arbitrations, 6 of those resulting in 0 awards and one $118 a month award, 13% of the ask.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kay Pollin, to be followed by Tim Porteous.
That's where I just, okay. I'm going to start that sentence over. We stand tonight having gone through or about to go through 7 arbitrations, 6 of those resulting in 0 awards and one $118 award, which is 13% of ask. 3 appeals, 2 lawsuits, 1 dismissed, and the other dismissed in part. Senior Park overlay zoning being ignored, which forced a lawsuit from the city and the people of the state of California against Youngstown and Fannie Mae. In turn, a lawsuit against Youngstown Mobile Park by Fannie Mae for violations of the Senior Park overlay zoning. threatened closures and closure relocation reports initiated against Little Woods residents, parking almost non-existent in Little Woods, full fire lanes, and removal of parking in Capri, threats of Title 25, interference of sale, and one of the most prolific cases of mental and senior abuse. Park owners' false narratives are that we bought this on because of revisions in 2023. In fact, they use vacancy control as one false narrative, even though vacancy control in Petaluma has existed since 1994. We did not change that in 2023. The next false narrative was a revision to 70% of CPI versus straight CPI. Park owners still had their annual increase of 70% of CPI and could not take the 30%, which thus far is anywhere between $4 to $10 an address. Another false narrative we will address is that they cannot make fair market profit and are forced to close. They are sophisticated investors who did their due diligence before purchase. There is absolutely no way that they could pass through a sale to investors if the profits to be gained didn't speak for themselves. We have heard some rumblings from a few non-mobile park residents that the city is using taxpayer money for the legal pursuit against park owners. Like many of the ordinances, codes, overlays enacted by the city, what would that look like if they did not enforce the lawful settled ordinances or overlay and allowed the elder abuse, the manipulation of protections that took so much from foresight to enact in the first place for the greater good of their Petaluma residents? Should it matter if the resident owned a regular home or a mobile home? If someone came after a homeowner of any kind and clearly was not allowed following the law or using exploitive business practices against the vulnerable, it would be a no-brainer that the city is the enforcer. We remind all that the only city lawsuit brought against the park owners was the violations to senior citizens of a senior park overlay zoning where violation upon violation were noticed to the park. Owners in Youngstown. All of the other arbitrations, appeals, lawsuits against the senior park overlay, lawsuits in federal court against the city were all sought by the large investment group of park owners. The city merely had to defend its ordinance and overlay and defend the residents.
Thank you.
Of Petaluma,
Tim.
regardless of the park residents. Let me just finish the sentence. Bank account balance. Okay.
Tim Porteous to be followed by Eric Vasquez.
I just marked it. Start right there.
Our residents, who are indeed vulnerable residents, have only stood up for settled ordinances and protections. They are humble. The facts we present tonight scream potential displacement for all of us if any of this is allowed to continue. This means a senior in a walker or a wheelchair. It means a vulnerable family. It means a veteran who served their country with honor. It means a single mom. It means men, women, children who own their mobile home being forced to live with the threat of homelessness every day. Our city is about keeping people housed. These residents are paying their ground rent each month, and they own their home and have absolutely no control as to whether they get to keep it or maintain even a roof over their head. You, the City Council of Petaluma, have been courageous and have looked to defend, enforce, and strengthen the very rent stabilization ordinance that has existed for many years now. The newspaper has referred to us as Ground Zero, you too. Our residents, and certainly you in the city, are feeling the endless, needless attacks on our affordable mobile homes. Preservation of affordable housing is a must, as well as preservation of life. Without this revised rent stabilization being voted on as an urgency ordinance, the next arbitrations will further force unreasonable, excessive, and exploitive legal fees to even maintain a level legal defense against excessive increases. We remind all that we are your grandparents or your children or your brothers or sisters. We are not just seeking our own protection, but seeking a path forward for all our mobile park residents to live even a single day without fear of being forced onto the street and loss of the only assets we have. We have never asked for a handout. We have just asked to be treated equally in a fragile world. Petaluma will be remembered for meeting this moment. Petaluma will be remembered for actions supporting all residents regardless of their means. Petaluma has been and hopefully will continue to be the beacon of hope for those who have long felt marginalized. We know you see us, we know you value us, and we know that, and you need to know that we are grateful beyond words. Please vote yes for the urgency ordinance before it is too late for all of our residents who live in 850 mobile homes. You mentioned heavy-handedness. You need to watch the first arbitration and listen to Daniel.
Thank you very much. Eric Vasquez, to be followed by Catherine Bravowski.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Eric Vasquez, born and raised on Petaluma's east side. Most of you know me for the various hats that I wear in the city and across Sonoma County, but tonight I'm here as just myself. I'm standing in solidarity with the mobile home park residents across our city, but in particularly those of Little Woods. I've lived my entire life across this street from this community. I've grown up with these folks, gone to school with them, met their families, seen their siblings grow up and build lifelong relationships with them. Kaylin, Jason, Chino, Kimberly, Luisa, Gerardo, Martin, and their fearless leader, who's here, Angie. And that's just to name a few. I've seen this community grow and thrive, and in no way are park owners the victims here. These residents are, and they have been for too long. Tonight is the city's opportunity to begin to make things right with this ordinance. I hope we can see that happen. Si se puede.
Catherine Bravowski, to be followed by Dennis Posake.
Yes, my name is Karen Frosty. I live at Little Woods Mobile Park. I urge you to do what the city attorney mentioned regarding the urgency of this ordinance. Harmony commuting. Since Harmony took over that mobile park, they have threatened me, terrorized me, harassed me. They had their on-site park manager in the past, had her friends vandalize my mobile home, which I had to pay a licensed contractor to fix the vandalism. That's not including the stalking. And then Harmony is trying to take my mobile home and the other residents' mobile homes in there so they could pocket the money into their pockets and buy other mobile home parks on doing this statewide. Harmony is crooks, liars, and dishonest. You need to approve this urgency. And also, too, they have threatened to close mobile home parks, but they did not give the mobile home, closure to the mobile home on-site manager and her friends and some of her family members in that park. They're playing favoritism to the on-site manager and her friends. And two, Harmony's been doing this statewide, breaking laws statewide. Right now, they're being investigated by the state, statewide right now. You need to do a criminal investigation on Harmony community now. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis Posake, to be followed by Mickey Carroll, to be followed by Chip Atkins.
My name is Mickey Carroll. I'm a 10-year resident of Petaluma's West Side. I came to care deeply about this fight right from the beginning. I had been to Youngstown Senior Park many times, as it was the home of my dear friend and the treasure of the city, the late Gloria Robinson, for over 20 years. I teamed up with several prominent residents and went to work to help make the community at large aware that these aren't nameless people. These are our neighbors who have lived in our community for years, much longer than 10 years, by the way. Petaluma stepped up, as we always do, And grassroots support came in from clubs, businesses, and individuals all over the city. It has been a long and rocky road, but much progress has been made thanks to the support of our city government. I beg you to continue the fight. And off of the paper here, I beg you to not capitulate in order to avoid retaliation. It's time to fight. Greed and callous disconcern cannot win the day, not in our wonderful town. Thank you.
Thank you. Chip Atkinson, to be followed by Jorge Arano.
I'm not a mobile home park owner. Mobile home owner. I'm a social worker, retired, and I have had a lot of clients that lived in mobile home parks. And it's a unique way of affordability. You can own your home in exchange for paying rent. And it's a lot of the way that the middle class and the lower middle class can find affordability and survive. I've had one client whose mobile home park closed down, and it was a horrendous chore to find her other housing. And a lot of people didn't have the resources. I was hiring a housing specialist to help figure out the relocation. A lot of people don't have the capital to move their mobile home. Petaluma is becoming unaffordable. Walking around town, I run into a lot of people who are packing up and leaving, and when I engage them, they're leaving because their rent was increased and they can't find affordable rent in Petaluma. And as I look around, we're changing. And we're becoming a yuppie city. And what we have in the mobile home people is the best of America, where little people stand up against bullies to fight for their rights. And they need our help. The choice here is not because of threats of people moving out. And if they get the land, they're going to move it to something else other than a mobile home park. In the case that I had, the land sat vacant for years. They just kicked people out while they're trying to move up the class of economic class of people to come in and make more money. I say we keep Petaluma diversified in income. We respect the people that are at the base of the economy, making the economy work, and have the best of America and their willingness to fight. We support them. So I support this ordinance. Please pass it.
Thank you. Jorge Aranjo and Jackie
By the way,
Elward.
point of order, please. 11 o'clock is coming up.
We do have 1 minute, please. Because the 11 o'clock hour is coming up, we need a council motion to continue this meeting so far into the evening. And did you want to make that motion?
Yes, I'd like to make the motion to continue the meeting past 11 o'clock.
So that's a motion by Shribs and a second by Cater Thompson. And I'm willing to do this one by acclaim. Are we all good that we're going to continue? Good. Thank you. Motion passed. And Jorge, your turn.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city manager. My name is Jorge Arango, and I'm one of the residents at Caprivilla Mobile Home Park here in Petaluma. First, I just wanted to say thank you for your support and patience throughout this process. I've been living at Caprivilla for almost 22 years, and being that the mobile home parks is one of the few places that offers affordable housing, it is very important for me to stand here and speak to you about this issue. As residents, I believe in Capri, we're not asking for our rent spaces to be lower. We're not asking for more expenses or utilities to be added to the park. All we're asking for the rent increases to be what the CPI calls for. For example, in 2024, the CPI for the city of Petaluma was 2%. In 2025, it's going to be 2.2%. For Caprivilla, in September of 2024, about 90% of the residents that were in long-term contract got an increase of an average of 20% from their base rent. This was to help the owners pay for their property taxes and road repairs. The rest of the residents went into arbitration. This year, the CPI calls for 2.2%. And this past June, residents at Caprivilla got a letter said that the increase in September will be an average of 2.8%. 0.9%. We really don't understand why the owners make us pay property taxes on our own homes and then ask for us to help them pay their own property taxes. As far as utilities at Caprivilla, right now about 90% of the streets have been redlined with no parking notice, and tow trucks are constantly circling at night trying to tow vehicles. Some residents have no parking at all, and at the end of the day, all we're really asking is for your support during these stressful times. Please continue to keep affordable housing available for the few residents that can afford living in this expensive county. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie Elward, to be followed by Angeles Cruz.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. First, I want to thank you all for your hard work and the time that you put and effort and consideration for your constituent. It's not easy, especially during this time. I am here today to support our Petaluma mobile home residents, and the ordinance in front of you is for them a sign of hope. This is a vulnerable population that deserve not to live in fear, especially now in time of crisis, both locally and nationally. It is important to protect and preserve their affordable home that they own and work so hard. I know that you guys are going to make a decision, and I know it's going to be hard because you look at the pros and the cons. But these people tonight, I look at them, they all waited all night long. And this is my first time to stay this long to make a public comment because I believe in them. When they reach out to me, I knew it was because they know that their counsel has been speaking on their behalf. And tonight is the night for you to make that decision. I hope you will give them that glare of hope in this tumultuous time that is so hard. So thank you so much, and I know that you guys would do the right thing for your constituent. Thank you.
Thank you. Angeles Cruz, to be followed by Hannah Stewart. Angeles. Okay.
So I don't have anything overly prepared, but just in my time, there was a lot of discussion about what should be done for us. I think, right, logistically, arbitrations are going to happen. The judges that are a part of those arbitrations are, with their professional experience, going to determine what is needed in a third-party way for both residents and park owners. So please keep that in mind. And also, like Jackie mentioned, you see all the people here. It's 11 p.m. at night. You see us here every week. You wouldn't see us here if it didn't matter to us, if we didn't want this to pass. We, the residents, believe we are speaking what we need for our homes, for our neighbors. So please listen to our voices and what we are asking for, and that is this ordinance. Please don't waver from that. We appreciate all the support that you all give us week to week and in general. And I know that times are really difficult right now, not only in Petaluma, but in the world. In a time where people in the world are giving up, Petaluma won't give up. And I hope that you feel that in your heart. Remember all the stories of the people that have come here with maybe fear to do so or shyness, and they get over it because they know how important this is. Be the change you want to see in the world. We think that we in our parks are being part of the change makers, and you all have the power to be a part of that change. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah Stewart, to be followed by Katie Olinger.
City Council members, I live in Little Woods. I just wanted to come before you and I just wanted to come before you to just remind you that all of the people here this evening are fellow Petalumans. We work in the schools where your children either are or have been. We, sorry, lost my place. We are also neighbors of many of you, or, the ones that are in our districts at least. We appreciate that the board is taking time and effort for their constituents. We have lived, worked, voted, and voted in this town for at least a decade. And actually, my husband considers this his hometown because he was pretty much born and raised here. So I just wanted to ask if you could please help us continue in our to stay in our homes, help us continue to volunteer in our city and county. And I also have a question for you. Is helping the least fortunate a waste? Some people have called into question the amount of time and maybe effort that you guys are using. And I would say that it's definitely not a waste. I would wager that most of you, this is the reason that you are here, that you are sitting there, is because you feel that the humanity sort of that is involved in this is worth it. And we do too. Please help this ordinance pass, remembering these two things. We are your community. We are your barbers, printers, car mechanics, care providers, and library workers who deserve to have a place to live and parking spaces. And finally, please remember that this situation calls for justice. And I want to leave you with this quote: "The mills of justice grind exceedingly small." Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Olschlager, to be followed by Jax Mondragon.
Okay, my name is Katie Oschlager. I am a teacher and I live and work in Petaluma. I'm here tonight to support my friends from church, Jay and his wife Hannah, who works at La Trocera, and their daughter Athena, who goes to junior high at Kenilworth. And also the many others who are on the verge of losing their homes in this mobile park closure. We live in an affluent city, but affordable housing is very hard to find. For these residents, losing their home doesn't mean just moving. It means losing stability, community, and in some cases, facing homelessness. This isn't just a land use issue, it's a human issue. These are working families, seniors, veterans, and many who have lived in Petaluma for decades and contributed to the heart of this town. I know there are concerns about legal costs, but I ask you to consider the human costs of doing nothing. Protecting our most vulnerable is not a waste. It's our responsibility as a city that claims to care about equity, inclusion, and community. Please stand with the people who have built their lives here past these protections. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. Jax Mondragon? Jack C. To be followed by Blake Cooper.
Hi, my name is Jaxie Mondragon. I have grown up in Petaluma, and I didn't prepare anything. I'm so sorry. I want to urge the council, in the interest of brevity, I want to urge the council to pass this ordinance. Please vote to protect and strengthen the protections for our mobile home residents. We are the community. We are your friends. We are all of us. We live here. We've grown up here. We've known each other forever. Please protect the mobile home residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Blake Cooper, to be followed by Joanne Jones.
Good evening, council and staff. Thank you for continuing the meeting, going late tonight. My name is Blake Hooper. I'm a lifelong resident of Petaluma, and I grew up and live on the west side. I can't imagine any aspect of my life that hasn't been impacted by residents of our mobile home parks. Some of my grade school teachers, friends, several doctors, nurses, a few people that I think I've gotten in lifelong arguments with, and a dentist whose life I made a living hell when I was 10. But they're all wonderful and beautiful people. When I talk to folks around town, not a single one of them can imagine their life without someone they know in those parks. We're not here to protect a community that's separate from Petaluma. We're here to protect a community that has been a driving engine in Petaluma. We talk so much in this town about protecting our history and our culture and our identity. So much of that history is in the stories that these people know. Some of our largest senior populations are there, and a lot of our history doesn't really get written down. The fights, the wins, the efforts, the reasons why we have roosters everywhere on every icon, all of those stories these people have, and they won't be here when they're gone, let alone the young families and the dynamic people that we have coming from these parks. So when you're talking about fighting for them, you're not just talking about fighting for people who are struggling, which would be enough, by the way. You're talking about fighting for both our future and our history at a time when Petaluma is increasingly impossible to live in, impossible to build a life in, and a lot of people are losing hope. The least we can do is protect one of the anchors of our community. And just on the note of some of the concern I've heard, yes, the owners could choose to close, but they'd be morons for doing it, and they know it, and you should know it. They will give you the most control the city has ever had if they choose to close. They know that. State law has steadily been pivoting in that direction. Our own local laws confirm it. What they want is to slowly drive people out, get people to give up, scare this city into not following through with reasonable amendments, and slowly buy up enough of these homes that it doesn't matter what the city thinks. Don't give up the leverage in this fight. And as for whether or not folks are looking at us now in this kind of broader mobile home fight, yeah, they are looking at Petaluma, as they have historically for countless land use fights, both good and bad. The ability to restrict development in the country started here. But they're looking to us because cities right now across the country are fighting corporate interests, taking their homes away. And I implore you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Jones, to be followed by Diane Pimentel.
Good evening, Mayor McConnell and Vice Mayor and council members. I'm sorry, I don't remember when I last stayed up this late. My name is Joanne Jones, and I'm the president of the Santa Rosa Manufactured Homeowners Association. And I also live in a senior mobile home park in Santa Rosa. I bought my home in 2019 because it was affordable and it enabled me to live in a nice, quiet community with other seniors. But things are changing, and I'm concerned. I'm concerned for our community. I'm going to echo what this gentleman just said. Large investment communities are buying up mobile home parks as an opportunity to make more money at the expense of homeowners. They do this by initiating outrageous rent increases, followed by a reduction in amenities and services. I heard of this happening at Carriage Court in Santa Rosa when I visited their park. I was talking to a woman there who had lived there for many years. And the management, Harmony Management, came in and strong-armed the residents and coerced them into signing new leases with a waiver of rights. It didn't go to arbitration. The residents didn't want to fight. So many of them dealt with the new owners, and they paid the additional $400 a month rent increase. Some of the people moved out. They moved to Oregon and with their kids someplace. And the others went ahead and just paid whatever they asked them to pay, which I think was $400 more. And I just talked to somebody from the Evergreen Park in Windsor before I came here, and her story was the same. She said they came in, they strong-armed us, they had a new lease, they had a waiver of rights, they intimidated us, they threatened us with closing the park, and many of them signed. I've also seen this in other parks. I've been to other parks, and I've seen where the owners, they buy the places, they buy the parks, but they don't reinvest in the parks. And they've been doing this for a long time. They neglect much of the needed maintenance, including buckling sidewalks, very buckling sidewalks, large cracks, huge trees with overgrown roots that have not been trimmed in years, and clubhouses that have fallen into disrepair. These investors, speculators, target seniors, veterans, the disabled, and immigrant workers.
Thank you very much. 3 minutes goes quickly.
I urge you to vote
Diane
for
Pimentel would be our
the
next speaker, to be followed by Marjorie Helm.
You're going to love this. I think you've heard enough. I don't have anything more to add, other than the fact that mobile home parks are more than parks. They're communities, and especially this 55-plus communities that we are in. We do things in retirement that I've always dreamed of. I mean, we play cards, we swim, we go to our hot tubs, and we do fun things together. We are a community closer than any neighborhood I have ever lived in. And so I'm just needing to presence that aspect as well. And I just encourage a affirmative vote on this very important piece before you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Marjorie Helm, to be followed by Rebecca Carpenter.
Good evening, and thank you very much for your hard work. As a 35-year resident of Petaluma, I want to thank you, the council and the city, for your efforts to create an aging-friendly Petaluma. You've been doing that work in a really gorgeous way. This is a moment for supporting Petalumans who want to age in place. Too many older adults are becoming homeless because of predatory economics. This is your opportunity to protect older adults and other vulnerable people to be able to stay in their own homes. Thank you for your vote on this.
Thank you. Rebecca Carpenter, to be followed by Lindsay Dixon. Rebecca left. Lindsay Dixon in the house? Oh, hooray. To be followed by Lydia Aslin.
Good evening, and thank you very much for giving us extra time to be able to share our thoughts with you. I am a longtime Petaluma resident, and in the neighborhood where I live, there probably within a mile radius are 5 mobile home parks. And in the time that I've lived in my home, I've never felt like mobile home residents were anything but great neighbors. And as I have followed what's been going on in their fight to be able to maintain their life in their homes, I'm shocked by the blatant greed and lawlessness of the park owners. And as I've listened to what's been going on tonight, a couple of things have been expressed by council members that I do feel like I should respond to. One is there was concern that using the NMOI as a basis to calculate what would amount to a fair rate of return was maybe too restrictive, or that using the 1993 rent rate before there was rent control would be unfair to the park owners. But what about the CPI that is cumulative? When you think of the average CPI being somewhere between 2 and 3%, and you're applying 143% to that base rate, I think that the math is working out to make it fair. And I happen to be a CPA, so I am familiar with how those kinds of things work. The calculation in NMOI is just very ordinary accounting to determine what a fair rate of return is. I don't think there's anything particularly worrisome about that. The other thing that I wanted to address is the idea that this council, this government, would need to play hardball against some very skilled attorneys. And I would just say, if you're not willing to do that, what are you saying to these people who are in this audience? You expect them to stand up to very skilled attorneys without any defense. That is not the Petaluma that I know and love, and I urge you to support these amendments, because these amendments are just ordinary tightening up of what your legal intentions have been. So please support this urgency ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Lydia Aslan, to be followed by Ann Kolochidis.
Good evening, everyone. As a member of Rebuilding Together's Housing Committee, I'm here to urge the council to unanimously support the mobile home park rent stabilization ordinance. It's high time to codify these amended regulations and close the arbitration loopholes to better protect our seniors, disabled, and fixed income residents, hopefully reducing these folks' day-to-day fears around housing insecurity. Your yes vote tonight helps keep Petaluma's commitment to affordable housing and signals that we as a city are not afraid to stand up to predatory corporate bullying. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Kolochidis, to be followed by Daniel Gonzalez.
Hi, I'm Ann Kolochidis, and we have a two for Susan Mills. We're both on the board of the Sonoma County Mobile Home Owners Association, and we're here today in solidarity with the Petaluma homeowners and also in appreciation to the city of Petaluma for taking a courageous stand to protect its mobile home owner community. We urge you to stay strong now. Throughout Sonoma County and indeed the entire state, mobile homeowners are watching in absolute horror of what's going on here in Petaluma with this new breed of park owner threatens the investment in our homes and vigorously works to undermine our hard-won and essential protections. In adopting this urgency ordinance, the city of Petaluma is holding the line to protect this important source of unsubsidized affordable housing and protecting the most vulnerable. And in doing so, you're truly an example of a local government at its finest moment. And in the interest of time, I say I ditto that.
Well, thank you very much. Daniel Gonzalez, the House, to be followed by Daniel Hernandez.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Daniel Gonzalez. I'm a resident of Little Woods Mobile Home Park. I'm here because I want to thank you, City Council, for working with us and want the City Council to approve this ordinance protecting mobile home park residents. I'm a father and a son of mobile home residents. All this has caused stress, not only on my family, my parents, my sons, wondering where we're going to go if the park closes, shuts down. And I'm here still standing this late. I got to wake up at 4 in the morning to go to work because this is important for me, for my family, and for everyone that lives in the park that I've known since I moved there with my parents in 2006. And I'm a little nervous, as you can tell. So that's why I'm here today, so we can get this together, show support, get this ordinance going. And we appreciate your work, and hopefully we can continue to get this, and we can go through this as smooth as possible and get together, because we know I'm a union member. As a union, we stand strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Hernandez, to be followed by Jack Stewart.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here, including you. I supposed to get up at 5 in the morning tomorrow to go to work. But this is so important, not just for me, but for Petaluma. Who knows? Maybe even the state. I mean, we might set a precedent here. So I was like, what would I say? Because my fellows here have said pretty much everything. But I also like to bring the fact that this ordinance is so important to pass because it's starting to get to a point where it can be life or death. My mom just had a minor stroke over being super stressed over this matter. And my grandma, who is 94 years old, relies on my mom. And to top it off, I wouldn't think a 4-year-old would notice, but my 4-year-old daughter even asked what's going on because she's in fear that we might have to move. And, that pretty much says how powerful it would be if you guys pass this ordinance to bring a little peace of mind for all of us. So, thank you.
Thank you. Jay Stewart or Jack Stewart should be followed by Rufinio Cortez. Wait once. Zita Ramirez.
Good evening, City Councils. Thank you for working with us. Thank you for all your support. As a resident of Little Woods, I feel really concerned about what's happening with Harmony. And as a friend of many people and as a resident, I know that a lot of people feel like I do. I feel like threatened. I feel like sometimes we're helpless. Because I've been living there. I've been living there for a while. Oh, thank you. I've been living there. I've been living here in Petaluma, and Petaluma has been a good city for me. I think this is a friendly community, and we're part of the Petaluma. I think all the mobile homes are a community within a big community, Petaluma. And I really ask for your support to pass this ordinance. And I can say, I don't say much, I'm sorry, because my English is my second language, and I wasn't prepared to talk, but I feel like I represent a lot of people that are not here, hundreds of people that are not here. But I need to say something, at least for me, because if I don't say nothing, I feel like I did nothing, and with all my nervousness, I'm here, and I'll thank you for your support. I don't know if I say, my name is Rufino Cortez. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Zita Ramirez in the house? No for Zita? Oh, there we are. To be followed by Diana Kingsbury.
Thank you so much. I'm standing here tonight as a solidarity with my community. I would like to make a call on your empathy to humanity and support of the human rights to dignified home. We're not millionaires. Not everybody has the same opportunities, unfortunately. And by the high cost of living in Sonoma County, as a single mother and as an immigrant, I work hard to keep a roof over my family's head. And I've been able to afford day-to-day life, and I've been in disadvantage of my landlord too, and I feel how they feel. We are trying to make a basic full of living, and All I'm asking here is for you guys to support us and to not let these people go homeless because they don't deserve it. They work hard. They don't have the same chances as everybody else. And all they're asking for is just a roof. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Diana Kingsbury, to be followed by Sandra Shan.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Diana Kingsbury, and I'm an organizer with the North Bay Organizing Project, specifically our Deep Democracy Initiative, and I'm also the interim tenant organizer. We do a lot of voter outreach. When we were knocking over 5,500 doors last fall in Santa Rosa, the cost of housing was a constant concern. The same is true when we have knocked on doors in Petaluma. In your lives, I'm sure you hear about the high cost of housing from your constituents and your families. I'm here to urge the Petaluma City Council to continue their support for their actual community, your actual constituents, over the aggressive greed of these bully owners by unanimously voting yes on the urgency ordinance to protect your mobile home park residents. Let's understand who these owners are and what they've done. In addition to the timeline that Jody read through, remember the fires? Imagine people getting a $200 rent increase. That's what the park owners did during the height of the wildfires that devastated this county. This ordinance is about making the process more fair. We work with residents all over the county, like the ones that you see here. These meetings are really a lot. I hope that you see that there are senior citizens here who have been sitting here for 5 hours in a row on metal folding chairs. Petaluma community members who have worked all day. One of the speakers here is getting up at 4 a.m. for his shift. Stayed till the very end. Primarily Spanish-speaking community members who, by the way, don't have interpretation equipment here in the live meeting. And Petaluma community members who may be afraid of retaliation from Harmony. And that's because this ordinance is so important to their lives. Seeing them makes me really proud to organize with them. It makes me impressed by their dedication and refusal to be displaced or exploited. But it also makes me upset because of Harmony that they have to be here. All these brave, dedicated community members deserve your support, and I appreciate you so much in providing it. That's why I'm here today, because together we're showing up in support of these protections and appreciation of your work on it, because everyone deserves a safe, stable, affordable place to call home. And as a Sonoma County resident born and raised, I believe that we all have a right to that. And that's something that Harmony Communities LLC has repeatedly threatened and attacked. They've tried to get Windsor mobile home parks to sign away their rights. You know how bad they are. And I've had multiple friends and family who've had to leave the county because it's not affordable. And mobile home parks are one of the few places where folks can actually afford to live right now. And they're beautiful communities that as people have been saying, folks go on walks together, folks have known their neighbors for years. This is really urgent. And so really the question is Petaluma going to continue to be a city that stands up to bullies, who refuses to let a greedy corporation take advantage of seniors, children, people with disabilities, immigrants, and low-income residents? Thank you for being loyal to your constituents.
Thank you very much. Sandra Shan, to be followed by Laura Bennett.
Hello, I'm not a mobile home park resident, so don't hold my comments against those folks, because I'm feeling a bit of anger and a bit of shock from some of the comments I've heard. These folks have been bringing this stuff here for a year, and I would hope you had understood some of the issues a little better, but thank you for your questions. If I bought a pizza parlor or a nightclub, nobody guarantees me a profit. But if I buy a mobile home park, gee, there's arbitration. I have people there to protect that I get to make. I'm guaranteed a reasonable profit. Your only problem is not with a struggling landlord, but a financial predator class that wants to make excessive profits. If the laws that they have violated in bullying and harassing these folks, those laws were on the books when they bought these properties. all you're doing is clarifying a few things. So I urge you to support this request tonight. The nature of mobile home ownership is a dual thing. Tenants who are obeying the law are being held hostage by these investors, we'll call them, who are not obeying the law and who are finding loopholes. So the purchase of a mobile home park carries legal responsibilities to not try and hijack tenants' homes and blackmail them with unreasonable rent hikes that will force them out of their homes. For all your talk about preventing homelessness and encouraging diversity, I'm a little appalled by some of the questions. We don't know who you are when we vote for you. Next time I go to vote, I'm going to ask, what are candidates' net worth? Is your knee-jerk reaction, is that the landlord needs protecting? Be clear, these wealthy investors are apparently accustomed to bullying and threatening and getting their way. Please have the courage to stand up for reasonable rents and for our communities. You know, I was homeless part of my childhood. If you've never had that experience, maybe you don't fully appreciate what these people are going through.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Laura Bennett.
As you said, my name is Laura Bennett. I'm a resident of Leisure Lake Village. And I just wanted to bring forth that I can remember when the city reached out to the residents of mobile home parks and started a dialogue with us. And that's where it all began, where at that moment I knew that I was living in the right town. You have done everything correct. You've done the hard work. The ordinance has been in place. But what we found is that with the corporations, and I'm going to say the corporations because that's who we're struggling with, have found loopholes. And all we're asking for you tonight is to continue to support, show the strength that you've showed us, that I've been so fearful that when the owners would call in at the meetings and they would say what they would say, or they would put in emails, or they'd come up to the podium, that the city wouldn't be able to stand up to that. And you have. And tonight is just an extension of tightening up those loopholes, making those protections in place, and going forward. And I thank you all for your hard work, your support, and the understanding of us and seeing us and who we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That closes public comment on the item. I appreciate everybody's attendance and your patience to be here at this time of day. Bring it back to the council for any comments. Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I've often said that there's been a lot of attention on hotels and bike lanes and things like that, but this is overwhelmingly the most important issue that we've been facing in our city for the last 2.5 years, and I'm absolutely going to support this. I want to call out a few things just to recapture some of the things. With the exception of one instance where a small increase was granted, we've prevailed in all of our arbitration, indicating that our limits are not creating undue hardship for the mobile home park owners, and that the mobile home park owners are trying to maximize their profits and take advantage of people who don't have the means to stand up for themselves. And that is precisely what this ordinance is here to do, is to protect people who don't have the means to protect themselves. Week after week, we hear stories of how these mobile home park owners are violating our regulations that we passed. We hear stories of people feeling helpless, mental health issues, and yet the courage that it takes to get up here and speak their truth, their experience, their lived experience every week is something that we have to listen to. It's something that we have promised to take action on since February, as we called out. And here we are tonight And oftentimes when I hear these stories, I feel helpless. But I don't feel helpless tonight because I can do something. We all can do something tonight. We can take the courage to close a couple of modest loopholes that have been exploited to, as I read from the staff report, shorten the duration of arbitration hearings. That's going to save everybody time and money. That's exactly what we all should want. Because the people who benefit the most from that are the people we serve, our constituents. It limits the parties to one rent increase within any 12-month period. Who needs to increase the rent more than once every 12 months? Clarify that attorney's fees and costs will not be awarded. I think that's fine. Improve the clarity, tightening the vacancy control provisions, revisions to the annual compliance requirements, and help monitor whether park owners are adhering to rent stabilization ordinance. I can't say enough that we've been saying over and over again up here from this dais that we are going to strengthen, defend, and enforce our ordinance for you, and we're going to do it. The decision tonight is whether it's going to come into effect as soon as we take a vote, or whether it's going to come into effect a few months from today. What I hope is that my council colleagues up here will all unanimously support this so that we start saving money and we start supporting you tonight, because these are modest changes. These are not huge changes. These are small things that are going to help the people we serve, that are going to help, honestly, everybody save money. And so I hope this is not a hard decision. Like, all of the questions that were asked from up here on the dais have been addressed. The reason why we wouldn't support this tonight is because we are standing on the side of the mobile home park owners who, by way of all the arbitrations, with the exception of one where they got their increase, are making their appropriate returns. This is a simple thing, and we should all support it. All these people that are here, thank you so much for coming out every week. Thank you for enduring and supporting each other. I know that the community aspect of this, like, my heart breaks for some of the things you've had to go through, and I'm happy to support this, and I hope I'm joined by 6 people. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
For me, this is really about humanity. And you really start looking at people, you get to know people. I mean, a lot of you I didn't know, and now I know all of you personally in many of the mobile home parks. But not just in the mobile home parks in my neighborhood, you know, who I represent. And I want to be a representative for the people of Petaluma, and I want to make sure that everybody's safe, and I don't care what district you live in. I just remember when what is now known as cottages, which was whatever it was at the time, 30 years ago, the new owner said to me, "We're going to get rid of these tin cans." And I looked at him and I said, "Those are people's homes." And I just feel like that many years later, it's still happening. The same owners are doing the same thing. And we have a responsibility as a city council to protect our residents. We also have to protect our businesses. But I don't look at these mobile home parks as businesses, they're predators. And we have been watching this I've been watching it for years, but I've been now watching for the last 2 years what you've been going through. And when you go through 7 arbitrations and you only win 1, you'd start thinking maybe we need to rethink what we're doing, but they're not. And so I think that this ordinance tonight, the changes with the emergency ordinance, and will make a difference. The loopholes are closed, and that's what our responsibility is, to make sure that we don't just live with a plan for years and say we can't change it. We have to change it because things change. And so I'm absolutely here to support this, and I would like to make the motion.
Well, we'll be right back for that.
We'll be back for that. I understand that. But I just thank everybody for being here and for everything you've done.
My microphone's not working. Anyway, at this hour, I thank everyone for being here at 20 minutes to midnight, and many of you are from Little Woods, which is my neighborhood, which is my neighbors, and I've really gotten to know a lot more than I already knew, and I've seen the health decrease on some of my friends that are living in Little Woods and can't be here tonight because they are in such bad health. And that, I love the community that the mobile home communities have built, and they look after their neighbors, and I really am thankful for the neighbors that are looking after each other. And I will be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember DeCarly?
So, I'd like to say that I do deeply appreciate everyone's comments. And, I've heard you, and you can't not feel the emotion in this room right now. Everybody's terrified, and they want to be protected. And I want you to live in your homes in peace and happiness, without the fears that you currently have, without the intimidation that you currently have. And, I think that things like restricting the arbitration to be once a year, I think that's appropriate so that can't be abused. I think that I'm greatly concerned though that what's going to happen to in the future with these parks if things are too heavy-handed. So I would like to ask staff. That if I were to support the ordinance, that the owners get brought in to speak with staff and rework the ordinance collaboratively.
Okay, I think that's a good ask and a topic for another day, but that's a great point you make, and that would.
I think it's fair.
I don't know whether we need to. I think we need to consider that as a strategy conversation at a different time from today, and I think I don't think you're in position right now, or any of us are in position right now, where we demand of staff a path forward. I think your
I'm not
direction,
demanding it. I'm asking staff if that's something that.
Well, if we ask for an answer, it's demanding of staff. I can't, and it's more of a consensus item from the council. So I'd like staff to take your comment under consideration, and others on the council to weigh that in as well.
Just very quickly, as Jody reminded me and as Peggy reminded me, we did have an extensive stakeholder process with the first round of updates, where we actually had meetings with park owners and with residents. And if a majority of the council directs us to have further outreach like that, we will have it.
Right, and it's a conversation for.
And that was that feedback that helped inform the ordinance.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think it's a dynamic situation. There are hopefully wins for the community in different cities, and we need to keep considering where the final place we land is. But I don't think that's something we can commit to tonight. That conversation's not been had. Other comments?
Well, at what point can we have that conversation?
Not clear on that right now either.
Before you came on council.
Okay, excuse me. Right now we're in council deliberations, and I'm trying to get us before midnight on this item. Good with comments?
Well, Eric was.
So in terms of future discussions with the council, that's our agenda setting process.
Okay.
Right. So, and we take that direction, and right.
So we'll review the agenda setting process with you and see if there's a path forward.
Is that something that can happen at the second reading? Can that be introduced to the discussion?
I can have a conversation on how the agenda works with you between now and then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we need to.
Yeah. So, I don't want to see residents end up homeless, and I know that everybody thinks the ordinance is the savior, but I'm very concerned that, you know,
Just I'm sorry to get pushy here, but it's getting late, and we've had a bit of a conversation on this. The ordinance is in place. Only some loopholes are really at issue this evening. So the ordinance that they are angry about is the ordinance that's in place.
I understand.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I guess one other thought is, if you're going to vote no, is there a specific provision that you would pull out to support the rest of it? Right? Because, I mean, like right now, this is a whole package. Is there something you're proposing that would actually get your support other than like more process? Because at the end of the day, like, we need to, like, hopefully we're moving something forward in strengthening the ordinance.
What I would want is, I don't think it would be my decision as to what to pull from this. I think that's where the collaboration would come between the city and the owners. I don't feel that it's my place to try to change that.
So one thing I'd like to note for the council, this is certainly true for me as staff in following the council's direction, and I think it's true for the council in giving that direction, and that is, I think we all need to recognize, I think we heard the community members that have been here to speak tonight recognize that to have mobile home park affordable housing in a community, you need park owners and you need residents willing to invest in homes in those parks. And that business needs to be sustainable, and that is what is reflected in the different provisions and the different regulations, state and local, to ensure that even though there are controls that limit the rents that can be charged in parks, that the business can still sustain itself. And I believe that we have, as government officials, a duty to note if we are considering regulations that destabilize that arrangement. And it's certainly, for just speaking for myself, if I thought that the council had provided me direction in bringing you these regulations which we've brought that was actually counter to the council's policies and purposes and would have the effect of destabilizing mobile home parks financially, that I would have to point that out to you so that you could give me a different direction. So what I'm telling you is that as best as I can determine, and hopefully it's clear from my remarks in this work that we spent quite a bit of time on it, as best as I can determine it, this still provides for a stable and sustainable mobile home park market in Petaluma. It just makes it less susceptible of exploitation.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move to the next party in the council. Does that work for you? Okay. Councilmember Quinn.
Thank you. I'm going to repeat what's already been said, but I think it bears repeating. This urgency ordinance does not alter the core principles of the existing rent control ordinance. It doesn't change it, nor does it attempt to lower the allowable rent increases. Rather, it responds to clear efforts by mobile home park owners to circumvent the current ordinance. Its purpose is to close the loopholes and ensure the intent of the current ordinance is upheld. Regarding claims that park owners haven't been heard, well, this is a fully public process. We meet on the first and third Monday of every month. Those meetings are publicly noticed. Park owners have had every opportunity to attend, participate, and share their perspectives. I haven't seen one of them. Failing to pass this ordinance will only embolden the park owners. I strongly encourage my colleagues to vote yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I totally agree. They've been playing hardball with you guys for a couple years now, and it's pretty bad. And I didn't like it. And so what they just did this today, they said, okay, now they've decided to play hardball with us, and they're basically saying, we're going to throw $5 million at you in legal contest. They just threw down the gauntlet at us, and I say, thank you. We're going to pick it up. All right. So the one thing what I'd like to get added in was a comment that it's not, maybe not here, but at some point they talked about the property taxes are trying to be loaded onto the unit owners rather than for the land. So maybe that needs to be cleared up. That's not going to be this time, but at some point, let's work on that. Make sure that gets cleared up so that can't happen.
That is addressed, Councilmember.
Yep.
So if any costs that the park owners pass on to the residents, they can't treat as an operating cost.
So it is part of it?
Yes.
So we have that?
Yes.
That's definitely, we can fight for that. Okay, good. And they said this is ground zero, that we are national attention, is basically what they said in the email to us. And so, yeah, so we are ground zero. Let's be ground zero, and let's be proud of it. So, and it says, if they're going to negotiate, let's negotiate from strength. Let's negotiate from, hey, we're going here, and yeah, now let's talk and everything. But we had to come from strength, not from weakness. So that's why I want to go for this. And the only thing I want to ask is that we also ask the other cities to join us in this fight, since we're all in it together. So that's my comments. I fully support what we're doing tonight.
Thank you very much. Quite a few good comments on the dais tonight, quite a good dialogue. I just want to say I appreciate everybody for being here and sharing stories, because that shows it's not just business, it's people. And so with that, I understand how the people can be intimidated. The city should not be intimidated. We should be taking a strong position. But make no mistake, it comes at a cost. But it's only when there's a cost that you learn what your priorities are. And for that, we are with you, even though we understand a cost to the city, and of course we understand the cost that's on your plate. So with that, I think I heard a call for motion down here. So.
Yeah, I'll make the motion. I just want to say that this is going to pass, Councilmember DeCarli, and that it's going to come into effect either tonight, and we're going to save these people money in attorney's fees, or it's not. And I really hope that you vote yes. You can vote no on the regular ordinance, on the second reading if you want, but this is real money that will come into effect. And I really hope that, all these people out there, it's for their mental health, for their wallets, and I hope that you vote yes, please.
So thank you, Brian. I've made my decision.
I'll second that.
Okay, so first, there are going to be two actions taken tonight. And so the first, I believe the motion by Barnacle is for the urgency ordinance tonight, and that's a second by Cater Thompson. And a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarli?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Let's, so then I'm looking for a second motion.
I'll make the second motion.
Which is for the first reading of a regular ordinance on this from Cater Thompson.
Correct.
And the second is from Vice Mayor Now. And may we have a roll call vote, please?
Aye.
Barnacle? Aye.
Yes.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarli?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Appreciate everybody being here. We're going to take about a 5-minute break while you guys get to go home before midnight, and we move to our next item.
Mr. DeCarly, thank you for surprising me.
All right, let's try and get the meeting started again. Okay. We're back for item 11, which is to receive, review, approve, and adopt the fiscal year 24-25 annual military equipment use report and to renew the ordinance 2859, which approved Petaluma Police Department's military equipment funding, acquisition, and use policy 709 and policy 613 pertaining to unmanned aerial systems and unmanned ground vehicles in compliance with the California Assembly Bill 481. And to help us with this, we have the whole team. We have our Police Chief Miller, Deputy Police Chief Nick McGowan, and Lieutenant Garrett Glaviano. So please take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. As mentioned, my name is Lieutenant Garrett Glaviano. I'm the Professional Standards Division Lieutenant for your police department. I will note that a robust presentation of this item was provided to the Public Safety Advisory Committee on June 25th, and due to the time of night, we're going to be brief with our presentation this evening. So this evening's presentation is intended to be a review of the fiscal year 25 military equipment use report, an opportunity to provide insight into the use of our military equipment during that time period, while seeking renewal of Ordinance 2859 and Department Policy 709. In September of 2021, the California Legislature passed AB 41. The bill was an effort to increase transparency, accountability, and the oversight on the acquisition and use of military equipment. Amongst the requirements was a publicly available annual report to the governing body. A draft of our fiscal year 25 annual report was published on June 19th in advance of our June 25th Public Safety Advisory Committee meeting. During that meeting, PSAC members provided feedback which contributed to the final report, which was published on the department's website on July 3rd. One of the points of emphasis from the PSAC members was the potential negative public perception based on the term military equipment. It is important to highlight the department only possesses two pieces of equipment that were designed for and obtained from the Department of Defense, those being our two armored personnel carriers. The remainder of the equipment was designed for and is commonly used by municipal law enforcement, and in some cases, such as our drone equipment, it is commercially available to the public. Terms such as military equipment and unmanned aerial systems are used in the report due to them being used and defined by the California Legislature. The department has established a webpage located on the department's website in the Transparency Portal section titled Specialized Equipment. The page provides information related to AB 41 and includes the annual report. The department has created an email for community members who wish to provide concerns, complaints, or comments regarding the department's use of military equipment. And during this reporting period, there were no policy violations or community member complaints associated with the use of military equipment. The department's usage of military equipment in fiscal year 24 was largely due to three specific incidents involving the deployment of our crisis response team, which were summarized in last year's report. In fiscal year 25, our crisis response team was not utilized. The department had several incidents and investigations during the reporting period, which were heading towards the deployment of our crisis response team. However, the department was able to resolve them before they reached the level of needing the specialized team and equipment. Examples of such incidents include the arrest of an armed carjacking suspect, a barricaded domestic violence suspect who was armed with a rifle, which is shown on the right, and an adult son who held his elderly mother captive for several hours. Despite the lack of use, the crisis response team is a necessary part of the department due to their ability to resolve complex tactical problems. The department recognizes the responsibility to use the team and the military equipment outlined in this report only when circumstances warrant their use. Next slide. In this year's report, one incident where a beanbag shotgun was used is described. The incident involved the arrest of a violent suspect who had a warrant for assaulting his 60-year-old mother, and upon officers attempting to take him into custody, he resisted arrest and challenged officers to fight. During the incident, the suspect was shot twice in the leg with a beanbag round. He was ultimately arrested after a significant struggle with multiple officers, and both the suspect and officers sustained minor injuries as a result of the incident. This represents the only actual use of force utilizing military equipment during this rating period. Next slide. During this reporting period, the department's drone team became fully operational, which reflects one of the biggest changes between this report and the ones that preceded it. During fiscal year 25, the department deployed its drones 21 times, with the most common usage involving attempting to locate individuals who were suspected of committing a crime and fled from officers. Next slide. The chart depicted on this slide outlines the fiscal impact of military equipment on the department's annual budget. Costs related to the military equipment represent less than 1% of our overall budget. The report further breaks down the individual equipment prices per unit, combined costs related to training, maintenance, upgrades, and other ongoing costs. The largest expense was related to the storage of our 2 armored personnel carriers and mobile command vehicle, as the city has at least 7,000 square feet of indoor storage space adjacent to the police department, which houses not only this equipment, but a boat, DUI trailer, EOC trailer, a transport bus, and other city-owned vehicles and equipment. The total cost of the lease, which is reflected in the report, is not indicative of the actual cost to store just the military equipment. Slide. The department is not asking to purchase additional new equipment during the upcoming fiscal year, and there are no requests for policy changes. The department is seeking City Council review and approval for continued use of all authorized military equipment identified in the previously presented military equipment funding, acquisition, and use policy. And with that, this concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. I'm going to flip it around a little bit if I could. I think I'll go directly to public comment so that then we can combine question and comment here. Please.
We did not receive any comments ahead of the meeting. I have not received any cards, but if there's anyone who would like to make a comment, now's the moment.
Okay, so that closes public comment on the item for the evening, and I'd like to bring it back up. Council, anybody? I want to note the Vice Mayor as our representative on that group, and I appreciate the long form version that you provided there, and I appreciate that all our numbers are down for the year. So that's a pretty good day. If there's no other questions and comments, okay, there is. Councilmember Shripps.
Oh, just a comment then, and just thank you for very reserved use of the equipment you currently have. Everything is spot on, and you're following all procedures, and you seem to be doing a fantastic job with all this equipment and how you're using it. It'd be nice eventually you get stored over at the fairgrounds instead of costing us so much. Maybe we'll save money there. But I fully support these practices and using these tools as you are doing so according to policy. And with that, I'd like to move the motion and accept the report.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion from Shribs and a second from Cater Thompson. And I did have one question. I was asking for a little clarity on the weapons. I think there's a number less than 1% of budget cost is for these type of tools. And is there an associated training budget there? Did you have that number? How much the budget, the training effort requires?
Yeah. So the overall cost, when we talk about 1%, that includes the training budget. The training budget is outlined in the report, which equates to $26,000.
And that gets most everybody has training on some of these levels of
equipment. The majority of the equipment is strictly for the use of our crisis response team or our SWAT team members. So the training is really reflected in their.
In that photograph of the military vehicle, those are our people next to that?
Yes.
That's specialty gear. Yeah. I haven't had the privilege of seeing in action. Okay, we have a motion and a second and a comment.
Just a quick one. Thank you, McGowan and Lavia, for what you guys do. Thank you.
Cool. Okay, then may we have a roll call vote, please?
Barnacle.
Aye.
Gator Thompson.
Yes.
DeCarly.
Yes.
Now.
Yes.
Quint.
Yes.
Shribs.
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Please don't let the brevity of this item at a late hour confuse you about how much we appreciate what you're doing. Okay, and that moves us to our modified agenda items 12, 13. are all together, and it's a resolution authorizing the city manager to submit an amended resolution for grant agreements with Danco Communities in Sonoma Marin with SMART, and also a resolution amending prior resolution 2014-036, setting city facility development impact fees and other associated fees. And I'd like to help us out tonight, we have another all-star team with our city attorney, our director of community development, Brian O., and our housing manager, Karen Chimizu. So thanks all for being here.
Good evening, council members and staff and community members. Thank you for being here tonight. So we have 3 items to present to you that are all kind of connected with one of our affordable housing development projects. So the first one is we have a resolution before you modifying the Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities resolution. We have the Petaluma Deferred Impact Fee Loan Program, and our last item would be the consideration of the Danco Communities Program application for the deferred impact loan fees. Next slide. So to move through the agenda item this evening, just to give you a little bit, we're kind of combining the 2 items, item number 12 and 13 together. So I'm going to start with just a high-level project overview of the Meridian at Petaluma North Station, an introduction to agenda item number 12, introduction to agenda item number 13, item 13A and 13B, and that will then we'll move into discussion and consideration of all 3 of those items before you. Next item, next slide. So the project features, I'm going to abbreviate some of my presentation as well due to the late hour, but we also have a comprehensive staff report that's been presented to you. So the project features, we have 131 affordable units. In addition to the units, we have a sizable community room, which also includes we also have a community garden, a tot lot, playground, and a dog run as community entities. Those units will be targeted to households that are at or below 80% of area median income. And within the community, we do have 33 units designated for supportive housing, which are set aside for people that have been that are unhoused or have been previously unhoused. The project will also include on-site case management and support services, not only for the permanent supportive housing units, but for all of our residents. A little bit about the project timeline. The project was approved under state streamlining provisions. The city housing team is currently working with Danco on finalizing the items that will be required to issue their building permit, and we're currently working on the construction loan closing. We anticipate closing that loan, depending on the council items tonight, the middle of August, and construction on the project to start immediately after that. And we anticipate the project would be completed and being leased up by late spring, summer of 2027. The project funding sources, we have the 3 different major funding sources there. City of Petaluma committed $2 million in funding, as well as the impact fees that we're going to be talking about later this evening. The HCD has funding for the Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities. Final award in an amount of, I'm going to round up, about $29 million. And then they also have tax credit allocation program award of tax credits of $48.6 million. The total project costs are, I'm rounding up, but $109 million. Next slide. Brief introduction to agenda item number 12. The Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities Program was developed by Strategic Growth Council by California Housing and Community Development. The focus of the program was to develop and help reduce greenhouse gas emissions by supporting the integration of affordable housing with alternative modes of transportation. On the grant timeline, a notice of funding was published for the 7th round on January 30th. Applications were submitted by April 4th, and the city received a notice of funding award from HCD on September 2023. There is some detail in the staff report. I was going to highlight some of the items that are covered with the grant and the loan funding that we received for the project. Their details are included in Exhibit A and B attached to the resolution. I'd be more than happy to answer any specific questions on that. Recently, during in June of 2024, in the loan underwriting process, HCD reviewed the resolution that was previously submitted for the grant application and requested that we make some updates to that. It's not uncommon for HCD in the final underwriting to go back and look at approved resolutions and ask for updates. What they asked is that we update the resolution to demonstrate that the loan standard agreement would be for $20 million and that the grant standard agreement would be reduced to $8,929,840. That grant funding actually includes the grant funding that comes to the city, Danco, and SMART, and is used to cover those transportation projects and programs, again, that I mentioned that are attached as exhibits to the resolution. Next slide. Next item is an introduction to agenda item 13A, amending the existing city resolution that provides for development impact fees to be inapplicable to qualified affordable housing projects. What staff is doing here is we're requesting council to consider amending that resolution and adding an additional tool or an option for qualified affordable housing projects to, instead of not pay the fees, but have a tool where they can actually structure the deal where those impact fees are taken as a longer-term loan. Some of the structure of the loan, eligibility requirements: must be deed restricted for 55 years, serve low-income housing, and provide on-service support systems. The loan terms, the way it's stated in the resolution is it's deferred and accrues simple interest that's tied to the city's investment rate. And repayment of the loan is formalized via loan documents, including a promissory note and deed of trust, subject to city attorney approval. Okay, benefits. What this does is it provides flexibility for development partners, offers an alternative for projects that benefit from the city supporting as a recoverable loan, enhancing financial leverage and accessing equity. Fiscal responsibility, how it benefits the city, is it helps the city preserve its long-term infrastructure funding while encouraging the production of deeply affordable and affordable housing. Next item. Next slide. This is the last item on the agenda for consideration. What this is pending the approval and consideration of item number 13A. In the final stages of working on closing the construction loan and in the process of the final review, the developer realized there was an administrative oversight, and they requested the impact fees be booked as a deferred loan at 2% simple interest and due with a 21-year term, just inapplicable. The reason the developer is asking for this is it ties into how they have their financing structure for the project in their longer-term capital stack. We do have Mackenzie Dibble, who's hung in with us. She's the project manager, and I believe she's on attending via Zoom if you have any specific questions regarding the capital stack. Let's see. Pending the approval of item 13A, it would allow deferred payment of the development impact fees for open space, city facilities, non-Quimby Act, parkland acquisition, and traffic development impact fees. The loan amount that is stated would be $3,044,702, set at the simple interest rate of 2% per year over a 20-year term. The total interest that's estimated to be earned on that deferred loan is $1.28 million. That funding would be rolled over when that loan is mature and due in 21 years. The city would be repaid the $3 million plus, in addition, the $1.28 million. That's how the program would work. The promissory note is secured by an amended restated deed of trust, and it's also been subject to approval. It would be included in the city's approved affordable housing loan agreement. Why it matters for consideration: it provides the developer the financial flexibility for the critical, affordable, and supportive housing project. It preserves the city's long-term impact fee revenue through a structured repayment mechanism. It reinforces Petaluma's commitment to deeply affordable housing, and it provides a tool for the financing required to support the construction loan closing on the project. And with that, Mr. Mayor, thank you for providing me the time to do the brief presentation. And myself, Brian O., Eric Danley, Corey is here with us from Finance, and Mackenzie Dibble would be more than happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for being here. Nothing wrong with a brief presentation, even on complex financial matters. And let's follow that same pattern we had where let's go to public comment first.
We did not receive any public comments on this ahead of time, and I have not received any cards.
Going once, going twice, and not seeing anyone moving to the dais, we'll close public comment for the evening, which allows council to both question and comment at the same time. And I would like to ask one question, and that is the item 13. So at some point we didn't waive. What did we do to the impact fees? We set up a method where it wasn't going to be charged to a thing. So what we're doing is making it possible for them to do the more beneficial transaction than the one we thought up originally.
Right. The council adopted the initial resolution, I believe it was in December of 2022. So what we're doing is bringing it for you tonight is we're amending it and adding another option where instead of the fees just being inapplicable to the project, the developer can have the option to choose to finance those through a deferred long-term loan.
And we've had people do it the old way, right? The existing way, take advantage of that system?
Yes, we've had several projects.
So we know that does work as well.
Yeah, Burbank Housing, Mid-Penn, so
then the second item is to provide a loan. And my question is, on the loan proceeds, when money returns to the city, does it go to general fund? Does it go to impact fees on a proportional basis?
Those would actually, the finance department tracks, we have several affordable housing loans, but what they would do is they would book it so when that loan is paid back, it would go into the different buckets based on what the amount was supposed to be and the accrued interest. So it goes back into the facilities impact fee, it goes back into the Quimby-Act fees. Is that?
And the whole collection.
Yes.
And proportional to interest, proportional to payments. And so then do we have a vast collection of loans that we keep track of? And are we good at staying on top of loan collection?
Yes, we actually in a conversation with Corey earlier today, she said we have about 35 loans that we currently keep track of. All of them have different loan terms, but housing works very closely with finance on tracking the compliance on that. And part of that is we review annual audits on those properties to keep track of the loan balances and surplus cash flow and many other things to do on those deals.
Yeah, because I realize it's our responsibility to keep track of who owes us rather than their responsibility. There's somewhat less commitment on the other person's concern than on ours, and so I'm glad that we track real well on that. Anyone? Councilmember Shribs?
Just to be a little more clear on this process, especially with folks that may be listening tomorrow or the next day. Anyway, the sort of the way this works is fees don't get paid now. The fees usually get paid to compensate for work, either work we're doing or construction work or advice work or design work or support work that we do. So money would normally pay staff to do work for these fees, because that's why the purpose of fees is to get something done. But we're going to still do that work, but they don't get charged now. It's just a deferred payment later is how it would work. But we still have to do those things, which do we have that? So there's two parts of this. So the amount of work that we need to do, we're basically kind of delaying getting paid on it, is at large amounts, at least $3 million worth within our budget. We still have to get that work done, which is above and beyond our normal CPI. So does that really impact our budget and finances at all? And then the second part of it is, for all these loans, 35 of them now, and this is included. I think I've been one where we actually deferred it, and it just folds over and waits till someone buys or something happens, and then we get paid back in the end. But sometimes if somebody goes bankrupt, we may never get it back, and the resale value, whatever, banks get ahead of us maybe, unless we're first in line or second in line, third in line. So at the tail end, how many of these 35 loans out do we actually get the full amount paid back to us on time rather than folding it over? And is that going to be the case here? Is it just going to continuously fold over and we'll never see the money for years and years and years? Or will we actually get paid at a certain point 20 years from now when it's due, which is a long time?
Okay, so good question.
There's a few questions baked in there, so I'll answer the first question. So just to clarify, what's now 3 years ago, it was a reduction in impact fees. And so I just want to distinguish between permit fees that I think, Councilman, you're thinking about staffing and, you know, what it takes to actually review and staffing. And so this is very much specific to impact fee reduction. And so that was a model, and it still is a model that's very successful. It gets us new housing developments. There's housing projects, eligible housing projects in the pipeline that we expect will continue to benefit from the fee reduction, the impact fee reduction. This adds, what we're finding with the Danco project is specifically they need to raise basically they need to show lenders that there is a higher, there's a local match that's a local match that, okay, let me restate that. The higher the local match, the more money they're able to secure through the tax credit program at the state level. And so this was maybe a month or two ago that council had the TEFRA hearing for the project. So this is tied together. And so essentially what they're foregoing is their fee reduction, and they're seeing this as more advantageous. So they actually want to pay into the fees. We're protracting that over 21 years. The 21 years is not a made-up number. I think there's reference in the staff report. That's typically the time when the developer would go and refinance. So it's another opportunity for them to look at the capital stack. And so they see this as a benefit. So we would expect others to take advantage of it and see it as an opportunity for us. I think there was a comment that you had made earlier about the public safety facility and the book abundance. You know, how do we remove some of the levers and the checkpoints to actually facilitate housing? And so we feel this is one way to accomplish that, and we're being nimble. My understanding is they're on a bit of a timeline, and so that's why we're hustling at 12:30 to get this done.
So it gets down to, there's still work that we're doing. The fees are only paid for something to get done by us. So we still have to do things.
That's a great distinction to be made.
Yeah.
All fees to get stuff done are cost recovery and paid. And all impact fees, which would otherwise go to capital projects in the future, a park fee,
right,
a road fee.
We still have to cover all that.
those aren't projects. Those are fund balances we draw projects out of.
So development impact fees. So these are impact fees that are paid for, or these are fees paid for the potential impact of development. So that's when they pay into
The Caulfield
traffic
Crossing.
impact, or they pay for parks.
Okay, let me try to be clear. We are doing work, we're going to get things done, but we never see the actual money come in for a long time. We still have to do the work ahead.
But
Well, it does not, do you want to go?
our program, we have a policy that we adopted years ago before you were on the council, that we waive impact fees for 100% deed restricted projects. So for this project right here, we had completely waived the impact fees. We were never going to see the money coming in.
Okay.
Now they need to show that like a higher cost of the project so they can get more in their tax credits. And so what we're doing is we're offering it as a loan. So actually, money that we were never going to see, we'll see it in 21 years with 2%
Okay,
interest.
good. I just want to get clear on that because to get that good understanding. Thank you. Now that explains it right.
Okay. Any other questions, comments on this? Then we have 3 actions before us, and there are 3 resolutions for us. And if we intend to vote the same way on all 3, we can bundle them. And so this is sort of a straw poll. If anyone intends to not vote the same way on all 3, let me know. Or I'll look for a motion that's for all 3 resolutions.
I'll move item 12, 13A, and 13B.
And I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Barnacle and a second by Cater Thompson, and a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. I just have one last comment as we're heading out the door. These projects are all so important in the community, and one of them has been around 25 years now, Eden, 25 years, and has gone through the remodel part. And before we meet again, I think they're going to have the ribbon cutting on all the remodeling, and so hopefully council will get a notice showing what can be done in affordable housing long term. And with that, the meeting is adjourned for the evening. Thank you.